Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride. Chapter 1, Entering the Game. Dear Sir, first of all, please accept my sincere wishes. Would you mind taking a moment to look at this makeup product in my hand? It's the latest development from our company, a moisturizer that removes blemishes and whitens and nourishes the skin. It's a result of 81 processes finely crafted. You deserve to have it. This is a brochure for your reference. Scram. Ah, okay. Songjian picked up the brochure that the man had thrown on the ground, shook it twice, and emotionlessly headed towards the next pedestrian. Having worked in sales for over a month after graduation, he hadn't made much money. The only thing he had gained was a thicker skin. Dear lady, first of all, please accept my sincere wishes. This is our company. Songjian started his pitch with a polite smile on his face. In the endless stream of people, he moved on to the next passerby. At this moment, a guy with a patch of green hair in his forehead looked at Songjian, who was working hard distributing flyers, sneered, quietly walked over and tapped him on the shoulder saying, "Hey, Jian, haven't you finished yet?" Songjian turned his head to see it was a colleague of his named Xiaoyu. They both joined the company at the same time. Both were newcomers. On the surface, their relationship was pretty decent. Songjian glanced at the empty-handed Xiaoyu, raised his eyebrows, and surprisingly asked, "Have you finished distributing all your flyers?" When they first joined the company, their task as newcomers was to distribute flyers, at least 3,000 per day. It had only been half an hour, and Xiaoyu had astonishingly finished distributing all his flyers, which surprised Songjian. Xiaoyu casually brushed his fringe and said casually, "I just ran into a rag picker who insisted on helping me distribute the flyers. I had no choice but to give all the flyers to him. He even gave me 5 yuan. Songjian, your approach really leaves me speechless." The flyer distribution was actually a way of gathering potential customers. As hard as it was, many times opportunities were won in such a way. However, after spending over a month together, Songjian noticed that Xiaoyu came from a wealthy family and only came to work when he was bored. He wasn't very proactive at work, spent money lavishly and liked going to expensive places. "Alright Jian, you can continue distributing here. I'm going to check out the company's cosmetics booth over there. I heard the company hired many dancing girls today, and those long legs lined up together are quite a sight." Xiaoyu licked his lips, swallowing a little, and looked eager to leave. Watching Xiaoyu walk away, Songjian shook his head lightly. Poor kids have to grow up early. Children without umbrellas should run harder in the rain. Songjian dared not be as casual as Xiaoyu. On each of the 3,000 flyers, his contact information was written by hand. Each flyer represented a glimmer of hope for him. After standing still for a moment, Songjian suddenly turned around and headed in the direction of the company's product booth. Where to distribute the flyers doesn't matter, right? Besides, he can also learn more about the company's products at the booth, right? After all, there are lots of new products on display there. Just as he crossed a street and turned a corner, a sleazy-looking old man suddenly appeared in front of Songjian. "Young man, interested in some discs?" "Discs? What discs?" Songjian immediately frowned. Maintaining a stern face, his eyes filled with contempt, he looked at the old man and thought to himself, "What era is it? Selling CDs? Can you even sell any? The internet is full of resources, just my phone alone has several tens of GB of study materials. Which eye of yours saw that I need this? I am not that kind of person you imagined." Songjian rejected determinedly, with dignity in his face, holding a stack of brochures, and continued to walk straight ahead. The sounds of energetic music and dancing started to come from the front. If he didn't hurry up, he would miss the new company products. "Young man, this is a mobile game developed by our Sky Domain game company, Doomsday City. Do you want to try it out? The activation is free now, and we are also offering a newbie gift package." The sleazy old man was persistent and followed along Songjian. Mobile game?" Songjian was stunned for a moment, his face turned slightly red. "Yes, a mobile game. Did you think it was?" A gleam flashed in the old man's eyes. "Huh, I thought you were talking about a frisbee for a child." Songjian wiped off a bit of cold sweat. "Oh, I see." The sleazy old man didn't probe further. He took out a USB cable and a flash disk, and said, "Our game client is our company's latest design. The biggest selling point of it is that you get a flash disk for playing the game. If you install our game, We will give you this 1024 gigabytes flash disk. It's a great deal. 1024 gigabytes. Song Jian stopped, intrigued. A flash disk of such capacity was certainly very tempting. He nodded slightly and reservedly said, whether you are giving away a flash disk doesn't really matter. The key is that I like playing mobile games. Does this game app download and install quickly? I have other important things to do. Don't worry. It's our company's latest invention. The download and install speed is super fast. It only takes a few seconds. The sleazy old man handed over the data cable and flash disk. Well, you know. Song Jian hesitated and looked at the sleazy old man. The old man's whole demeanor just screamed untrustworthy. If it were a pretty and cute girl, Song Jian would take it without a second thought. But it was just hard to trust this old man in front of him. I paid 3,000 yuan for this domestically made phone. If it got a virus and was damaged, I'd be heartbroken. Song Jian thought to himself. His face showing a hesitant look, he asked, this is not a mobile virus, is it? Of course not. We're a serious company. This is a legitimate flash drive, a legitimate mobile game. The sleazy old man seemed to feel offended. He adjusted his tie and argued, it's an insult to me personally when you say that. It's an insult to our company. It's an insult to the whole mobile game industry. It's an insult too. Alright. Is it okay if I just plug it in? Song Jian snatched the data cable and flash disk, took out his phone and began to connect them. Hey, this data cable matches my phone perfectly. So, is this cable also a giveaway? It should be a set with the flash disk, right? Song Jian connected his phone, looked up, and the sleazy old man was nowhere to be found. Song Jian's face changed, he had a sinking feeling. He quickly picked up his phone to check and as expected, the screen was black. I shouldn't have trusted you, you sneaky old man. Song Jian felt like crying but had no tears. He aggressively pulled out the data cable and flash disk, threw them on the ground, and stomped on them a few times. With his phone infected by a virus, Song Jian was no longer in the mood to watch the dancing girls. He needed to have his phone fixed first. He ran to several phone repair places but none of them could revive his phone. The cost of replacing the parts was too high and Song Jian simply couldn't afford it. His phone wasn't fixed, but he still had to finish distributing the flyers. Finally, by dusk, Song Jian had finished passing out all 3,000 of them. He returned to his rented room, dejected, threw himself on the bed without even closing the door, unmoving. Damn, old man, don't let me cross paths with you again. Next time I see you, you're dead meat. Song Jian gritted his teeth, hitting his pillow with intensity. At that moment, the cell phone lying on the table suddenly started playing the boot-up music, lighting up its screen. Huh, it's self-starting? Song Jian bolted upright from the bed, grabbed his phone, and began checking it carefully. Thank goodness, my study materials on Island Life of several dozen gigabytes are still there, and all the applications are fine too. Song Jian breathed a long sigh of relief after confirming that his phone was not corrupted by a virus. Huh, why is there an extra client? This is Doomsday City game? Song Jian looked at the newfound icon on his phone with surprise. So this is that perverted old man's mobile game? Damn, it must be a virus, trying to scam me. Song Jian thought about the USB he had thrown away and couldn't help but feel regret. After being reformatted, the USB should have still been usable, he was too impulsive back then. Song Jian curled his lip, the game icon depicted a city that carried an apocalyptic style, though the color was dull, and it looked rough. The first impression it left was just as bad as most domestically produced sham mobile games, without any urge to open it at all. Song Jian tried to press and delete the icon but found that the game icon did not budge at all, there was no way to delete it. Powering off and restarting, running the mobile security guard, complete shredding, nothing could handle this game icon. It couldn't be deleted, heck, it couldn't even be moved, it was the most stubborn virus Song Jian had ever encountered. And you claimed it wasn't a virus. Song Jian couldn't help but curse. The company that developed this game deserves to be struck by lightning. Fuming, Song Jian felt like he was about to burst. He was about to throw his phone, but in the end, he couldn't bear to. Lifting his phone, he relented, looking at the game's logo. Song Jian double-tapped on it. Come on, let's see how trash this virus game of yours is. If you have the guts, you'd blow up my phone. This time, the game app responded promptly. The entire icon turned into a blood-red elliptical gate, instantly filling the entire screen. Streams of air coalesced into one another, forming a clockwise vortex. The startup special effect actually seems well made? Song Jian stared at the central, rotating, blood-red gate, a trace of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Well, how about something even more exciting? Before he finished speaking, a skeletal hand suddenly stretched out from the vortex at the center of the screen, directly grabbing Songjian by his collar. Songjian had no time to react before he was dragged into the blood-red portal by the skeletal hand. His phone hung in the air for 2 seconds before falling onto the bed with a thud. The room was empty, as if nothing had happened. What the hell? Did I just travel through time? What the fuck is this? Let go of me. Songjian only felt himself being yanked forward by the skeletal hand, unable to see anything in the engulfing darkness. His head was buzzing, as if something was being forcefully injected into it. Before long, Songjian's eyes rolled back in his head, and he fainted. In his semi-conscious state, Songjian felt like he was having a strange dream. In his dream, he saw lines of golden text appearing before him like a waterfall. Game activation, random world evolution starting. Game matching link search. Link successful, player consciousness lock. Start character creation. Character creation timed out. Scanning player's current status, creating a game character with a 100% match with the player. Warning, under this status, the player's game character may have certain effects on their physical bodies in reality. Please choose carefully. Choice timed out, default confirmation. Game character creation. Character creation successful. Congratulations on your first entry into the game, you will receive a newbie gift pack that has been sent to your game package, please check it. Start entering the game. Buzz. With a light sound, Songjian's consciousness gradually returned, his fingers began to tremble slightly, and a hoarse male laughter echoed in his ear. Welcome to Doomsday City. Chapter 2, What the hell is thick-skinned? Who am I? Where am I? What on earth has happened? Songjian opened his eyes, his gaze settling on the dilapidated and unkempt room before him, a wave of perplexity washing over him. At that moment, he found himself sitting on a worn-out single-seater sofa bed. The room was heavy with a moldy smell, and a thick layer of dust covered the nearby furniture and the floor. The 4 walls around him were splotchy and tired. Its original white paint now turned light yellow, with black and red traces streaking across them in places, their dried remnants looking ominously like bloodstains. The light filtering through the window was exceedingly dim, not unlike the scene just before a heavy downpour. In one corner of the ceiling hung a gigantic cobweb, its center claimed by a colossal spider the size of a wash basin. Unmoving. At its sight, Songjian jerked back in fright, his body instinctively recoiling. He had never seen a spider this big before. There was a dull ache at the back of his head, just like the feeling after waking up from a hangover. Shaking his head slightly, Songjian was convinced there was something wrong with his brain. Because, when he had looked at the spider on the ceiling, he had noticed a line of faint yellow text positioned right above its head. Level 1 Mutant Spider Vitality, 78 out of 78 inches. Oh my god. Can someone tell me what's happening here? Songjian shot up to his feet, wanting to get out of this room. This wasn't his rental place. Looking through the window, it seemed like he was in a high-rise apartment building. Just as he got off the sofa bed, a meditative mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Welcome to the game Doomsday City. Who's there? Songjian took fright all over again, his body giving a sudden jerk as he looked around in panic. But he couldn't find a thing. I am your beginner's guide in this game and will assist you on this extraordinary journey ahead. The mechanical voice replied. What are you exactly? I don't want to play any game. I am just a simple salesperson, I don't have the money for this. Songjian shouted at the top of his lungs, most importantly, I don't know how to play any games. I've never played any. I haven't even heard the name of games like Legendary, Miracle, World of Warcraft, League of Legends, or PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. If you wish to leave this place and return to your world, you must complete the novice game tutorial first, the mechanical voice replied after a brief silence. I can come back? So why wait? Let's get started. What's my first step? Do I need to kill that spider? Songjian pointed to the large spider in the corner of the ceiling. Spider. Man, you're quick to get into character, brother. A spider that big hanging around right over his head was terrifying. What if it decided to give him a bite when he was sound asleep? Damn it, is this a game or some kind of teleportation thing? Because everything seems so real right now. The system seemed a bit delayed, and no words came from it. Running his hand lightly across the bed, Songjian's fingers traced a path in the gray dust. The realistic feel of the bed beneath his fingertips was too convincing. It felt no different from reality. If it were not for that downright chilly system notification, Songjian would have never believed that he was in some Doomsday City game. Step 1, please open your character attribute panel first. Let me explain the role of the character attributes in this game, and things you need to pay attention to as you level up, the system voice finally responded. That should be easy. Open the character attribute panel. Songjian shouted loudly. As someone who had never played an online game before, this operation seemed simple enough. Or maybe not. Nothing happened. System. Character attributes? Open the panel? Okay, tell me how to open the character attribute panel. Songjian asked with a trace of embarrassment. You don't have to shout it out loud. Just think about it or silently read it in your mind. Everything in the game is transmitted via brain waves, which are 10,000 times more advanced than sound control. The system voice replied. Songjian mentally recited character attributes. Just as expected, a semi-transparent light blue screen appeared before his eyes. A 3D model based on Songjian's body proportions emerged on the screen, with various attribute data about him listed below. Name, Songjian species, human gender, male age, 22 biology level, common level 0 attributes, average adult male attributes rate as 5, strength, 4 points. Strength partially determines the power of close combat attacks and can enhance your carrying capacity. It also adds bonus damage to unarmed combat techniques. Agility, 3 points. Agility affects movement speed and initiative, and also affects your own dodge rate. It even adds a bonus to long-range physical attacks. Vitality, 4 points. Vitality determines your life energy and stamina, and also affects your resistance to hits and various abnormal states, as well as resistance to spell attacks. It also plays a certain role in regaining life energy and enduring stamina recovery speed. Intelligence, 3 points. Intelligence determines the power of spell attack damage while influencing your learning ability and receptive powers. But intelligence is not equal to IQ and EQ, so please don't mix up the two. Spirit, 5 points. Spirit determines the upper limit of your energy, while slightly affecting the power of skills. It has a significant effect on various status skills. Charisma, 7 points. Charisma is the combination of looks, temperament, and affinity. It determines others' first intuitive perception of you. People with high charisma can quickly get along with strangers and affect others' decisions through various means. It has a significant effect on alluring or summoning skills. Beneath these data, there are 2 horizontal bars. The top one is red, otherwise referred to as the blood bar, which represents Songjian's vitality. Beneath it is the blue bar, or the mana bar, which represents his energy levels. Songjian ignored the rest of the attributes, his eyes locked onto charisma, 7 points. He nodded approvingly and said with an air of gravity, "This data seems rather fair and objective. This indicates that my attractiveness exceeds that of most people, and even among the handsome ones, I am outstanding. Yes, this matches well with my actual situation. This will help me become the future king of sales." After the introduction to the character attribute panel, please open the skills panel. The mechanical voice continued. Songjian nodded slightly and opened the skills panel using the same method. Upon scanning through the skills panel, Songjian's face changed. What kind of shitty data is this? Is there any sense of fairness or impartiality? Is this all just nonsense? What the hell is thick-skinned? He cursed. In the light blue screen, the skills panel only had one skill, blandly hanging there in the first column. Thick-skinned, passive, level 1, skill effect, increases your own defense by 5%, resistance by 3% and enhances your resistance to ridicule, allure, necrotoxin, paralysis, dizzying, and other adverse effects. Skill clarification. As a salesperson, you can already have a certain immunity to insults, rejections, and mockery. In addition, your capability to resist hits has been improved, as well as resistance to adverse effects. Chapter 3, Searching for Initial Supplies. Thick-skinned. Is this the prerequisite skill for Golden Bell Shield and Iron Cloth Shirt? I have an MMP in my heart. I don't know if I should say it or not. Songjian muttered, closing the skill bar, looking at the words thick-skinned and feeling a little nervous. Next, please open the inventory. The system's voice sounded unhurriedly, mentally chanting. A 16-square grid inventory appeared before his eyes, with a small blue package in the first square. Huh, weird. Why is this square's border gold? Songjian didn't notice the blue package at first, but looked at the last square instead. Of the 16 squares in the inventory, the other 15 squares had gray borders, while the last square had a golden border. Very special. The initial inventory has 16 squares, each capable of holding one type of item. Items of the same quality can be stacked, and items stored in the inventory do not take into account volume and weight. The system voice explained, sounding like a recording. I'm asking, what is this gold square for? Songjian continued to ask, explore the remaining game content on your own in the game. The system replied, Songjian, do you know how cocky you are, Mr. Designer? With no other choice, Songjian could only focus on the blue package in the first square. Soon, a line of red words appeared before Songjian's eyes. This newbie package can only be used when the player reaches level 1. What the heck, newbie packages should be usable when we enter the game. Don't lie to me, I'm not that inexperienced in games. Songjian shouted, his face full of disbelief. Complete the newbie tutorial, and your level will reach 1. Then you can open the newbie package and receive a random gift. The system voice explained. Fine, go on, go on. Songjian was helpless. This felt like a master being forced to go back to Novice Village. Next, you need to explore the entire room and acquire initial resources. The system voice said, searching, I like that. Songjian nodded, looking around the entire room. It was a 3-bedroom, 2-living room house. Songjian had just stepped out of one of the bedrooms and was now standing in its living room. After glancing around the living room, which resembled an ordinary family's, he noticed simple decorations, a cloth sofa set, a TV cabinet, a 50-inch curved LCD TV hanging on the wall, and a chandelier above him. A closer look at the furniture in the living room revealed its valuable craftsmanship, but it was in complete disrepair. The lake surface LCD TV even had a large hole in it, and a cloth sofa had been scratched by something and was full of claw marks, revealing the stuffing inside. All the furniture surfaces were covered in a layer of dust, suggesting that the house hadn't been lived in for several years. Do you want me to search for junk in this junk-top room? Songjian looked around and couldn't help but complain. The room was so old and run down that it seemed as if it had been robbed, or rather, abandoned for decades after the robbery. He couldn't imagine what he could find in a place like this. However, reality slapped Songjian hard in the face. Just a casual pull of the drawer under the TV cabinet revealed a shimmering white object to his eyes. Upon closer inspection, Songjian's face changed, and he backed away 2 steps, looking frightened. How can there be a handgun in here? Songjian shouted. All around them was silence, not a single sound. Songjian mentally activated his personal attributes, and a semi-transparent window appeared before him. Seeing the window, Songjian finally patted his chest, his after-fear evident, and muttered, it's just a game, it's just a game. The game was too realistic, always causing Songjian to forget that he was in a game. When he saw the cold weapon in the drawer, his first reaction wasn't joy, but fear, raised during peaceful times. Experiencing firearms for the first time, children would always feel a heart-pounding horror when faced with this sort of easily life-taking plaything. In his memory, besides the police, only those bad guys would have such toys. Songjian took a deep breath, tightly gripping the cold, metallic glowing handgun in the drawer and lifting it out. It's so heavy. Songjian frowned, his first impression of the handgun. Despite its small size, he couldn't lift it with one hand and had to use both to hold it firmly and aim it correctly. The moment Songjian touched the handgun, the initially floating personal attribute window suddenly disappeared, replaced by an item attribute window. A 3D model of the handgun was exquisitely displayed in the center of the screen with empty slots on the front, top, and bottom, as well as rows of attribute descriptions on the side. Equipment name, P18C fully automatic handgun rarity, white attack power, range damage 6 to 13, attachable devices, scope attachment, pistol front attachment, pistol magazine attachment optimal range, able to inflict maximum attack power of 13 points, 18 meters effective range, able to inflict at least minimal damage to an enemy, 65 meters weight, 1.2 kilograms total gun length, 186 millimeters magazine capacity, 7 rounds, currently loaded with 5 rounds. Equipment usage requirements, strength must be at least 5 points, stamina must be at least 4 points. Can it be taken out of the game? No combat points of the equipment. 5 Equipment description, small and powerful. This equipment can switch between semi-automatic and automatic firing modes. Take note, this equipment has a high rate of fire when set to automatic. It can empty an entire magazine of regular ammunition within a second. It actually requires a strength of 5 points or more. No wonder I can't lift it with one hand. Songjian thought to himself, it seems that even if players don't meet the equipment requirements, they can still pick up items in this game. However, the actual effect of using it would only be known to God. Beneath the item attribute description was a red system reminder. System, this item requires a strength of 5 points or more for efficient use. If strength is not met, there is a high probability of usage difficulty. If stamina is not met, using this item may cause significant self-injury. Songjian's face turned ugly. His strength attribute was too lousy, making it impossible to smoothly use even a handgun. He couldn't lift it with one hand and needed both hands to use it. Based on the system's suggestion, if the equipment requirements aren't met and the strength attribute doesn't reach 5 points, it's likely challenging to aim and hit distant objects, as the accuracy simply cannot be guaranteed. He opened the magazine and found 5 bullets. Songjian didn't know what they could do, but after reinserting the magazine, he placed the handgun in his inventory and continued searching for other supplies. Chapter 4, Understanding Skills in the 3-bedroom flat of around 130 square meters, which wasn't too large. Songjian finished searching in just a few minutes, looking through all possible places to stash supplies. Songjian took all the items he found to the living room. The same room where he first found the gun. 3 bottles of mineral water, 2 packets of compressed dry food, a gun magazine extension, 9 bullets, a bottle of Beijing preferred for its light attributes, a sip of which can boost energy recovery by 50%. As Song Jian looked at these items on the coffee table, he fell into deep thought, wondering what kind of game this was. Congratulations, you have collected all initial resources, mission complete. A robotic voice echoed in Song Jian's ear. Final mission for beginners, kill the mutant spider to complete the entire tutorial. As I thought, I do have to kill that spider. I knew it, this plot is so predictable. Song Jian grumbled while stuffing all the items he found into the storage bar. He first mounted the gun magazine extension onto one of the slots of the P-18C pistol. The pistol could accommodate 3 additional devices in total. Apart from the magazine extension, there should be a scope and a silencer that could be mounted, but at the moment, Song Jian had only found the magazine extension. After loading the 9 bullets he found, Song Jian took a deep breath and gripped the one weapon he possessed. If you are confident in your abilities, you can increase the game difficulty. The current game difficulty is easy, do you want to increase the difficulty to normal? The robotic voice suddenly suggested. Game difficulty, increase game difficulty? Song Jian faltered for a moment, then he snorted and muttered to himself, do you think I'm an idiot? Why would I make this harder for myself? Clutching the weighty firearm, Song Jian headed towards the bedroom. Just as he stepped into the bedroom, the system's voice sounded, player did not make a decision within the stipulated time, system defaulting option, difficulty level of this instance will be increased to normal. Song Jian shuddered and quickly replied, I was wrong, really, I was wrong. This game design is really amazing, the graphics are first-rate, the plot is also first-rate, even the system prompts are so user-friendly. I really like this game a lot. Would it be possible to? Difficulty level increase will commence in 10 seconds, 10, 9, 8. Friendly reminder, it is recommended to complete the tutorial before increasing the difficulty. Otherwise, the player's chance of dying will increase by 35%, 5, 4. After hearing the cold, impersonal voice of the system, Song Jian darted into the bedroom, holding the gun with both hands, and pulled the trigger at the face-sized mutant spider. Bang! Severe pain shot through Song Jian's wrist. The firing recoil of the pistol was larger than he expected and beyond the control of someone whose strength attribute was only a 4. The bullet went directly into the body of the mutant spider and exploded a light green fluid due to his close proximity. Even though the strength attribute did have a significant influence on accuracy, missing at such a short distance was almost impossible. The mutant spider, seemingly having just woken up, had a yellow bar above its head which instantly turned blood red, radiating a faint light. Squeak! With a shrill cry, the mutant spider looked at Song Jian. A pair of compound eyes flashed a strange light as it spewed a putrid liquid from its mouth. Damn, shouldn't spiders be spewing silk instead of saliva? Song Jian was taken aback. He quickly leapt aside to evade, and the nasty liquid hit the wall behind Song Jian, immediately letting out a sizzling sound. When he turned around, the necrotic black area on the wall that was hit by the pus kept crumpling, soon resulting in a deep, fist-sized pit. This is so toxic. Song Jian was incredibly shaken. If a rank 1 monster is already this insane, the higher-level monsters must be able to kill him in one strike. Game difficulty enhancement is complete. Current difficulty level is normal. All monsters will initiate attacks and players will receive a slight increase in the odds of obtaining treasure. The difficulty level will revert after the tutorial is completed. Have fun playing. The system announcement sounded. From outside the window, suddenly came the sounds of mournful wolf-like howling, seeming as though all the monsters had suddenly gone berserk. Song Jian's mouth was bitter, but he wasn't able to pay attention to it. First, he needed to kill the mutant spider at present. Bang, bang, bang! With 13 bullets remaining in his gun, Song Jian rapidly pulled the trigger, thereby firing off 4 bullets almost simultaneously from his gun barrel. Fortunately, the distance was close. Not one of the bullets missed, all of them hitting the body of the mutant spider. After firing those 4 bullets, Song Jian felt as if his right arm was about to break from the pain. His hand holding the gun trembled violently, feeling like his heart was about to burst out of his chest the next moment. A mournful cry came out from the mutant spider as it fell from the spider webs, twitched a few times, and then no longer moved. Song Jian flopped down on the floor, trembling slightly, as he threw the gun to one side somewhat in disbelief of what just happened. I actually fired a gun. Song Jian said to himself. Up until just now, Song Jian had only seen firearms in games and movies. He had never even held one, let alone fired one. Right at this moment, a blinking red dot appeared before Song Jian's eyes. When he focused on it, a semi-transparent screen appeared before him, detailing the battle statistics like a waterfall. Begin battle. Replay. Your normal shot dealt 19 physical damage to the mutant spider, gaining 100% threat. The mutant spider is now targeting you. Mutant spider deployed its skill, Venom Spray, on you. Your nimble dodge resulted in no damage. Your normal shot dealt 16 physical damage to the mutant spider, gaining 100% threat. The mutant spider is now targeting you. Your normal shot dealt 11 physical damage to the mutant spider, gaining 100% threat. The mutant spider is now targeting you. Your normal shot dealt 13 physical damage to the mutant spider, triggering a weak effect, gaining 100% threat. The mutant spider is now targeting you. Your normal shot dealt 45 physical damage to the mutant spider, resulting in a critical strike due to the weak effect, reducing the mutant spider's health to 0. The mutant spider is dead. System, you have killed the mutant spider, gaining 100 experience points and advancing to level 1. System, you have dealt effective damage to the mutant spider 3 times or more. Learning skill, firearms, handgun, basic. System, you have completed the tutorial, and may now leave the safe house and explore the city. Enjoy the game. Chapter 5, it can actually move. The large mutant spider flipped over, its legs twitched a few times, and then there was no movement. Beside the mutant spider lay a bronze ring, radiating a dazzling white light. This ring looked like a simple bronze band with no embellishments. Songjian walked over and picked it up. As his gaze fell on the ring, its properties automatically appeared before Songjian's eyes. Ring of Strength, White, Equipment Effect, Strength +1, Level Requirement for Equipping, Level 1, can it be taken out of the game? No. Although the ring only increased his strength property by a small amount, it was better than nothing. Moreover, once equipped, Songjian could meet the equipment requirements of the handgun and put it in his equipment bar. Killing the mutated spider, completing the novice tutorial, and leveling up along the way was quite smooth. But what puzzled Songjian was that although his level had gone up, his attributes didn't increase at all. Instead, he only gained a skill point. Carelessly, he added the skill point to his firearms, handguns, basic skill. The passive skill had gone from level 1 to level 2. Originally, it only increased handgun range damage by 5%. After adding a skill point, the effect had become damage increased by 10%. Firearms, handguns, basic, passive skill, level 2, increases the damage of handgun weapons by 10%. As for the initial skill Thick Skin, Songjian had selectively forgotten about it. After putting on the Ring of Strength, instantly a warm current spread throughout his body. He felt as though his strength had increased somewhat. The P-18C handgun he was holding also seemed somewhat lighter. It was miraculous. This gear is really useful. Oh right, I also have a newbie gift pack. Songjian thought to himself. Opening his bag, the newbie gift pack, which was originally sealed in the first slot, could now be opened. After staring at the newbie gift pack for 3 seconds, 2 options appeared on the pack, open and destroy. Seeing the open option and opening it, the gift pack shone brightly and disappeared. In its place were 3 items, a zombie town map, 100 rounds of 0.23mm generic handgun bullets, and a white quality tiger fang dagger. Songjian first opened the map and began to examine it closely. This map looked a bit old with some signs of tearing on the edges. Clearly, it was a small piece torn from a larger map, and this small piece was the map of the city where Songjian was currently located. The pre-apocalypse name of this city was no longer known, and on the map, this city has been renamed Zombie City. Songjian first located his own position on the map, represented by a small blue triangle in the southeast corner of the residential complex known as the New Garden Residential Area. Heading north from the residential area is a commercial street, and behind the residential area is a leisure square called Camel Square. Southern of the Camel Square again, there's a vast residential area. After crossing this residential area, there is a city loop highway. Crossing the highway, the city's edge is reached. Further beyond that the portion has been torn off, clearly beyond the scope of the city. After taking a closer look at the map and remembering the nearby locations, Songjian put the map away. The handgun bullets are identical to the ones he found in the room. But he was particularly fascinated by the tiger fang dagger. This dagger has a blade length of 16.5 centimeters. The blade's surface is smooth and tapers up to form a point, a traditional spear-shaped blade wielding great penetration power. With a thick spine accompanied by a row of serrated ridges like tiger's teeth, the thin blade flashed with a chilling light. Holding it up to examine carefully, a chill emanated from the dagger, causing Songjian to sneeze involuntarily. Hey, this is a good thing. If I could take it out and show it to Song Yu, he'd be drooling for sure. Songjian chuckled and equipped the dagger in his equipment bar. It's a shame really, this dagger can't be taken out of the game, so there's no way to show off in front of Song Yu. Even though he had obtained this dagger, Song Jian was clear in his heart that the chance of using this dagger was very small. He didn't have the courage to stand face to face with the monsters in this game, using the dagger to fight. Courage isn't something that Leona could give him. After resting for a while, Song Jian, with his gun in hand, walked towards the living room door. There was nothing left in this room to search for, so to continue playing, he had to leave this safe house and search the city. Pushing open the heavy security door, Song Jian smelled a strong stench of blood. After hesitating for a moment, he still stepped out of the room. With a click, a crisp sound was heard from behind. Song Jian felt a chill, suddenly remembering something unpleasant. Damn it, I didn't find the keys to this room when I searched. Now the door is closed, and if I run into danger, wouldn't I lose my hiding place? Clang, clang. Struggling to push the security door, Song Jian was near tears. It wouldn't open. Warm reminder. You have completed the novice mission. You can choose to leave the game after 12 hours in the game. Before leaving the game, please choose a relatively safe place. Otherwise, when you log in again after logging out, you may be in danger. If your game character dies, your physical body in the real world will also be eliminated. A cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in Song Jian's ear, startling him. Looking at the tightly shut door, Song Jian was helpless. Why didn't you say that sooner? The elevator in the building was already broken, and all the doors of the rooms were closed. With Song Jian's current strength, he probably couldn't break in at all. Now, all he could do was leave the building. Pushing open the door to the stairwell on this floor, a strong smell of blood rushed towards him, accompanied by a rotten smell of corpses, which made Song Jian frown. Walking down the dim staircase, he had just descended 2 stories when Song Jian suddenly froze, stopping in his tracks. On the staircase 1 floor down, about 5 or 6 steps away from him, lay a ragged corpse. Judging by its appearance, this corpse must have already been dead for quite a while. Its cheeks were exposed to the bone, and an arm seemed to have been eaten away. Bare-chested with bite marks all over its body, its innards were scattered all over, spreading a foul odor. At the same time Song Jian saw this body, it also started to move, shaky and trying to struggle to its feet. After half a day of effort without success, it had to lay flat on its 4 limbs, slowly crawling towards Song Jian. The moment the body started to move, a line of blood-red text emerged above its head. Level 1 mutated zombie, weakened during the day, vitality, 56 out of 112 inches. Damn it, it really is a zombie, it can move. Sweat drenched Song Jian's body as he lifted his gun and repeatedly pulled the trigger. There were 9 bullets left in the gun, and Song Jian fired them all, the mutated zombie's body spraying out gouts of unidentified liquid as its vitality points were rapidly reduced to 0. After the mutated zombie died, its body rapidly decomposed, as if a transparent flame was burning on its body, soon turning it into a pile of black ash. Around the pile of ash, 4 items radiating light appeared, 3 of which were glowing gray and 1 was glowing white. The item drop rate in this game is pretty high, haha. Song Jian's eyes lit up as he picked up the 4 items. Chapter 6, Is this your relative? Only after Song Jian picked up all 4 items did he realize that the dropped items weren't as good as he'd imagined. Zombie leather, zombie tusks, zombie meat, what the hell are these crap? Song Jian, with a disgusted look on his face, glanced at the 3 items emitting a grayish glow in his hands, and almost threw them away on the spot. Zombie leather, gray, material, can be used to craft equipment, use requirement, possesses armor-making skill. Zombie tusk, gray, material, can be used to concoct potions, use requirement, possesses potions-making skill. Zombie meat, gray, material, can be used for cooking, use requirement, possesses cooking skill. After thinking for a while and suppressing his revulsion, he put the 3 items into his inventory. Song Jian's attention then fell on the very last item emitting a white glow. Puppet card, zombie, can summon a level 1 zombie as a puppet. The puppet cannot be leveled up, it dies when its hit points drops to 0, and it cannot be summoned again after death. Puppet? Zombie? One-time usage item. What's this crap? Song Jian held the card between 2 fingers, his lips curled down in dissatisfaction. The fighting ability of the zombie he'd just killed was simply too pathetic. Song Jian didn't even consider it worth his time. Looking back, he had been a bit nervous earlier, firing all the bullets in his gun at the first sight of the monster. Even though he managed to kill it, he probably wasted more than 3 bullets in the process. Such a weak zombie would theoretically only require 3 to 5 bullets to kill, but Song Jian had emptied all 9 bullets in his gun. If he hadn't run out of bullets, he would probably have wasted even more. Of course, this was understandable. The game was designed to be incredibly realistic, making it easy to forget that it was just a game after all. With the card in his hand, Song Jian thought it was useless to keep it as it was. It would be better to summon it as a meat shield. He focused his eyes on the card, and soon, Two options appeared on it: use and destroy. After staring at the use option for a moment, the card in his hand started to heat up, becoming too hot to hold. Song Jian casually tossed the card aside. The next second, as it hit the ground, it disappeared, and a stinky zombie, similar to the one he had just killed, materialized next to him. The moment the puppet zombie appeared, Song Jian's face turned green. The stench was so bad it almost made him vomit his gallbladder out. The zombie monster he fought earlier had at least 3 or 4 meters distance between them. It stank, but it was bearable. However, this summoned puppet zombie appeared right next to Song Jian. The smell was something only those who've experienced it would understand. It was horrendously repulsive. Get the hell away from me. Song Jian attempted to kick the zombie away. He lifted his foot, hesitated, then put it back down. He remembered the pus that squirted out when the bullets pierced the zombie's flesh. If his kick landed, it wouldn't be much different from stepping into a pile of poop. Just when Song Jian was being hesitant, the puppet zombie surprisingly crawled a few rounds forward. It's actually obedient. Song Jian's eyes lit up. Stand up, walk a few steps forward. Song Jian ordered. Indeed, the puppet zombie stood up and took a few steps forward. It seemed like Song Jian got himself a new toy, and he was having a blast. Lift your leg, put it down, left hand 6, right hand 6, draw a circle with your left leg, then draw another circle with your right. Jump, jump, jump. With a thud, the puppet zombie tumbled to the ground, with a damage number of -2 floating above its head. Song Jian paused, unable to resist checking the attributes of this puppet zombie. Song Jian's puppet zombie, weakened during the day, attack, 3 to 6, halved, defense, 1 to 2, halved, health, 54 out of 112, halved, movement speed, 3, halved, skills, fight, inflicts 5 points of damage to the target and causes an additional 3 points of damage per second for 5 seconds. Also, it has a chance of inflicting the zombie poison effect on the target. Zombie poison reduces health by 2 points per second. Upon death, the victim turns into a zombie. What a piece of junk, way too weak. Song Jian skimmed through the puppet zombie's stats, huffed, and expressed. He thought, how could it be taking damage from falling but serve as a tank? However, it occurred to him that the zombie was currently in a weakened state during the day. Perhaps it would recover at night, and if all attributes doubled, it would be slightly stronger than the giant spider in the room. Move ahead, scout the area. Song Jian commanded. The puppet zombie sluggishly marched forward with Song Jian following from a safe distance, holding his nose as they moved towards the other rooms on the floor. This building was a skyscraper with 31 floors. The room Song Jian had appeared in was on the 26th floor. Going downstairs, he searched each floor thoroughly. However, not until he reached the 9th floor did he find a room with a door that could be opened. During the search, Song Jian heard unusual sounds and low growls from several rooms, suggesting zombies were lurking inside. Song Jian's pistol initially could only hold 7 bullets, but with the expanded clip, it could hold 14. If he was careful, he could deal with 2 to 3 zombies at a time. Plus, a puppet zombie at the front could act as a shield. As long as Song Jian didn't do anything rash, he should be safe for now. Coming out of the staircase and turning a corner, Song Jian's eyes lit up. This floor was home to 4 households. 3 of their doors were fastened tightly, except one. It was ajar, and underneath it lay a female body. Keep moving. Head for that room. Song Jian ordered. The puppet zombie moved slowly towards the half-opened door. As soon as it neared, the motionless female body on the ground suddenly twitched and rose. Her face twisted into a menacing expression as she growled at the puppet zombie. Take her down. Song Jian shouted, simultaneously raising his gun to aim at the female zombie. Roar roar. Both zombies stood face to face, opening their mouths and growling at each other. Take her down. What's the matter? Is she your relative? Are you guys having a chat now? Song Jian yelled. Thump, thump, thump. The zombies began to attack each other with hands and mouths. It wasn't long before a sickening smell saturated the hallway. Puke, puke. This stench can't be topped. Song Jian almost retched, desperately suppressing his nausea. He took aim at the female zombie and fired. Bang! A gunshot echoed, the female zombie's head jerked back, and a thick green liquid sprayed from her brains. A blood-red damage number, 48, floated above her. Just as Song Jian was preparing to take another shot, the puppet zombie launched a bite at the female zombie's neck. A scream pierced the air and the female zombie collapsed, her body disintegrating into black ash. Was that a critical hit just now? Song Jian seemed a bit slow on the uptake, looking at the ash on the floor and muttering to himself. Chapter 7, Taking advantage of a bargain. Song Jian opened the battle playback information. You used a handgun to attack, hitting the weak point, head, of the mutant zombie, and inflicted 48 points of physical damage, critical hit, on the target. Your puppet zombie used a skill bite, causing 5 points of damage, and the mutant zombie's vitality was presently 0. The mutant zombie is dead. System, you killed the mutant zombie and earned 110 experience points. System, you used a handgun to effectively damage the mutant zombie. Your skill proficiency in gunpowder weapon, handgun, basic, has slightly improved. Hiss, indeed, zombies' weakness is their heads. How did I not realize this earlier? I've wasted quite a lot of bullets. Song Jian was regretful at that moment. If he had known earlier, he would only need 2 shots at most to kill a zombie. He had already wasted at least a dozen bullets. Despite receiving 100 universal handgun bullets from opening the newbie gift pack, if he didn't conserve his use, he would eventually run out of bullets. This was a big city, and the number of zombies was probably in the millions. After killing this mutated zombie, there was no loot drop. Song Jian curled his lips in disappointment and walked towards the half-opened security door, starting to search the room. After spending more than an hour, Song Jian searched all the accessible rooms in the entire building, but the loot he found was not much. It consisted only of some food and drink that could help to reduce hunger and thirst, but he found no equipment at all. However, Song Jian did encounter 7 or 8 mutant zombies during this time. Each time, he aimed for the zombies' heads and shot, causing a critical hit. He then commanded his puppet zombie to rush forward and fight the target, which allowed him to quickly kill the zombies. It was both safe and efficient. After killing 7 or 8 zombies, his puppet zombies finally succumbed, turning into a pile of black ashes. The puppet zombie's vitality could not recover. Once it was gone, it was gone. After withstanding attacks from 7 or 8 creatures of a similar level, its vitality was finally depleted. Song Jian's level increased by 1. As expected, he only gained 1 skill point. Song Jian didn't hesitate at all and added this skill point to gunpowder weapon, handgun, basic, raising this skill to level 3. The power of short firearms increased by another 5%, and he gained an additional accuracy +2 attribute. As for the initial skill thick-skinned, Song Jian shrugged. There's a shopping street right outside the building where Song Jian was. Although there were a few residential buildings nearby, he spent over an hour without much to show for it, and thus, he was not interested in them. Upon leaving the building, he saw rows of shops across the street. Right in front was a shoes gold shop. Looking through the shop's floor-to-ceiling windows, a thick layer of dust covered the counters. Gold jewelry was discarded inside like trash, surprisingly untouched. Song Jian looked around and saw the wide street was deserted. Large blocks of cement on the road had cracked, and weeds waist-high grew out of the crevices, making it look very desolate. If only I could take the things in that gold shop out of the game. With this in mind, Song Jian couldn't help but walk towards the jewelry shop. Just then, there was a sudden noise in the distance. He turned to look, and his entire body instantly tensed. He widened his eyes in disbelief. A man in his pajamas was running down the street, littered with scattered trash bags. He was panting as he ran, tightly clutching a baseball bat that emitted a faint blue glow. Chasing behind him were a group of raggedly dressed, stench-emitting mutant zombies. They were staggering along unsteadily but persistently, maintaining a distance of 5 or 6 meters from him. The zombies were slow but relentless in their chase. There were probably around 50 to 60 zombies in the group, which were growling and continuously pouring out from the surrounding lanes and streets. It seemed as if they were trying to encircle the human from all directions. Song Jian swiftly moved aside, hiding behind the wall. Going up against so many mutant zombies would be suicide. I think I've seen that guy before. Song Jian thought to himself. He took a deep look and recognized the man. He had seen him a few times before. He was a security guard in the building next to the cosmetics company where Song Jian worked. He had seen him assist with parking cars. However, he couldn't recall his name. Don't follow me, don't follow me. The man's face was filled with terror. Looking back, a mutant zombie appearing from a narrow alley was only 2 or 3 meters away from him. Die, die. Seeing the zombie rushing over, the man suddenly mustered up the courage. He swung the baseball bat in his hand and fiercely hit the zombie closest to him in the head. The hit was so hard that it instantly killed the zombie. With a crack sound, the zombie's head broke apart like a watermelon, and the headless body staggered for a moment before falling to the ground and turning into black ash. However, this moment of hesitation was enough for 5 or 6 zombies to leap at him. The man let out bone-chilling screams as the subsequent wave of zombies descended and began to rip into his body. The crunch-crunch sound was incessant. Song Jian felt a chill down his spine. His palms were sweating, and his body was slightly shaking. Not long after, the man's screams gradually faded, only leaving the gnawing and growling of the zombies. Soon, the group of zombies lost interest in the man's corpse. The body, now filled with the zombie virus, soon moved. He pushed away the zombies on his body, slowly stood up with a blank look, and joined the group of zombies. He had become one of the mutant zombies. So becoming a zombie after getting bitten by one is true. Song Jian thought to himself. A group of zombies stood dumbly on the street. Once they lost their target, they quickly dispersed. It was already evening. The sun was not so harsh, but the zombies still didn't like the daytime environment. They hid in alley corners and other dark places. The man who was bitten to death was still circling the baseball bat he had dropped. Looking at the faint blue glow radiating from the baseball bat, Song Jian's eyes lit up. It was a blue-grade weapon, even more powerful than his gun. It can kill a zombie in one hit. Song Jian was tempted. Hey, what's that? Song Jian shifted his gaze and quickly discovered another item. Not far from the baseball bat, there was a pile of black ashes. Next to the ashes, there was an item glowing green. Though too far to see clearly, the green glow was rather eye-catching. Another green-grade item, what luck? Song Jian thought to himself. This green glowing item was dropped by the zombie the man had killed instantly. All of it now benefits Song Jian. The zombie that the man had turned into was only about a dozen meters away from Song Jian, within the firing range of his pistol. He lifted his gun and took aim. Bing, there was a crisp sound, and a thick green liquid shot from the zombie's head. The head tilted back abruptly, even its movement paused for a moment. Before it could react, Song Jian pulled the trigger again. The bullet penetrated the zombie's skull, and another stream of green liquid shot out. The zombie's body suddenly ignited, quickly turning into a pile of black ash. Chapter 8, Unexpected Joy. The zombie in front of him, apart from providing Song Jian with 110 experience points, did not drop any other items. However, at this point, Song Jian didn't care about the drops from this regular mutant zombie. Song Jian's gaze was firmly locked onto the baseball bat and the item emitting a green light. Newbie baseball bat, blue, two-handed weapon, attack, 13 to 21, strength +2, armor break +1, special effect. When attacking the target's weak area, there's a certain chance of a lethal hit. Equipment requirement, strength above 5 points, agility 4 points or more. Can it be taken out of the game? No. Song Jian discovered to his shock that the equipment requirements for this baseball bat were higher than that of his gun. His strength attribute could meet the requirement because of the ring of strength, but he was lacking in agility. Unable to meet the equipment requirements would mean he wouldn't be able to put it into the equipment slot, and the equipment's effect would not be fully utilized. Even if he tried to use this baseball bat as a weapon with difficulty, its power would be greatly reduced, and he could easily hurt himself. My newbie equipment is of white quality, but this guy is so lucky to get a blue quality equipment. However, unfortunately, I ended up being the one to benefit. Song Jian thought to himself. From the looks of this baseball bat, Song Jian's body attributes were much worse than the man's from earlier. Since he couldn't use it, he could only keep it in his bag. By now, Song Jian's bag was gradually filling up with mostly everyday items. Fortunately, duplicate items could be stored stacked, otherwise, Song Jian really wouldn't know what to do with all these supplies. Subsequently, Song Jian picked up the item emitting a green light, which surprisingly turned out to be a fist-sized green fruit. Attribute fruit, green, effect, eating it will give 1 free attribute point. Usage requirement, none. Can it be taken out of the game? Yes. This is actually a fruit that increases attribute points, and moreover, it can be taken out of the game. This is the first time I've encountered an item that can be taken out. Looking at the green fruit in his hand, Song Jian was slightly excited. The green fruit was slightly sweet and melted in his mouth, turning into a warm flow that entered his stomach and then spread throughout his body. It was extremely comfortable, just like taking a hot bath. Looking at the attribute interface, there truly was an added line that read free attribute points, 1, which could be added to any attribute of his choosing. Song Jian's eyes fell first on charm, 7 points, which were his highest attributes and also the attributes he cared the most about. However, no matter how high his charm attributes were now, they wouldn't help him reasonably survive in the game. After considering for a while, Song Jian eventually gritted his teeth and added this free attribute point to agility. Thus, his agility reached 4 points, which meant he could use the baseball bat. After increasing his agility by 1 point, Song Jian easily placed the baseball bat in his equipment slot. As the baseball bat was a two-handed weapon, Song Jian had to place his gun at his waist for now. Now, Song Jian had 3 weapons, the baseball bat in his hand, the tiger fang dagger hanging from his left waist, and the pistol on his right. It was only when equipment was placed in the equipment slot that they could be fully utilized. Otherwise, even if held in hand, the equipment's attributes would not be added to Song Jian's stats. Currently, Song Jian could only equip 1 main weapon and 2 auxiliary weapons. The main weapon could either be one-handed or two-handed, but the auxiliary weapons must be one-handed. I'll find a mutant zombie first and test the power of this baseball bat. Song Jian swung the baseball bat a couple of times and thought to himself. Song Jian was no longer afraid of mutant zombies like before. As long as he wasn't surrounded by a large group of them, there was absolutely no danger. The only thing that disgusted him was the strong stench emitted by the mutant zombies. The baseball bat was longer than an adult's arm. Song Jian was certain he could hit a zombie's head before it could reach him. Just then, from Zhu Xiaofu's gold shop not too far away, a noise sounded. Looking over, there were 3 mutant zombies ramming aimlessly within the shop. Some glass counters were being smashed casually by them, making clanging sounds. The mutant zombies that were chasing him earlier all hid in nearby alleys or rooms due to broad daylight. There were only 3 zombies in Zhu Xiaofu's shop. The number was just right. For Song Jian, it was a good opportunity to test the power of his baseball bat. He stepped towards Zhu Xiaofu's jewelry shop. As soon as he entered, the closest mutant zombie detected his presence. It wobbled as it turned and walked towards Song Jian. The remaining 2 were further away, outside of alert range, still aimlessly wandering about. The zombie's alert range is just 3 meters. Song Jian observed and internally noted. Swinging the baseball bat with a boom sound, the mutant zombie's head exploded like a watermelon, instantly emitting a more pungent stench. This damn thing is like hitting shit. Song Jian's face turned even ghastlier. Though the smell was nauseating, the baseball bat did pack a punch that thrilled Song Jian with the exhilarating sensation of killing with a single blow. The other 2 mutant zombies caught wind of the noise and began to slowly move towards the commotion. They hadn't sensed Song Jian, they were just attracted by the noise. However, once Song Jian entered their alert range, like voracious maggots, they would relentlessly chase their target until their death. While the 2 zombies leisurely approached, Song Jian directly charged at them, swinging his baseball bat. The zombies hadn't reacted before they were all knocked down, turning into black ash. System, you have used the baseball bat to inflict more than 3 effective damages on a mutant zombie. Learn the skill, Cold Weapon, Club, Basic. Cold Weapon, Club, Basic, Passive, Level 1, increases weapon power of clubs by 5%. Seeing the system prompt, Song Jian had a thought. It seemed that he could certainly master a related passive skill as long as he effectively attacked a creature 3 times with a weapon. With this thought in mind, Song Jian looked at the tiger fang dagger hanging on his waist. Since there were no more creatures in the vicinity for now, he decided to find one later to test whether he could master a dagger-related skill. After killing 3 mutant zombies and carefully checking, there were no dropped items. Song Jian frowned. He looked at the overturned display counter next to him, gold rings, and gold necklaces randomly scattered on the floor like rubbish. It was rather poignant for Song Jian. Normally, these would be worth a good amount of money. But in a zombie city, all the gold jewelry, presumably, wouldn't be worth as much as a pie of bread or a bottle of mineral water. Nevertheless, the jewelry pieces were indeed magnificent. The novel designs were very likable. What was more astounding was that after so long, the jewelry surfaces were still shining brightly, showing no signs of decay or antiquity. If I could carry these out of the game, I would be rich. Song Jian regretfully picked up a gold necklace. Surprisingly, it discovered it wasn't merely a gray item. However, it had a property that took Song Jian by surprise. Gold necklace, miscellaneous, fineness, 24K, weight, 11.6 grams, effect, charm +1, equipment requirement, female, can it be carried out of the game? Yes, this gold necklace can actually be taken out of the game? Song Jian was thrilled. He carefully searched and found that all the jewelry in here was miscellaneous, and several items could be carried out of the game. I'm rich. Song Jian smirked. After selecting for quite a while, Song Jian picked several heavy gold bracelets and stuffed them into his package slot until it was full. Even the last gold-rimmed slot was filled with a pair of heavy gold bracelets. Phew, this trip, if I can safely exit the game, will at least make me upwards of tens of thousands. Song Jian thought contentedly. The only regret was that these pieces of jewelry, not of the same type, couldn't be stacked. One slot could hold only one item. This made Song Jian a little regretful. Chapter 9, Doomsday Supermarket. Following Commercial Street while slowly searching, broken and messy cars were parked haphazardly everywhere. Many had collided with each other and were burned into wreckage. The sky was growing darker, and mutated zombies began to emerge on the streets, making Song Jian feel uneasy. During the daytime, the zombies' attributes were halved and he could handle them. However, at night, their attributes would recover, increasing their attack, defense, and speed twofold from what they were previously. He didn't know if he could still defeat these monsters. I must speed up my leveling progress, or else I'm afraid I won't make it through the remaining few hours, Song Jian thought to himself. Although zombies had poor vision, their sense of smell and hearing were incredibly sharp. If he couldn't find a safe place to hide, wandering around like this would easily attract large numbers of zombies. Being cautious and hunting each individual zombie took more than an hour. Finally, before it was completely dark, Song Jian managed to reach level 3. At the same time, by using the Tiger Fang Dagger, Song Jian gained a passive skill called Cold Weapon, Dagger, Basic, which increased the damage dealt with dagger-type weapons by 5%. Upon leveling up to level 3, he gained only 1 skill point and no attribute points, which left Song Jian feeling somewhat disappointed. Without attribute points, he couldn't improve his intrinsic qualities, and the advantage of being at a higher level wasn't as significant. Having no other choice, Song Jian spent the newly acquired skill point on Cold Weapon, Club, Basic, increasing the damage by another 5%. After all, the highest damage weapon Song Jian currently possessed was the baseball bat he was holding. Furthermore, despite spending so much time searching, Song Jian hadn't found a single weapon or even bullets. He now had fewer than 100 bullets, and once they were used up, the pistol would become a useless chunk of iron. It was better to take this opportunity to practice more with cold weapons. Having only searched a few shops on Commercial Street, Song Jian found that all were filled with worthless miscellaneous items. Most were already ravaged by zombies. The valuable ones were probably taken away before the apocalypse occurred. Song Jian couldn't even find a piece of bread or a bottle of mineral water. As night fell, all the monsters roared skyward simultaneously, and their auras increased sharply, alarming Song Jian. Seeing the growing number of monsters, Song Jian became more cautious and didn't dare to linger on the streets. With no other option, Song Jian returned to the same residential building where he had first entered the game. He chose a room with an open door, closed it behind him, and then pushed some heavy furniture against the door, only then feeling somewhat safer. The room was on the 3rd floor, and through the window, he could barely see the zombies on the street. By now, there were more and more zombies on the street, with at least hundreds densely packed together. Their speed had also increased, and Song Jian wasn't confident he could outrun them. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a series of pounding noises resounded from the room's door, followed by the low growls of zombies. Song Jian's heart leaped into his throat as he realized that a zombie had detected his presence and was pounding on the door, trying to get inside. The heavy objects behind the door made it impossible for the mutated zombie to barge in, and after a while, the zombie was probably attracted by something else and slowly turned away. Song Jian relaxed, letting out a long sigh of relief. By now, more than 3 hours had passed since he had entered the game, and Song Jian's hunger and thirst levels had risen to over 60 points. If they reached 100 without eating, his vitality would begin to drop, and once his vitality points were gone, he would die. Feeling hungry, Song Jian pulled out a compressed dry rations bar and a bottle of mineral water from his bag and began to eat slowly. It seems like this is how things will be today. If I can make it to daylight, I'll be able to leave this game, Song Jian thought to himself. Originally, after entering the game, Song Jian had vowed that if he could safely leave, he would never return. However, now, seeing the glittering gold jewelry in his bag, he began to waver. These gold bracelets could all be brought out of the game, and if they were genuine, their value would be at least several 100,000, even if sold cheaply, bringing in more than tens of thousands in profit, a far more lucrative prospect than his day job. Let me think about it. If I can really bring them into reality. Song Jian didn't know what choice to make, so he decided not to think about it and find a place to sleep until daylight. Looking down from the window, the number of zombies on the street seemed to have increased. They were densely packed, wandering aimlessly on the streets. At night, it's best to avoid conflicts with these zombies. Otherwise, once surrounded, I might not even be able to escape, Song Jian thought. Scanning with his eyes, Song Jian suddenly saw a vague figure floating above a distant building. The figure defied gravity and floated about 3 or 4 meters above the rooftop, facing the direction of the moon. In front of the figure, a faint silver glow drifted toward it, seemingly attracted by some force. The glow then slowly merged into the figure's body. Is it absorbing the essence of the moon? It's becoming a spirit. Song Jian was dumbfounded, deeply shocked by the scene before him, which completely overturned his view of life. This is a game, this is a game. Song Jian quickly recited to himself, and the shock in his heart slowly disappeared, replaced by the perspective of a player observing the figure. I can't even handle regular zombies at night, let alone this monster that has become a spirit. It could probably kill me in an instant. I'd better hide well. Safety first, Song Jian whispered to himself as he retreated into a corner of the room and lay down. Closing his eyes, the scene of the figure floating in the air and absorbing the essence of the moon replayed in Song Jian's mind. His ambition also began to grow like a weed, slowly taking root and germinating. As Song Jian lay in bed, he quickly fell asleep. The growls of zombies from outside the window and the sound of them dragging their bodies and hitting the walls and doors in the hallway made it difficult for him to sleep peacefully, tossing and turning with a frown. In reality, it wouldn't be a problem not to sleep in the game. However, Sleep could speed up the recovery of vitality points. In the early stages without potions, most people relied on sleep to recuperate from their injuries. As time passed bit by bit, the bored and restless Song Jian suddenly saw a dazzling light appear before his eyes. Sitting up, he realized that the light came from Camel Square outside the window. Song Jian rolled out of bed and looked out the window. Through the window, he saw a brightly lit three-story building in the center of Camel Square. What the hell is that? Song Jian rubbed his eyes vigorously and stared at the building. This building didn't exist during the day, and now it seemed to have appeared out of thin air. On the roof of the three-story building was a huge sign with the words "End of the World Supermarket." Surrounding the sign were neon lights of various colors that continuously flickered. That building wasn't there during the day. I remember clearly. But now. A chill surged up Song Jian's back, and his sleepiness vanished in an instant. A building that wasn't there during the day, a supermarket that didn't exist, suddenly appeared at night. It was too eerie. However, Song Jian soon revealed a bitter smile on his face. I forgot that I'm in the game right now. With zombies running everywhere, what's so surprising about a supermarket appearing out of nowhere? Even if a spaceship suddenly appears and aliens come out, I won't be surprised. Song Jian muttered to himself. At that moment, a rectangular LED screen under the End of the World Supermarket sign suddenly lit up, displaying a line of scrolling text: End of the World Supermarket Grand Opening Promotion. Get a membership card with 1,000 points. Use points to buy any discounted items in the supermarket. Discounted items available include attribute fruits, various guns and ammunition, daily necessities, 80% new Kevlar bulletproof vests, martial arts secret scrolls. Chapter 10, Entering the Supermarket. Although it was just a game, the sudden appearance of a large supermarket out of nowhere still made Song Jian feel a bit awkward. However, looking at the LED screen advertisement, as long as he applied for a membership card, he would get 1,000 points, and he could also buy discounted items. These discounted items look pretty good. Slurp. Song Jian stared intently at the LED screen, seeing a large number of second-hand discounted items on it, his mouth watering. Other than food and mineral water in the packages, there are also a lot of materials dropped by mutated zombies. All of them are of great quality. I don't know if this supermarket will take them. Thinking about this made Song Jian even more eager to visit the apocalyptic supermarket. However, the constant groaning of mutated zombies in the streets reminded Song Jian to stay calm. The apocalyptic supermarket seemed like a fish bait in a pond. If Song Jian were to act rashly, there was a high probability he would be chased by the fully recovered mutated zombies with nowhere to run or hide. Wait a bit longer, just a bit longer, in a little while, it will be daybreak. Song Jian looked at the neon lights of the supermarket not far away, comforting himself. Fearing to rush out and be killed by the zombies, but also fearing that waiting until daybreak would cause the apocalyptic supermarket to suddenly disappear, Song Jian felt like an old stock trader stuck in a losing situation, looking at the fluctuating stock prices, wanting to cut losses but afraid of a rise, holding on but afraid of a fall, indecisive as if a big hand was clutching his heart. Out of sight, out of mind. Time to sleep. When the sky was slightly bright, and the sun had not yet risen, with just less than an hour before leaving the game, the mutated zombies in the streets began to instinctively hide in dark corners. Song Jian rolled out of bed and rushed to the window. Thank goodness, the supermarket is still there. His anxious heart finally calmed down. Song Jian took a deep breath, grabbed the baseball bat, pushed away the heavy furniture blocking the door, and carefully walked towards the apocalyptic supermarket. A mutated zombie was wandering in the corridor, probably hiding in there unintentionally as dawn approached. Song Jian charged straight, swinging his baseball bat, viciously striking the nearest zombie's head. Thump. A dull collision sound resounded, and the mutated zombie's head jerked up with a 57-point critical hit number popping out above it. Just as Song Jian was about to swing his baseball bat again, the mutated zombie had already charged in front of him. The rotten muscles on its face and the stench wafting from its body made Song Jian feel the threat of death. Dropping the baseball bat, Song Jian directly pulled out his pistol, pressing it against the zombie's head, and fired 2 shots, turning the zombie into a pile of black ash. Hiss, that hurts. Ignoring the items dropped by the zombie, Song Jian looked at his arm. His sleeve had been torn into shreds, and 3 scratch marks appeared on his shoulder, slowly seeping blood. When searching for supplies, Song Jian had found many daily necessities but had not found any medicine for treating wounds. It's a zombie. Song Jian looked at the scratches on his shoulder, feeling his heart go cold, and quickly checked the battle record. You used the baseball bat, hit the mutated zombie's weak spot, head, and dealt 67 points of physical damage, critical. Mutated zombie dealt 12 points of physical damage to you, with a slight zombie poison effect. Your skill Thick Skin was effective in resisting this poison attack. You used the pistol, hit the mutated zombie's weak spot, head, and dealt 38 points of ranged physical damage, critical. You used the pistol, hit the mutated zombie's weak spot, head, and dealt 4 points of ranged physical damage, critical. Mutated zombie's health reached 0. Mutated zombie dies. System, you killed the mutated zombie and gained 110 experience points. Injury from zombie poison, thick skin, phew, that's a relief. Songjian sighed and felt that the pain in his shoulder had subsided somewhat. This thick skin skill sure is useful here with zombies all around, as I'll be exposed to the poison anytime. I should level up this skill whenever I get a chance to stay safe. Songjian thought to himself. The sky was only slightly bright now, and the sun hadn't risen yet. The mutant zombies hadn't lost half of their attributes, so the newbie baseball bat couldn't kill them in one hit, giving the zombies an opportunity to counterattack. Besides, this attack revealed an unexposed weakness of the baseball bat, slow attack speed. There was at least a 1-second gap between two attacks, enough time for Songjian to use his gun for over 2 shots. This is why he immediately dropped the bat and drew his gun when the mutant zombie charged at him. Songjian's clothes were quickly stained with blood on one side of his body. It looked terrifying, but in reality, his health had only dropped by 12 points, with over 80% still remaining. As his wound healed slowly, Songjian took off his blood-stained clothes and threw them away. Bare-chested, he cautiously headed out, fearing that the strong smell of blood would attract the zombies outside. Apocalypse Supermarket was located at Camel Square behind the residential area. Songjian held onto his baseball bat and carefully dodged the mutant zombies as he walked forwards. After 10 minutes or so, he arrived at Camel Square. The Apocalypse Supermarket now stood entirely in front of him. It looked no different from other supermarkets in the city. Songjian approached the supermarket entrance and found the glass doors tightly closed. Through the doors, he saw a vast sales area filled with various goods on the shelves. Strangely, there wasn't a single person inside, no cashiers, no stock clerks, and no customers. The entire supermarket was brightly lit, with no mutant zombies nearby. It seemed as if they were afraid to approach this place, which gave off an eerie vibe. As Songjian walked towards the entrance, a beep-beep sound came from above the glass doors. A green laser shot out before he could react, scanning him from head to toe. He was startled, but the green laser eventually retracted. A red light above the glass doors flashed twice and turned green, opening the supermarket doors automatically. After a moment of hesitation, Songjian stepped inside. "Is anyone here?" Songjian shouted loudly, but everything was quiet. Thinking for a moment, Songjian gritted his teeth and walked into the supermarket, which looked much larger on the inside. He couldn't see the end of the aisle opposite him. Take a membership card before consuming. Picking up merchandise without a membership card will have consequences. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in Songjian's ear, startling him. Looking around, Songjian saw a machine similar to an ATM next to an empty service desk. The screen was on, and at the top of the display was an option for membership card. This was a touchscreen self-service terminal. Songjian walked up, and there were several options on the screen, so he tapped membership card. The screen flashed, and all the options disappeared. On the blue screen, several large words appeared: Mission, kill 10 mutant zombies and collect 10 mutant zombie cores. Place the 10 zombie cores in the recycling bin next to it to complete the task. Mission reward, Apocalypse Supermarket membership card. Below these words, there were 2 options: accept mission and decline mission. Hiss. I have to complete a mission to get a membership card? Songjian gasped. Chapter 11, The game's darling daughter. Getting a supermarket membership card here even involves completing tasks. No wonder this place is deserted. Membership cards from other supermarkets are given for free. Songjian couldn't help but complain. In reality, if you went to get a supermarket membership card and the receptionist said, "Sorry, sir, you must first complete a task, kill 10 stray cats roaming the city to acquire our supermarket membership card." What the hell? Songjian would definitely turn around and leave without a second thought if he encountered such a supermarket, which would probably go bankrupt soon. However, the products in this supermarket were so appealing, what could he do? "I'm just as frustrated," Songjian expressed. With no choice, Songjian had to leave the supermarket. There was less than half an hour left to the 12-hour mark, and the sky was gradually lighting up. In about 10 minutes or so, the sun would rise, cutting the abilities of all mutant zombies by half and making it much easier to kill them. However, there was no certainty if this suddenly materialized post-apocalyptic supermarket wouldn't just disappear in the next moment. When Songjian would have completed the task, the post-apocalyptic supermarket could disappear, then what's the point of completing the task? Leaving the post-apocalyptic supermarket, Songjian headed towards an unexplored residential area across Camel Square. This neighborhood consisted of 6-story buildings and detached houses. It would thus be easier to search for supplies or hunt for mutant zombies here. Even before he approached the residential area, he heard the low growls of mutant zombies. It seemed as though there were quite a few of them. Damn it, is it another newbie player attracting a group of mutant zombies outside? At present, these mutant zombies haven't been weakened. Song Jian was startled and hesitated to go forward. Just then, a little girl who looked to be about 10 years old, wearing a white dress and running with one athletic shoe, rushed out from the opposite street corner. She was heading towards the direction of Song Jian. Behind her, there were more than a dozen mutant zombies about 7 to 8 meters away from her. They were baring their teeth and claws while growling lowly. The little girl was wielding a small crossbow and was occasionally shooting at the pursuing mutant zombies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crossbow didn't seem to require reloading or bolts at all. She only needed to pull the trigger. The crossbow bolts fired were even more powerful than Song Jian's pistol. Each time the little girl turned around to take a shot, a mutant zombie with 5 or 6 crossbow bolts in its body would crumble into black ash. The dropped items were ignored by the girl who continued to sprint towards the post-apocalyptic supermarket. Upon seeing Song Jian, the girl appeared startled, but her shocked expression quickly turned into delight when she recognized that he wasn't a mutant zombie. "Help me, these monsters are chasing me." The girl's face pleaded with Song Jian. Alright. Don't panic, just stay calm." Song Jian was internally panicking. There were more than a dozen zombies approaching, and if they swarmed him, he would surely be chewed down to his bones. Just then, it seemed like the zombies sensed something. They stopped on the edge of Camel Square, continually growling and roaring in his direction, yet they dared not venture one step further. What are they afraid of? Song Jian looked around, finally landing his gaze on the post-apocalyptic supermarket. Are they afraid of this supermarket? This was the perfect opportunity to exterminate them. Song Jian raised his pistol, aimed at the closest zombie's head, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang. He killed each mutant zombie with 2 shots. After reloading his clip 3 times, he had exterminated more than a dozen mutant zombies, leaving behind a bunch of items glowing with an iridescent light. Though it felt exhilarating, those bullets would soon be running out. Song Jian only had about 50 to 60 bullets left at this point. These dozen mutant zombies had increased his experience bar by more than 2/3. Killing another 4 or 5 could level him up. Alright, they're all taken care of. Song Jian flashed the young girl a small smile, announcing. As he looked at the girl, the smile on Song Jian's face froze. The little girl was pointing her crossbow at him, giving him the chills. Little girl, why are you pointing that at me? It won't be good if it goes off by accident, put it away. Song Jian softly suggested. You won't kidnap me and sell me, right? The girl asked serenely. No, not at all, how could I? Song Jian wiped his sweat, responding hurriedly. You won't steal my snacks, toys, or other things, will you? No, I won't. You're not like those monsters who want to grab and bite me, are you? No, I'm not. I'm a player like you, not a monster. Okay then. After carefully considering Song Jian's words, the little girl seemed to decide to believe him. She stowed away her crossbow, bowed to Song Jian, and said, Thank you, uncle, for saving me. You're a good person. Phew. The direct dismissal caught Song Jian off guard. Huh, uncle, huh? Alright then. Speaking of which, was that weapon you were using silver quality? It seemed rather formidable. Song Jian intentionally asked casually while walking towards the slain zombies. When the little girl appeared, Song Jian's attention was first drawn to the petite crossbow in her hands. Emitting a silver glow, it was undoubtedly a silver quality weapon. Song Jian had came to understand the quality tiers of equipment in the game: gray, white, green, blue, and silver. Silver is evidently the best while gray is the worst. Anything worse than gray would be junk, and Song Jian speculated that there probably was a gold tier higher than silver. As for whether there existed equipment higher than gold, he didn't know since he was still new to the game. After posing the question, the silence was overwhelming. Curious, Song Jian turned around for a look, only to be scared senseless. That little girl was holding her crossbow, aiming it directly at Song Jian's back and looking extremely cautious. What? What are you doing? Song Jian blurted out in fear. Are you trying to steal my beginner weapon? The girl stared at him suspiciously. What? How can that be? I have my own weapons, look, 3 of them. Song Jian instantly felt awkward. He quickly showed her the baseball bat in his hand, and the dagger and pistol around his waist as he spoke with cold beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The little girl gazed at Song Jian's 3 weapons for a long time, then asked with suspicion, Is that so? Of course, of course. How could I steal from a little girl? You really are. Song Jian swallowed his spit, thinking about a silver crossbow. One glance at it and it was clear it was not an ordinary weapon. a powerful weapon with a high attack speed. If it hit him, it might kill him outright. Damn the game for giving such a dangerous weapon to a little girl. Are you the game's darling? Chapter 12, Cooking Techniques. The little girl stared at the 3 weapons on Song Jian's body and pouted after a moment, saying, "Although you have many weapons, they are ugly to death. They are not as beautiful as my hand crossbow." As she spoke, the little girl showed off her hand crossbow by shaking it twice. A silver glint rippled with the shake, sprinkling out countless silver fine powder, looking quite stunning. In the game, the higher the item's grade, the more magnificent its appearance. Even without a surface glow, one could guess its quality just by looking at its shape. The silver quality hand crossbow had intricate patterns carved on its surface, making it look much more elegant than Song Jian's baseball bat or pistol. Adding the silver glow on top of that was enough to make Song Jian feel somewhat self-conscious. Song Jian bent down to start picking up the dropped items from the zombies, beginning with 10 zombie cores. For this, he took off a gold bracelet from his wrist and placed it on his hand to make room for the zombie cores. As for materials such as zombie skeletons, zombie sharp teeth, and zombie flesh, they could be stacked together with the ones in his inventory. Zombie skeletons were small jade-like white bone sections, seemingly carved from white jade, heavy and metal-like in hand. Zombie sharp teeth were fang-like pieces as long as a finger, looking as beautiful as the canine teeth of a large wild beast, also white and jade-like. As for zombie flesh, it was a palm-sized piece of thick muscle, without any trace of impurities. When held, it was quite elastic, and there was even a faint scent of fresh grass emanating from it. "Is that chunk of meat in your hand delicious?" The little girl who had been following Song Jian suddenly swallowed hard and asked softly, her eyes fixed on the zombie flesh in Song Jian's hand. Song Jian, startled by the girl's gaze, hurriedly took out a piece of compressed dry food and handed it to her. "Here, eat this. This is zombie flesh, and you can't eat it," Song Jian quickly said. Thinking about the disgusting smell emanating from the zombie's whole body, could the dropping flesh be edible? The little girl took the compressed dry food and began to nibble on it slowly, but she still seemed reluctant and said, "It smells quite good. It must be delicious. Can I just have one bite?" "You really can't eat it." Seeing the little girl's eyes, Song Jian felt a twinge of pain in his heart. She was so young and yet caught up in this damned game. He didn't know what those promoting the game were thinking, bringing such a small child into it a crime against heaven. "Oh, all right." The little girl lowered her head with a sad expression and continued to nibble on the compressed dry food, her eyes occasionally glancing at the zombie flesh in Song Jian's hand, clearly still unable to let it go. Just as Song Jian was about to put the last item into his inventory, he suddenly remembered that the zombie flesh was listed as a cooking ingredient, suggesting that it could be used as food. With this thought, Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he said to the little girl, "Let's go find a place, and I'll cook the zombie. I'll cook this meat for you." Hearing Song Jian's words, the little girl's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly stuffed the remaining compressed dry food into her mouth, almost choking on it. She nodded at Song Jian again and again, showing a sweet smile. Song Jian didn't know how long the city had been abandoned, but after searching 7 or 8 rooms, he hadn't found a usable kitchen. Song Jian walked in front while the little girl followed closely behind. Along the way, they encountered many zombies, and with their cooperation, they killed them all without injury. Song Jian found that if both players dealt damage to the same zombie, the experience gained would be proportional to the damage inflicted. Moreover, the total experience of the 2 players would be 20% more than what one player would get. Clearly, the game encouraged cooperation. Finally, Song Jian found half a can of liquefied gas in the kitchen of a restaurant, as well as some edible oil that didn't smell strange. He then began to process the zombie meat simply. Zombie flesh required a cooking skill to use. Though Song Jian didn't have that skill, frying a piece of meat was no problem. In a short while, the first piece of fried meat was ready. Song Jian didn't know if it tasted good or not, but perhaps due to the ingredients, the fried meat smelled tantalizing and appetizing. Just as Song Jian put a piece of fried meat onto a plate, a faint milky white light began to emanate from its surface. Fried meat, white color, food, effect, out of combat. After eating for 30 seconds, it can increase 60 points of hunger, vitality recovery speed increased by 10% for 1 hour. Phew, I didn't expect it to be a piece of food with attributes. Song Jian was overjoyed inside, and thinking of the zombie bones and sharp teeth in his inventory, he also began to yearn for the skills of leather working and potion making. Just then, a red dot appeared in the upper right corner of Song Jian's vision, blinking. When Song Jian focused on the red dot, a semi-transparent message window appeared in front of him. System, congratulations to the player for independently completing a cooking process and obtaining a food item of white quality or higher, including white. You have comprehended the cooking skill. System, congratulations to the player for automatically comprehending the fried meat recipe. Cooking proficiency has increased by 30 points. From now on, there is a certain chance of increasing the food's grade when making this food. Is this for me to eat? The little girl's face showed joy and excitement. She stared at the plate unblinkingly, sniffing the aroma in the air. For you. Songjian handed the plate to the little girl, watching as she grabbed chunks of hot meat and put them in her mouth, feeling an inexplicable sense of joy. Watching the little girl enjoy her meal, Songjian had an idea. He opened his inventory and saw 6 pieces of zombie flesh remaining. Reigniting the fire, pouring oil into the pan, he resumed cooking. System, you cooked a white quality food item fried meat, gaining 1 point of proficiency in the cooking skill. System, you cooked a white quality food item fried meat, gaining 1 point of proficiency in the cooking skill. After spending more than 20 minutes, Songjian finished all 6 pieces of fried meat. He stuffed them all together into his inventory. Without any healing potions, these fried meats could act as healing items, though their effects were weak. It was better than nothing. By this time, the little girl had finished the entire plate of fried meat. Rubbing her stomach, she let out a satisfied burp and said, "Burp, I'm so full, it's delicious." Songjian smiled slightly, about to speak when the system's prompt sounded in his ear. Congratulations to the player for successfully surviving 12 hours and obtaining the surviving against all odds achievement. System, players can exit the game within 30 seconds. If the time is exceeded, the next exit opportunity will be in 12 hours. System, please choose a safe area to exit the game, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Being able to exit the game, Songjian breathed a sigh of relief. However, looking at the little girl beside him, he began to hesitate. Chapter 13, Villa. How could such a young girl be lured into this game? The person who sold the game to her must have bad intentions. It must be because the little girl is so young that the system gave her a silver quality newbie weapon to balance the game difficulty. But, even if she is left here alone with a silver quality newbie weapon, it would still be very difficult for her to survive. Having eaten her fill, the little girl seemed very satisfied. Seeing Songjian watching her, she showed him a sweet smile. "What's your name?" asked Songjian. "Care." Hesitating, the little girl whispered. But she quickly added, "Mommy doesn't want me to tell strangers my name, but it's okay since Uncle is a good person. Just don't tell my mommy that I told you my name." Songjian slightly smiled, nodded, and continued to ask, "How much longer until you can leave the game?" "Check the countdown on your attribute page." After a while, Care sighed and said, "More than 3 hours." Songjian frowned, a hesitant look on his face. The 10-second countdown had already started in his ears. If he missed this chance, he would have to wait another 12 hours to leave the game. "I haven't found a safe place yet. I'll find a safe place and then leave the game," Songjian finally decided. As the countdown ended, Songjian calmly told Care, "Let's leave this place. There's an apocalypse supermarket at Camel Square. There's a lot of stuff inside. I'll take you to get a membership card so you can buy many delicious things there." "Really?" Care's eyes lit up, but she quickly furrowed her brows and said, holding her belly, "I'm too full now, I can't eat anything." Songjian hesitated for a moment before reaching out to take Care's little hand. Care was startled but then passed her right hand to Songjian with a smile. The two headed towards the apocalypse supermarket together. By now, the sky was bright, and the sun had risen. The zombies hid in dark corners, their attributes cut in half. Even if 10 mutated zombies appeared at once, with Care's help, Songjian was confident he could kill them all from over 10 meters away. Hand in hand, they both arrived at the edge of Camel Square. Songjian looked ahead, his expression changing dramatically. In the center of Camel Square, there was no building at all, only a dried-up fountain. "That's not right, the apocalypse supermarket was supposed to be right here." Songjian stared at the debris-filled fountain pool, unable to believe his eyes. How could it have disappeared? Songjian's face grew pale. He suddenly thought that the apocalypse supermarket might be a rare event in the game that appeared and vanished suddenly. If he didn't seize the opportunity, it would just slip away. Taking a deep breath, Songjian opened the taskbar. Seeing that the task to acquire a membership card for the apocalypse supermarket hadn't disappeared or failed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since it appeared once, it will appear again. "I'll complete this task sooner or later," Songjian thought to himself. As he watched the rising sun, Songjian had a sudden flash of inspiration and thought, maybe it's because it's daytime. The apocalypse supermarket only appears at night, and when the sun comes up, it disappears. At night, it reappears. "Care, it seems the supermarket might only appear at night," Songjian told Care. "Then let's come back at night. My stomach is so full right now anyway." Care obediently said. Songjian nodded, beginning to look around. Right now, the most important thing is to establish a safe base first, and then slowly clear out the surrounding zombies. Song Jian thought to himself. Since the supermarket was nearby, Song Jian would not leave. Care had about 3 hours left in her game, and he had to set up a safe house in such a short period of time. Once Care's game time was up, she could leave safely from the safe house. Taking out his map, Song Jian carefully examined the area. The safe house had to be close to Camel Square so that he could observe whether the supermarket appeared. After some time, Song Jian finally chose a residential area across from Camel Square, which was the spot where Care had appeared. This residential area was mainly standalone villas, surrounded by 6-story buildings. On the north side of the residential area, there was a villa right at the edge of Camel Square, where one could easily see the center of the square. Deciding to turn this particular villa into his safe house, Song Jian dragged Care towards it. The villa seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. The exterior walls were covered in withered vines. Looking through the cracks, windows and doors were boarded up from the inside with thick wooden planks, blocking out even the slightest amount of light. This made it even more difficult for Song Jian to enter. After circling the villa a few times, Song Jian could not find a way to enter the house. Instead, he heard low growls and collisions of mutant zombies from within. It seemed that there were zombies inside the villa, and they had already detected Song Jian's presence. Zombies had an abnormal obsession with living creatures. Once detected, they would hunt them relentlessly. For zombies, living flesh and blood were like addictive drugs. However, once the zombies caught their prey and began to feast on their flesh, they would also inject them with poison. As soon as the poison spread throughout the body, the mutant zombies would lose interest in their prey, no longer continuing to devour the flesh, and let them turn into one of their own. After carefully listening for a while, Song Jian was sure that there was only one mutant zombie in the room, and he felt relieved. He guessed that this zombie was likely the original owner of the villa. Now the biggest problem was how to get inside the villa. The original owner had sealed the doors and windows so tightly that there was not even the slightest gap. There must be an exit somewhere. Otherwise, how could the people inside the villa go out and search for supplies? Song Jian thought to himself. From observing the sealed windows and doors, it was clear that the owner of the villa had survived for a long time after the apocalypse began. After searching carefully, Song Jian found a ladder more than 3 meters long in the courtyard of the villa, leaning against a tree. Looking up at the villa, he noticed a glass skylight on the sloping roof of the first floor. It had been covered in dirt for so long that Song Jian hadn't noticed it at first. I wonder if the entrance is through that skylight. Song Jian thought to himself. He moved the ladder and propped it against the villa's outer wall. Indeed, the length of the ladder was just right for someone to climb up to the first floor roof. Climbing up the ladder and reaching the skylight, he wiped off the dirt from the glass and looked down. Right below the skylight, there was another ladder, a sturdier metal triangular ladder, safer than the wooden one in the courtyard. However, the triangular ladder had already been knocked down and was lying horizontally on the floor. It's not a big problem. The skylight is less than 3 meters from the ground. With a little caution, it's possible to jump down directly. Song Jian thought to himself. He gently pulled the handle of the skylight, and it opened easily. At this height, ordinary mutant zombies would not be able to climb up, and the villa's former owner had not locked it either. In the living room of the villa, a mutant zombie was continuously slamming into the walls, trying to get out. It had already detected the presence of living people outside and was craving to feast on their flesh. Thud. Song Jian jumped down from the skylight, feeling a sharp pain in his feet. Although he had increased his agility a little, his current physical condition was that of an ordinary person. Jumping down from more than 2 meters high, his ankles could hardly withstand the impact. As soon as the zombie sensed Song Jian entering the villa, it immediately pounced on him. Chapter 14, What is that thing? Bang, bang. 2 bullets accurately shot into the mutant zombie's head, killing the monster. Although the power of the baseball bat was much greater than that of the pistol, capable of killing this half-attribute zombie with one strike, Song Jian really didn't want to experience the feeling of using a baseball bat to smash shit anymore. Ranged attacks are also safer. Song Jian thought to himself, you're already dead before you even get close to me. That feels pretty cool. After the mutant zombie died, it turned into black ash. The faint smell of corpses in the room slowly dissipated as well, and 5 or 6 items emitting a gray glow scattered around the ash. Song Jian first propped up the triangular metal ladder, went up to get Care, and brought her inside. Alright, this is our safe house from now on. When it's time for you to leave the game later, leave from here, Song Jian told Care. Okay. Care nodded, and her gaze quickly fell on the gray glowing items. Pointing at the ground, she said, meat, delicious meat. Song Jian picked up the dropped items and found that they were all zombie meat, which left him momentarily speechless. Is this supposed to lead me towards a career as a chef? Song Jian thought to himself. Despite being full, Care was still delighted to see the zombie meat emitting a faint scent of grass and greens. Her face was full of happy smiles. After putting the zombie meat into his bag, Songjian began searching the entire villa. It took him more than an hour to carefully search the 3-story villa. On the second floor of the villa, Songjian found a large pile of living supplies, various foods and drinking water that could satisfy 2 people for half a year. However, it's a pity that most of these foods and water had gone bad. Songjian had to throw them all away. In a bedroom on the 3rd floor, Songjian did find a double-barrel shotgun and a dozen shotgun shells. To store them, Songjian reluctantly took out 2 more gold bracelets. Beretta double-barrel shotgun, green, 2-handed weapon, attack 12 to 21, critical hit +1, equipment requirements, 5 points strength, 4 points constitution. Can you take it out of the game? No, the shotgun had 2 barrels side by side. It could be loaded with 2 bullets at a time. Although it had a longer reload time, its power was much greater than Songjian's P18C pistol, and it even had a critical hit +1 attribute. After finishing the search, Songjian returned to the living room. Care was sitting obediently on the worn-out sofa, with her hands supporting her on the sofa, and her head looking around, appearing very well behaved. All the doors and windows of this villa were sealed with sturdy wooden bars, not allowing for any sunlight to pass through. Heavy furniture was piled up behind the bars, so even at night, when the mutant zombie's attributes would recover, it would take a long time to break through the windows or doors. It was very safe. Huh, what's this? As Songjian was inspecting the doors and windows, he suddenly noticed a red border appearing around the edges of the doors and windows. Next to it was a line of text prompt, "Do you want to transform the room's main door?" Next to the text, there was also a row of main door diagrams that could be viewed by sliding. However, only the first door diagram at the front was usable in white, and the rest of the door diagrams were all sealed in red and could not be transformed. Wooden door, defense 200 points, requires 35 wood materials. Songjian's gaze locked onto the first door diagram, and soon, the materials needed to build this door appeared before his eyes. Behind the wooden door was a stone door, defense 500 points, requiring 50 stone materials, but the icon for this stone door was red, indicating that it couldn't be built. The current defense of this villa's main door was only 98 points. If it were a stone door, it would obviously be more secure. However, Songjian didn't know how to gather wood and stone materials at the moment. Then, Songjian carefully observed other parts of the room. As expected, like the main door, the other parts of the room could be transformed and upgraded into higher defense structures. Windows, walls, stairs, skylights, and even floors could all be transformed and upgraded. In this way, can I build a strong safe house to ensure my body's safety when I leave the game? Songjian's mouth curved up slightly, and he felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart, making him feel much more relaxed. This apocalypse survival game was very strange and life-threatening, but if one could persist in the game, there were also many benefits. Just the attribute fruit that could increase one's physical fitness made Songjian's heart race. This was a treasure that could directly enhance one's physical fitness. Perhaps I can gain the ability to fly and escape as mentioned in myths and legends from this game. Songjian's mind once again conjured the image of the monster floating in the air, constantly absorbing the essence of the moon. "Uncle, let's go out and fight monsters." "It's too boring in here," Care said suddenly, shaking her legs. "Fight monsters? Aren't you afraid?" Songjian asked curiously. Mutant zombies were quite terrifying for a 10-year-old girl. "Uncle, you're so childish. It's just a game," Care said with a contemptuous look on her face. "Care, how much longer until you can leave the game?" Songjian asked after a moment of silence. He didn't know if Care understood what it meant to have only one life in the game. "About an hour and a half, I guess." Care glanced at the game interface. "All right, Uncle will take you out to fight monsters," Songjian nodded with a smile, "but we can only fight for 1 hour. After that, we'll return here, and when your time is up, you'll go offline. Don't ever enter this game again, okay? Promise, Uncle." Care tilted her head as if contemplating. A moment later, she showed a smile and nodded. "Okay, Uncle, this game isn't that fun anyway. Care doesn't want to play it anymore. I won't play this game after I leave." Songjian nodded and carried Care as they began to climb a ladder, leaving the 3-story villa through the skylight. Outside the villa, there was a small yard about 5 or 6 square meters in size. It was surrounded by a fence that was around waist high. However, the surrounding fence had been damaged by now and was rotting away in the mud. The yard was overgrown with weeds and plants like ivy which covered several of the villa's exterior walls. The highest point had already surpassed the first-floor roof and was climbing towards the second floor. Care held the crossbow with both hands, crouched down, and looked around cautiously, closely following behind Songjian. Song Jian moved close to the wall of a building and cautiously peeked forward. Although mutant zombies had their attributes halved during the day, if they accidentally attracted the attention of a large number of zombies, Song Jian wasn't sure if they would be able to successfully escape back to the safe house. He hadn't forgotten how the man with the baseball bat had died. Upon reaching a corner, Song Jian cautiously poked his head out. What is that? Chapter 15, Mutant Beast Dog. A few dozen meters away from Song Jian, a monster, its body all rotten, with its dark red muscles and gray-white nerves exposed, was violently ramming the front doors of the surrounding houses. This monster looked like a big dog, half a man's height, with tentacles of an octopus on all four of its claws. Its eyes were bloody red, and bat-smelling drool dripped constantly from its mouth, reflecting a metallic chill from its saber-toothed fangs. Level 3 Mutated Canine Beast, Daytime Weakened, Vitality, 110 out of 220, Special Skill, Earth Teeth Assault, Skill Explanation, consumes 10 vitality points to concentrate canine-type gas on the ground and attack the target. Fixed damage is 50, has a chance to trigger a critical strike doubling the damage, attack range is 10 meters. Song Jian observed this monster for a moment. Above its head appeared lines of blood-red characters, displaying the monster's name and level as well as its vitality points. Beside it was a line of characters showing the monster's special skill. A level 3 monster already has skills? Song Jian was startled. With a range of 10 meters, it's impossible to escape once we start fighting. Even though this monster is weakened during the day, its vitality points compare to those of nighttime mutated zombies. Furthermore, it has a skill increasing its fighting power, making it potentially much stronger than the mutated zombies at night. Thump! The canine beast was fiercely ramming itself against the front door of a villa, causing the mutated zombies inside to growl. Attracted by the noise, the canine beast stopped advancing towards the next house and heavily rammed against the villa's front door again. The level 3 canine beast was very powerful. After ramming the villa's door only a handful of times, it managed to create a huge hole in the door. Once the door was broken, 3 mutated zombies came rushing out from the villa and attacked the canine beast, scratching and biting it relentlessly. The canine beast was incredibly fierce. Despite being attacked by 3 mutated zombies, it was still very effective in combat. After battering one such zombie away, it leapt forward and caught hold of the zombie's neck, shaking it aggressively. The canine beast's ferocity made Song Jian jump, and he immediately decided to retreat. Even if several Song Jians teamed up, they wouldn't stand a chance against such a monster. Just when Song Jian was pulling Care back and prepared to retreat, the canine beast had already finished off all 3 mutated zombies. The slain zombies didn't turn into black ashes, nor did they drop any loot. The canine beast scratched and gnawed at the corpses of the 3 zombies. Within a short period, it broke open their skulls and devoured their brains. Boss, it's certainly a boss. Care's eyes lit up as she tugged at Song Jian's clothes and quietly pointed at the mutated canine beast. We can't beat it. Song Jian shook his head and said to Care. Care looked disappointed, but she didn't argue, and obediently stayed by Song Jian's side. Song Jian pulled Care backward, preparing to retreat back into the safety house. Just then, a man crawled out of the opposite alley. He seemed to have targeted the mutated canine beast. Looking at Song Jian and Care, he raised his hand and shouted, Hey dude, you guys also play the game, right? Let's team up and kill the beast for loot. The man was wearing a white t-shirt and blue jeans, with a bronze long knife in his hand. He flagged down Song Jian and Care, trying to get their attention. A piercing howl sounded in the distance. Song Jian's face paled and he turned to face the mutated canine beast. The canine beast rushed swiftly towards the man. Clearly, not only did the man manage to get Song Jian's attention, he managed to draw the canine beast's attention as well. Holy shit, so fierce? Are the monsters in this game made to be this real? Kinda scary. The man yelled, a trace of fear on his face, but he didn't back off. Instead, he seemed raring to go. Hey buddy, let's take it down together, we'll split the loot. The man shouted at Song Jian. Song Jian hesitated. If he left, the man who had just entered the game would be unable to handle the canine beast on his own, and death would be the result. But staying behind, Song Jian had no confidence that, with 3 newcomers who had just entered the game, they would be able to kill this canine beast. A fang-shaped energy orb, gliding along the ground, charged towards the man. The orb emitted a milky white glow, and it slid on the ground at high speed. Shit, what's this? The man jumped in fright. Before he could react, the energy orb slammed into him hard. There was a bang, and the man was sent flying as if he had been hit by a speeding car. He crashed into the wall behind him, leaving behind a human-shaped bloodstain. The man slumped down, looking at the charging canine beast, an expression of despair in his eyes. I can't just stand and watch him get slaughtered. Bang bang bang! Song Jian raised his gun and aimed at the canine beast, pulling the trigger. Despite having the firearms proficiency skill bonus, his hit rate against the fast-moving beast was still too low. Of 6 shots fired, only 2 hit, splattering small blood spots on the beast. The canine beast's attention was immediately drawn to Song Jian. It stopped in its tracks, turned its head towards him, and let out a threatening growl, crouching low. Its blood-red eyes were radiating a murderous glow, and a foul-smelling drool kept pouring from its mouth. Its octopus-like claws writhing on the ground, it began to walk towards Song Jian with oppressive steps. "Here, shoot it!" Song Jian shouted, raising his gun and aiming at the beast, continuously pulling the trigger. The beast moved at the sound of the gunshot. It was both dodging and rushing at Song Jian. The P-18C handgun had a rapid-fire feature. Song Jian held onto the trigger tightly, doing his best to control the gun's recoil as he emptied all the bullets. But only 3 or 4 bullets actually hit the beast. Kara at the side was pale as a sheet, continuously pulling the trigger of her crossbow. For every bolt she fired, a new one would generate on the crossbow. It wasn't any slower than Song Jian's gun. However, Kara's accuracy wasn't as good as Song Jian's. By the time the beast reached them, it only had a single bolt lodged in its body. Click click, there was the sound of his gun hitting empty. Song Jian promptly smashed his gun against the beast's head, but it didn't seem to affect the beast at all. The beast was incredibly fast and now right in front of him. Song Jian quickly grabbed his double-barrel shotgun and shoved the barrel practically into the beast's mouth before pulling the trigger hard. Bang bang, 2 deafening sounds rang out as a flame burst simultaneously from the 2 barrels. It hit the beast, sending it flying backward 5 or 6 meters. It hit the hard cobblestone of the street, convulsing before making a slight explosion sound, quickly turning into a pile of black ash. System: you have killed the mutated canine beast and obtained 180 experience points. System: your experience fulfills the requirement to level up. Your level is now 3, and you have received 1 skill point. Was that a critical hit? Song Jian stared blankly for a moment, looking at the pile of black ash on the ground, barely believing his eyes. Such a brutal monster was effortlessly killed? Where the beast's corpse had vanished, a book emitting a milky white light lay on the ground. Song Jian's eyes lit up. A skill book? Chapter 16, Microtherapeutic Needles. Having spent over 10 hours in this game, Song Jian found that the loot drop rate in the game was pretty low. Moreover, the majority of the drops were mostly materials, and the chance of getting equipment was even lower. Even scavenging for supplies offered a much higher chance of acquiring equipment compared to battling monsters. However, when you discover and defeat a new type of monster in the game, the first of these new monsters to die often drops some pretty good items. For example, the first time he killed a mutated zombie, it dropped a puppet card, or like now when he killed the first mutated canine beast, it dropped a skill book. Picking up the skill book radiating a milky white light from the ground, Song Jian discovered that this skill book contained the same skill the mutated canine beast had just used. Skill book: Earth Teeth Assault, common, grants the skill Earth Teeth Assault upon use. Earth Teeth Assault, active, level 1, skill effect, shoots a tooth-shaped burst of energy at a target in front, dealing 45 to 55 points of damage. Has a chance for critical damage, cooldown time of 10 seconds. Skill cost: 10 vitality points. This was the first skill book Song Jian had encountered in the game. When he focused his gaze on the skill book, 2 options appeared on it: use and destroy. Without hesitation, Song Jian immediately learned the skill. Only after he had learned the skill did he suddenly realize that he didn't defeat this level 3 mutated canine beast alone. He had killed it together with Kara. "Kara, I'm really sorry. We killed this beast together, but I took all the loot," Song Jian said somewhat apologetically, feeling like a villain who had stolen a little girl's lollipop. "I promise, if I get any skill books that would suit you in the future, I will save them for you, okay?" Song Jian quickly promised. "Okay." Kara nodded expressionlessly and said, "But before that, you have to give me some tasty meat as interest." Song Jian heaved a sigh of relief, hurriedly took out all the roast meat, and handed it over piece by piece. Seeing so much roast meat, Kara's eyes slowly curved upwards and the smile she had been forcing finally spread across her entire face. "Ha ha, I forgive you, uncle. In the future, just remember to save the good stuff for me, ha ha." Kara patted Song Jian's arm and said loudly, Brother, help. Help me. Cough, cough." The man, leaning diagonally against the wall in the distance, groaned. "Damn, I almost forgot that there's another person here." Song Jian picked up the gun and quickly approached the man. The man was covered in blood and it was clear without looking that his vitality points were probably low, and he was definitely suffering from many negative conditions, such as fracture, weakness, bleeding, etc. Brother, help, please help me." The man's body was completely immobile, he had a pleading look on his face as he spoke to Song Jian. Song Jian examined him closely. The man's legs were broken, a large piece of his left rib had caved in, and he was constantly spitting out fresh blood. Damn, your injuries are pretty serious, bro. How much vitality do you have left? Song Jian sucked in a breath and asked. Normal people only have 70 to 80 vitality points. The Earth Teeth Assault skill of the mutated canine beast could deal 50 points of damage in a single hit, which was almost 2/3 of the health pool. Combine that with his continuous bleeding and his vitality points were probably in a very dangerous situation. The most important thing now is to stop his bleeding first. Otherwise, he'll bleed out soon and his vitality points will drop to 0, causing him to die. I have 18 left. Every dozen or so seconds, I lose one. Am I going to die soon? The man murmured as he spat out blood, looking as though he was on his last breath. I don't have any medicine to treat you right now. All I have is a piece of roast meat that can increase your vitality recovery rate by 10%, but you're still bleeding, so it's useless. For a moment, Song Jian felt quite helpless. The rate of vitality recovery in the game wasn't fast. The 12 vitality points that Song Jian had lost hadn't fully recovered yet. Although the wound on his shoulder no longer bled, the 3 scratches were still clearly visible. Use this. The man opened his palm and a syringe shimmering with a milky white light appeared in his hand. Miniature healing injection, white, medicine, usage effect, immediately increases the user's vitality points by 20, removes the bleeding effect, and reduces the severity of the user's injuries for the next 30 minutes. The man looked nervously at Song Jian, his heart pounding somewhat. Such a medicine could sometimes really save a life, and he wouldn't have let Song Jian help him use it if he wasn't currently on his last dozen or so vitality points, severely wounded and weakened, and unable to muster any strength. If Song Jian were to try and take this healing injection from him right now, he would be absolutely powerless. Huh, you actually found healing medicine? Lucky you. Song Jian seemed unaware of the value of the medicine, walked straight up to the man, took the syringe, rolled up the man's sleeve, and injected it into him. The medicine slowly entered the man's body, giving him an immediate feeling of relief. Thank you, my name is Wang Qi, and I owe you my life. Wang Qi felt a surge of warmth enter his body, his continuous bleeding stopped, and his vitality was restored to nearly 30 points. He was finally out of a life-threatening condition, which let him breathe a sigh of relief. My name is Song Jian said with a faint smile. Now that we're in this damn game, we have to help each other. Yes, help each other. Wang Qi sighed. His body shivered slightly and his complexion seemed to have improved somewhat. Here, I'm Care, take this. It can speed up your vitality recovery. Care walked up to him, handed him a piece of roast meat, but quickly retracted her hand, took out a dining knife from her bag, carefully cut it in half, and handed it back. She muttered quietly, half should be enough for you. Wang Qi was somewhat amused, but after seeing the attributes of this half piece of roast meat, he gobbled up the whole thing. The vitality of players can recover over time, but there's a prerequisite that the hunger and thirst level must be above 50%. Once it drops below 50%, vitality no longer recovers automatically. Uncle, my offline time is approaching. Care tugged at Song Jian's sleeve and whispered. Alright, Wang Qi's injuries won't heal soon, let's take him to the safe house too. Song Jian nodded and said. Thank you, brother. Wang Qi finally relaxed. In his current state, he would be completely vulnerable if left here alone. Any monster could easily take him down. With both legs and ribs broken, he really should be carried on a stretcher. But now there was only Song Jian and no stretcher, so Song Jian had no choice but to carry Wang Qi as they made their way to the safe house. Chapter 17, Terrifying Monster. It wasn't easy to get Wang Qi into the safe house, and Song Jian was sweating from the effort. There, buddy, you're safe for now. When the game time ends, hurry up and exit the game. Song Jian wiped his sweat and said to Wang Qi, who was lying on the living room sofa. Thanks, bro. You saved my life, Wang Qi said gratefully. After lying down for a while, Wang Qi propped himself up with his hands, changed to a more comfortable position, and looked around. Jian, this place you found is quite nice. Ordinary zombies would have a hard time attacking even if they discovered us. But if we encounter the canine monster we just saw, I'm afraid it would be quite dangerous here. Wang Qi spoke with lingering fear. Compared to mutant zombies, mutant canine monsters were not only much stronger but also extremely fast, with astonishing jumping power. Although they only had half their attributes during the day, they could easily jump more than a person's height. If it were night and their body attributes recovered, they could probably easily jump from the ground to the roof of the first floor of the villa and then enter through the skylight. Song Jian's heart sank. This was just a level 3 monster. If higher-leveled monsters appeared later, this villa wouldn't stand much of a chance. To survive, we must have a solid base, Song Jian thought. Alright, Care, Get ready to leave the game. Wang Qi, how much longer do you have before you can leave the game? Song Jian asked. I just entered the game, so I have about 10 more hours, Wang Qi said with a bitter smile. That's about the same as me. We can probably leave the game at the same time. But I'm going to go out and find some things now. Be careful on your own, Song Jian said, getting to his feet. Uncle, my time is up. My name is Li Ke, and I'm in the 4th grade at Starhu Elementary School. My home is... Ke was speaking when her figure slowly began to turn transparent. Although he could see her lips continue to move, he couldn't hear what she was saying anymore. It wasn't long before Ke's figure completely disappeared, as if she had never been there at all. Who the hell created this game? If I find out, I'm going to smash their company's windows. Wang Qi said with an ugly expression. With 2 broken legs, all he could do was lie on the shabby sofa for a long 10 hours. If he breathed a little heavier, pain would shoot through his ribs. His gaming experience was terrible. Stay here and don't move. I'm going to leave, Song Jian said, then climbed the metal ladder and left the room. After leaving the villa's courtyard and looking back, Song Jian thought, I must build the villa's gate as soon as possible, otherwise this climbing up and down is too inconvenient. However, Song Jian had no idea how to obtain the stone and would need it. He didn't know where to find them. Perhaps I can buy them from the Apocalypse supermarket. Song Jian thought as he walked towards the neighboring houses. For a novice, the most urgent thing was to search for supplies. Song Jian didn't dare to venture too deep into the residential area this time. If he encountered more than 2 mutant canines, he would likely be injured. If he encountered more than 3, there was a high chance he would die. Starting with the houses on both sides, he spent more than an hour searching 4 or 5 villas. Song Jian was sweating, but most of the items he discovered were low-quality miscellaneous items. Although these items had a low tier, they could be taken out of the game. However, these items were so worthless that there was no need to bring them out of the game. The few pairs of gold bracelets in Song Jian's backpack could be sold for more money. The only white-tier quality item he found was a military shovel. The blade of the shovel looked very sharp and seemed brand new. If no other weapons were available, the military shovel could also be considered a weapon, but its main use was for digging dirt. After thinking about it for a long time, Song Jian decided to take it, thinking it might come in handy when building a safe house in the future. Time went by quickly, and it was soon around 11 o'clock in the morning. The sun was directly overhead, the most yang-filled time of the day. The surrounding streets were silent, with no trace of monsters to be seen. Just then, a vibration came from far away, and even the ground of the street where Song Jian was standing began to shake. The tremor was rhythmic, as if caused by a giant walking. Looking back, Song Jian was dumbfounded. In the distance, beyond the elevated bridge, a huge skeleton over 100 meters tall walked slowly through a dense fog. Its figure was hidden and visible within the fog, and purple gold flames burned in its eye sockets. Song Jian could only feel his entire body trembling. Just one glance filled his entire body with fear, making every cell in his body crawl. In front of such a terrifying monster, Song Jian had no courage to even try to escape. It was like encountering a natural enemy. He couldn't move at all. His mind went blank, and he seemed to lose his soul. After a long time, Song Jian finally woke up from his fear. The giant skeleton monster had disappeared into the fog, and the ground was calm again. It was so horrifying. Song Jian wiped the cold sweat from his brow and muttered to himself, this should be just the novice village in the game, right? How could such a terrifying monster appear here? Song Jian wondered what kind of weapons would be needed to injure such a horrifying monster. His pistol and double-barreled shotgun probably couldn't even penetrate its defenses. There were just question marks above its head. I couldn't see its level or name. It was only now that Song Jian realized the giant skeleton monster had had a string of pale yellow question marks above its head earlier. Clearly, this monster was non-aggressive. The gap in strength between Song Jian and the monster was vast, and he couldn't gather any useful information. It took Song Jian a long time to drive the shadow of the giant monster from his mind. For a while, he dared not recall the image of the monster. Just then, a level 3 mutant canine appeared behind Song Jian. Its mouth was dripping with saliva as it slowly approached Song Jian, silent as a ghost. When it was about 5 or 6 meters away, the mutant canine let out a low growl and suddenly charged at Song Jian. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Song Jian was startled and rolled to the side without turning around, dodging the attack. By the time he stood up, the mutant canine was only 2 or 3 meters away from him. Gripping the baseball bat in his hand tightly, Song Jian fiercely swung it at the canine's head. With a thud, the bat hit the canine's scapula, and the canine let out a scream. Its right paw shot out and viciously clawed Song Jian's right rib, leaving a deep wound. In an instant, Song Jian felt a sharp pain in his rib, and blood slowly seeped out from the wound. Chapter 18, Earth Teeth Assault. The excruciating pain almost made Song Jian drop his baseball bat. The mutated canine beastman reared up and charged at him. Its two front claws clawed at Song Jian's body and its toothy maw bit down on Song Jian's neck. Song Jian horizontally placed the baseball bat to block the incoming bite, jamming it into the beastman's mouth and pushing it away. The putrid smell emitting from the beast's mouth nearly made him retch. The beast's claws squirmed on his body like octopus tentacles, with tiny suckers affixing tightly to his clothes. Off. Song Jian used all his strength, raised his leg and violently kicked the stomach of the beast. The pain made the beast even more frenzied. Its tooth-ridden mouth continuously tried to bite the bat, his sharp fangs grinding against it, producing an audible grinding noise. The baseball bat started to splinter and cracks began appearing on its surface. I can't keep this up, the baseball bat won't last long. Song Jian had a sinking feeling. He kicked the stomach of the beast once again, rearing back to deliver several additional kicks. Soon, the system made an announcement in his ear. System, after inflicting effective damage on the mutated canine beastman 3 or more times with your foot, you have mastered the skill, Kick. Kick, active, level 1, increases damage by 5% when using your foot to attack, with a probability to interrupt enemies' skills. The skill uses 5 vitality points. Song Jian didn't have time to check the newly acquired skill. Desperately kicking the beast while holding on to the bat to resist the beast's attempts to fight back, the beast bit down on the bat and swung it aside. A strong force spread up his arm accompanied by a searing pain in his palm, causing the bat to fly out of his hand. Clang! The beastman, shaking its head violently, sent the baseball bat flying far away where it hit a wall and emitted a slight cracking sound. Song Jian's heart sank even further. A thought crossed his mind as he quickly pulled out a double-barreled shotgun from his inventory and aimed it at the abdomen of the beastman before pulling the trigger. The recoil from the shotgun sent the beastman flying back, leaving behind a gaping hole in its abdomen where the decayed innards scattered across the ground. This shot rendered the beastman nearly dead, however, the massive wound in its abdomen did not seem to deter it. It quickly forced itself up from the ground. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Song Jian, seemingly trying to etch his face into its memory. Song Jian was unsettled by the beastman's vicious gaze. Canine beasts were known to hold grudges, and if he couldn't kill this one now, his sleep would likely be restless. Bang! Song Jian aimed at the beast and pulled the trigger, the bullet dug into its body. But this shot wasn't as powerful as the last one. The body of the beastman just slightly shook, then it bared its sharp teeth at Song Jian, emitting a low growl. System, after causing effective damage to the mutated canine beastman 3 or more times with a double-barreled shotgun, you have unlocked the skill, Firearms, Shotgun, Basic. Skill, when attacking with a shotgun or scattergun, damage is increased by 5%. Song Jian swung the empty shotgun away and swiftly switched to a pistol, aiming at the beast. Bang! 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 The sparking muzzle of the handgun fired off a series of bullets. The agile beastman shifted left and right, avoiding the bullets as it bolted for a room nearby. It charged through a glass door, disappearing from view as the bullets followed in its wake, hitting the ground, walls, and the frame of the glass door, causing sparks to fly. Click-clack! The empty click of the gun hammer filled the air, making Song Jian's brow furrow. His target was mobile and with more than a dozen rounds fired, not a single shot hit the beastman. It seemed that Song Jian's marksmanship left much to be desired against a moving target. Suddenly, Song Jian remembered that upon reaching level 3, he had gained a skill point which he hadn't used yet. He decided to attribute it to Firearms, Handguns Basic. However, when he opened the skills menu, he was confronted with a multitude of skills, 5 passive and 2 active, and for a moment, he was uncertain about where to allocate the point. Just then, the mutated canine beastman leaped through the window, sprinting away without looking back into a nearby alley. At this point, it only had less than 10 vitality points left. The rancid blood from its abdominal wound spilled as it ran, marking a visible trail on the ground. I can't let it escape like this. Otherwise, like a bone maggot, it could ambush me unexpectedly, anywhere, anytime. Song Jian's anxiety spiked. Suddenly, a wild thought struck him, and he forcefully slammed his right hand onto the ground. Earth Teeth Assault. A surge of heat quickly spread throughout his body, converging in his right hand. A ball of milky white energy gathered there, forming a fang-white glow in the shape of a stalagmite. Whiz! A sharp sound of cutting through the air rose as the fanged energy slid across the ground toward the mutated canine beastman at an incredible speed. With a boom, the beastman let out a pitiful shriek. Its body was launched into the air, flying several meters before crashing heavily onto the ground and convulsing. It didn't take long before its body was engulfed in transparent flames, quickly reducing it to a pile of black ash. 2 or 3 items with a gray glow, and 1 item with a white glow, appeared beside the pile of ash. Exhausted as he watched the beastmen disintegrate to ashes, Song Jian slumped down onto the ground, breathing heavily. Seems like this skill could only be used as a trump card, not as a normal attack method. Song Jian thought to himself. The Earth Teeth Assault skill was indeed powerful, but the consumption was also enormous. Executing the skill consumed 10 vitality points. With Song Jian's maximum vitality at 80 points, and considering his wound from the previous fight and recent attack from the mutated canine beastman, plus the amount expended for executing the Earth Teeth Assault, his vitality was down to 43 points, reaching the dangerous threshold. After witnessing the power of the Earth Teeth Assault skill, Song Jian immediately thought of allocating his skill points to this skill, only to find out that to level up an active skill using points, mastery of the skill must first be achieved. Behind the passive skills was a small plus sign. If he had skill points, it would glow gold, otherwise, it would be gray. However, behind the two active skills, Earth Teeth Assault and Kick, there was a long proficiency bar before the plus sign. To use skill points for these, the bar must be fully filled. Song Jian heaved a small sigh, allocating his skill point to the passive skill, Firearms, Handguns Basic. Firearms, Handguns Basic, Passive, Level 4, increases power of handguns by 20%, accuracy +2 upon reaching Level 4. The skill only added 5% more power with no new attributes. Sighing again, Song Jian moved towards the items dropped by the deceased beastman. Chapter 19, Explosively Stir-Fried Dog's Heart. The two gray items dropped by the mutant dog were the mutant dog's eye and a mutant dog's heart. The mutant dog's eye is a material for potion making, while the mutant dog's heart can be used for cooking. After putting both materials into his inventory, Song Jian's gaze fell onto the item of white quality. Dog's hide armor, white. Defense 5 to 8, equip requirement, level 3. Can it be brought out of the game? Yes, another piece of equipment that can be taken out of the game. A joyful expression appeared on Song Jian's face as he picked up the armor. He opened the equipment column and moved it straight into the slot. The moment the armor was fitted into the slot, a similar piece of hide armor manifested on the outside of Song Jian's clothes. The armor felt a bit large on Song Jian. As he was about to adjust it, the armor began to shrink slightly. In no time, it became a perfect fit. Song Jian twisted his body slightly, feeling quite satisfied. With this piece of armor, his safety when battling the mutant dogs will be greatly increased. He can't always rely on the thick-skinned skill to defend against attacks. After putting on the armor, Song Jian walked over to the baseball bat. He picked it up and saw the bat was broken at about 1/3 from the bottom, with the word damaged appearing in its properties. What a pity, after just a few battles, this blue-quality weapon is already destroyed. Song Jian, somewhat unwilling, tossed the damaged baseball bat aside. This was the first blue-quality weapon he ever got and it didn't last long. The weapons in this game are really prone to damage. His pistol wasn't as smooth to use as before, because in a desperate moment, he had bashed a dog's head with a pistol, causing it to collide with the hard skull of the dog. Although that didn't instantly destroy the pistol, it surely damaged some internal parts. He was afraid that it will become unusable after not too long. A sense within Song Jian told him that he might need to put more effort into finding weapons in the future. He placed his pistol and tiger fang dagger in the most accessible spots on his waist, clutched the double-barreled shotgun, and slowly began to hunt monsters. The shotgun only had 13 rounds left, but as long as he aimed at a zombie's head, one shot was enough to kill it. With the 13 rounds entirely exhausted, there were 13 piles of dark ash left behind Song Jian. The current Song Jian was already capable of handling more than 3 mutants at the same time without panic. Compared to the first day, he had become much more skillful, and was gradually getting familiar with the game. The zombies here were only level 1, giving less experience but with the advantage of safer battles. The drop rate appeared to lessen, with the 13 zombies only yielding 2 chunks of zombie flesh and 1 zombie fang, which could be used in potion brewing. The sun was slowly setting. When the bullets from Song Jian's pistol were also used up, he finally leveled up to level 4 and gained another skill point. But, with a shotgun and pistol out of ammunition, they had turned into mere decorations in his inventory. After thinking for a while, Song Jian chose to put this skill point into his thick-skinned talent. Thick-skinned, passive, level 2, skill effect, increases personal defense by 8%, resistance by 5%, and vitality points recovery speed by +1. Also increases resistance to negative effects such as mockery, charm, corpse poison, paralysis, and dizziness. Skill description: as a salesman, you have developed some immunity against denial and mockery, which further enhances your resistance and ability to resist status effects. Seeing the upgraded skill, Song Jian's eyes lit up. His own defense increased by 3%, resistance by 2%, and a bonus attribute of vitality points recovery speed +1. Compared to the other skills, this talent skill gave the best return for the skill point. Noticing that the sky was getting dark, continuing to kill monsters would mean using the Tiger Fang dagger and engaging in close combat. After a moment's hesitation, Song Jian decided to return to the safe house to wait for nightfall and the possible appearance of the Apocalypse supermarket. After returning to the safe house, Wang Qi was startled seeing half of Song Jian's clothes stained red. He struggled to sit up but was stopped by Song Jian. "Just lie down, you must be hungry after not eating all day. I'm going to cook something." Saying this, Song Jian headed for the kitchen. Wang Qi kept staring at Song Jian's back, looking deep in thought at Song Jian's worn armor. In the kitchen, Song Jian prepared the 2 pieces of zombie meat into fried meat. Then he took out the dog's heart, sliced it into small pieces, and decided to stir-fry it, hoping to grasp a new recipe. Without side dishes or seasonings, Song Jian sliced the dog's heart thinly. In no time, a plate of stir-fried dog's heart was ready. As soon as Song Jian poured the food onto the plate, the stir-fried dog's heart began to emit a faint, green glow. Green quality food. A feeling of joy flooded Song Jian's heart. Stir-fried dog heart, green, food, effect after 30 seconds of consumption in non-combat state, increases hunger level by 75. For the next 30 seconds, it will recover 1 vitality point per second. If damaged, the effect will be interrupted. System, you've learned a new recipe, stir-fried dog's heart. Cooking experience increased by 30 points. There is a certain probability of increasing the item rank when making this food in the future. System, your cooking skill has leveled up to level 2, Constitution attribute increases by 1 point. What a pleasant surprise. Song Jian smiled. He checked his attributes and saw his Constitution, which was originally 4, is now 5. His vitality points, which were initially capped at 80, are now capped at 100. Unfortunately, the increase in the vitality cap didn't refill the vitality points that Song Jian had lost. After pondering for a moment, Song Jian began to dig into the freshly cooked stir-fried dog's heart. After he finished eating, his vitality points began to restore by 1 point per second. In a short time, his vitality increased by 30 points. Although his vitality wasn't full, it reached over 80%, which was within the safety range. After a brief smile and a quick clean-up, Song Jian, with the pan of fried meat in hand, moved towards the living room. "Here, fried meat. Have some." Song Jian handed the plate and said. "Actually, at noon, I had a compressed biscuit." Wang Qi answered with a smile. Song Jian had been away from the safe house for 7 to 8 hours, and Wang Qi had been lying there all this time, bored out of his mind. "Hey, Jian, tell me, what kind of monsters did you see out there?" Wang Qi asked enviously, looking at Song Jian's armor. "This armor, was it dropped by a monster?" Chapter 20 Surgical Treatment. Seeing Wang Qi's eager appearance, Song Jian gave a small smile, nodding and saying, "Indeed, we fought monsters all day and only got this piece of equipment. It wasn't easy. Oh, one wish I could go out and fight monsters like you, Jian." Wang Qi looked a bit desolate as he glanced at his own legs. After Wang Qi's departure from the fight, his vitality slowly recovered, but his fractured condition couldn't be quickly removed without some form of treatment or a potion to cure the fracture. "How about one try to split it for you?" Song Jian looked at Wang Qi's legs and suddenly suggested. This idea came to him while cooking. Generally, these simple skills, he could pick up as long as he performed them completely once. If it wasn't for the fact that he truly didn't understand sewing or potion-making skills, Song Jian would want to give all of these types of skills a try as well. Concerning helping Wang Qi splint his legs, it should be quite a simple matter. All he needed to do was locate the place where the bones had fractured and then use a wooden board and some rope to secure it. Really? Can it work? Wang Qi seemed hesitant. Let's just give it a try. If a broken bone isn't stabilized, it can easily become displaced and get damaged further. Song Jian rose to his feet and started to rummage through the villa for some suitable wooden boards. After dismantling a wooden table and using his Tiger Fang dagger to whittle out 4 suitable wooden pieces, he tore off some cloth strips to act as binding ropes. Song Jian came back beside Wang Qi's legs and, while crouching, carefully felt where the fracture was. One of the greatest challenges in treating a fracture is realigning the broken bones. If not properly aligned, no matter how good the splint is, the victim will still be crippled. As Song Jian carefully felt the injured area, Wang Qi grit his teeth, gasping with pain. "All right, it should be here." Feeling that he had put the broken bones back together, Song Jian immediately secured the wood pieces on both sides of the leg using cloths. Song Jian felt a slight pang of disappointment when no system prompt sounded in his ears after a moment. "How do you feel?" Song Jian asked. "It hurts a little, and it's kind of sore and swollen. And I can't move my leg, it's just weird." Wang Qi looked rather odd. "All right, next one. Try moving your body up a bit. Song Jian glanced at the other leg and instructed. Jian, let's just forget it. In a few more hours, I'll be able to exit the game. Maybe by then these injuries will be fully healed. Wang Qi hesitated. The pain he experienced when Song Jian was fussing around with his leg was just too much. He had already broken out in a cold sweat. Let's give it another go. I've some experience now, so it will be quicker. Without saying a word, Song Jian gently lifted Wang Qi's body and placed his hands on the latter's other leg. Oh, Jian, be gentle, Wang Qi gritted his teeth, sweat seeping out from his forehead, his facial muscles contorting in pain. Hey, there we go. So, what do you think of my handiwork, huh? That butterfly knot looks pretty artistic, doesn't it? Song Jian dusted off his hands, rising to his feet. System, you have successfully bandaged a wound and acquired the skill, surgical treatment, active. Skill description. This skill restores 1% of the target's vitality points upon activation, and also has the chance to remove status ailments like bleeding, fractures, etc. Skill costs 3 vitality points. Hey, it worked. Song Jian's face lit up with joy. This skill could only restore 1% vitality points, but the most practical effect of this skill was its ability to remove status ailments, which was extremely important. Moreover, Song Jian believed that as this skill leveled up, the vitality points it would recover would increase. It restores vitality points according to the percentage. After reaching high levels, this will undoubtedly be more potent than those recovery potions. Song Jian thought to himself. Wow, little Jian, you really are incredible. Wang Qi suddenly looked surprised, then said, the system message said that my legs have been treated. After resting for 3 hours, they will be fully healed. Haha, do you think I'd trick you? So, do you trust me now? Song Jian laughed heartily. I trust you, little Jian, can you treat this area too? Wang Qi hurriedly shifted his body, lifting his shirt to reveal his ribs. There was a large depression on the side of his ribcage, at least 3 ribs seemed to be broken. Come on, let's give it another try. Now was the time to improve his skill proficiency, why shouldn't he try? After all, he wasn't the one in pain. Song Jian's hands pressed on the wounded area of Wang Qi's ribs and he silently invoked surgical treatment. A milky white glow emerged from his hands and entered Wang Qi's ribs. This time, he didn't even need to use a wooden board or cloth strip, he directly healed the broken ribs of Wang Qi. However, this kind of healing only looked fine on the surface. Wang Qi still needed to rest for 3 hours for a complete recovery. Amazing, little Jian, it didn't hurt at all this time. And there's a cool feeling, wow, this is incredible. Wang Qi exclaimed in surprise. It's all right. Song Jian looked at his own vitality points and felt a bit of a headache. Why do these active skills have to consume vitality points? What's the use of my spirit points, the blue energy bar? Is it just for show? Is there some kind of bug? Maybe I should report it. After treating Wang Qi, not long passed before his game time was up. Little Jian, my 12-hour period is almost up. I really have to thank you this time. If it wasn't for you, I might have died already. Wang Qi gratefully said to Song Jian. That's all right. This game is quite peculiar, you should avoid entering it if you can. Song Jian shaking his head and replied. Actually, I think this game is quite interesting. Wang Qi looked hesitant. Song Jian gave Wang Qi a glance and smiled lightly, it's up to you. But if you really decide to play this game, you have to be careful. Remember, you only have 1 life in this game. If you die in the game, you die in the real world. Right, little Jian, you should also be careful. Safety first. Wang Qi responded. Song Jian nodded, watching as Wang Qi's figure slowly faded until it vanished completely. He glanced at his own interface. With less than an hour left, he would be able to exit the game. Song Jian took a deep breath and looked through the skylight. By this time, it had grown dim outside, with only a small bit of the sun's radiance remaining. In less than 10 minutes, it would sink completely below the horizon. Song Jian took a deep breath, patiently waiting. The apocalyptic supermarket disappeared at the moment the sun rises. He was curious to see if it would appear at the moment the sun sets. 10 zombie cores were resting quietly in his bag, mission items without any properties. Aside from completing the task of obtaining a supermarket membership card, there were no other uses for them. Song Jian climbed up to the rooftop of the villa on the lower floor and sat there, looking towards Camel Square. In the instant that the last of the twilight disappeared, a multicolored light slowly blossomed in the middle of the Camel Square. Song Jian's eyes shone with excitement, and he couldn't help but stand up. Chapter 21, Supermarket Membership. Song Jian had been waiting patiently for the kaleidoscope of light to coalesce. After more than an hour, the colorful glow gradually faded, and a 3-story supermarket appeared in the center of Camel Square. Finally, Song Jian sighed in relief. During the day, He had been constantly worried about whether the Doomsday Supermarket would reappear. If not, the 10 zombie nuclei in his bundle would be useless. Standing at the entrance of the supermarket, Songjian looked through the glass doors and saw an array of items inside. There was an abundance of products, not only daily necessities but also a variety of tools and even weapons. There were 2 guns in Songjian's pack now, a handgun and a double-barreled shotgun. Except, because he had used up all the bullets, the handgun only served as a nutcracker and a shotgun, without ammunition, was as good as a fire stick. It seemed that the Doomsday Supermarket had a certain deterrent range. After its appearance, the monsters that had been wandering around Camel Square were nowhere to be found. Songjian had chosen this mansion as his safe house for its proximity to Camel Square. The attributes of the monsters became more dangerous at night. A level 1 mutated zombie was still manageable, but if he came across a mutated beast dog during the night without using his Earth Teeth Assault ability, there was no way he could win with just the Tiger Fang dagger. Just like the previous night, Songjian entered the supermarket and placed the 10 zombie nuclei on the counter beside the self-service terminal in the lobby. Next, he selected the complete task option on the self-service terminal screen. Before long, a self-service membership card procedure was displayed on the screen. Following the process, Songjian pressed his handprint on the screen a few times and stared into a camera on the terminal for a few seconds. Soon a membership card was dispensed from the machine. The metal membership card was lightly weighted and felt very smooth. The touch of it gave off a high-end feel. The membership number on it was A9527. It seems like there are already over 9,000 people who have a membership card in this supermarket. Songjian thought, feeling a slight pressure. The screen started to blink, displaying the details stored in Songjian's membership card. Under his personal information were 2 tiny lines: Doomsday Coins, 0, Sales Points, 1,000. Just as the supermarket had advertised the day before, one would receive 1,000 points once the membership card was issued. Beneath the membership details were membership rules. At the end of each rule, the same phrase was recurring: failure to comply with the stipulated rules will result in extermination. The phrase extermination was highlighted, like blood, catching one's attention, and chilling one to the bone. Holding his membership card, Songjian headed towards the product area. Before entering, there was a transparent glass door vaguely allowing a view of the row of shelves at the front filled with various life-sustaining supplies, such as rice, flour, fruits, and vegetables. Further beyond were shelves lined with tools. However, due to the distance, he could not see it clearly. Further beyond, there was a seemingly endless row of shelves laden with various goods. Songjian swiped his membership card in the magnetic slot next to the glass door, and the door opened automatically. He hesitated momentarily and then stepped inside. As he truly entered the interior of the supermarket, Songjian realized that the supermarket was vaster than he initially anticipated. He could only see up to a few dozen meters ahead, while everything beyond was shrouded in mist. But when he approached the mist, it would disperse on its own. Songjian was worried if he went too far, he might get lost in the supermarket. Rice, 1 doomsday coin per kilogram. Flour, 1 doomsday coin per kilogram. Cornmeal, 1 doomsday coin per kilogram. Apples, 1 doomsday coin per kilogram. Bananas, 1 doomsday coin per kilogram. Celery, 1 doomsday coin per kilogram. Tomatoes, 1 doomsday coin per kilogram. After wandering around the front shelves for a while, Songjian was astonished to find that the price of all these food items was 1 doomsday coin per kilogram. Songjian guessed that the doomsday coin must be a form of currency in the game. He found it peculiar that all items had the same price. Perhaps these common items are not very valuable in the game. An idea suddenly popped into Songjian's mind. Thinking of this, Songjian felt a pang of excitement and briskly walked towards the shelves in the back. After several dozens of meters past the first 7 or 8 rows of shelves, he spotted tools, chainsaws, shovels, axes, lighters. Their quality was mundane and their price was a single doomsday coin. Further in, the goods on the shelves began to emit a milky white glow. From here onwards, the quality of the goods was no longer mundane but ordinary. Among the countless white-quality goods were occasional items glowing green or blue, which could be considered small treasures. The variety of goods here ranged from weapons to equipment. The prices saw a significant leap, ranging from a low of a few doomsday coins, to dozens or even hundreds. The number of doomsday coins needed increased with the quality of the item. Songjian felt that he had already walked a few hundred meters, but he was still surrounded by fog. He could see a sea of green and blue glowing items ahead, and further away, silver and even gold glows were visible. However, being too far away, he couldn't see clearly, and beyond them was a haze of white fog. Songjian hesitated to go further. He was genuinely afraid he'd get lost in the supermarket. He didn't have a single doomsday coin on him, so despite being surrounded by alluring goods, he had no way to possess them. After wandering around, Songjian noticed that the gear here was all below level 30, there was no gear for levels above 30. Martial Arts Secret Scrolls section? Songjian brightened at the sight of bookshelves lined with various tomes. He stepped forward and looked at the items. They were all skill books. Black Tiger Punch, Wave Bomb, Rock Splitting Kick. These seem more like farming moves, and to learn these skills, corresponding basic skills are required. Each skill book costs between 5 to 800 Doomsday coins. Songjian flipped through a few and looked disappointed. Basic leg technique, basic punch, basic step, basic body movement. So expensive. Songjian found the basic skills required for the farming moves. Each basic skill book cost 300 Doomsday coins, which left him speechless. I wonder how much my Earth Teeth Assault skill would sell for here. Songjian thought to himself. Although he did not know the power of these skills, he had a gut feeling that most of them were probably not as powerful as Earth Teeth Assault. After wandering for over an hour, Songjian finally found a section next to the regular goods that also held numerous items. Except that the products here were all used and placed haphazardly, without any set arrangement. Songjian went in and found that the goods here did not require Doomsday coins for purchase, instead, points were needed. So the 1,000 points given by the supermarket are used here. Songjian thought to himself. It's just that the items here are quite dismal. Songjian frowned as he picked up a green fruit that seemed to have been bitten by someone to examine. Chapter 22, Is the supermarket this realistic too? Bitten attribute fruit, white, effect, after consumption, there is a certain chance of increasing agility attribute by 1 point. Item description, this is an attribute fruit that was bitten by someone who discarded it because it didn't taste good. Selling price, 1,000 points. Songjian's face turned ugly. His 1,000 points could only buy such a half-eaten attribute fruit with an effect of a certain chance of increasing 1 point of agility, which meant that there was a chance it would not increase at all, and his 1,000 points would have been wasted. Putting down the attribute fruit, Songjian suddenly had a bad feeling. The products here can't all be this unreliable, can they? As expected, after browsing for a while, Songjian's face turned even uglier. All the products in this points area were second-hand items. It seemed that someone had obtained them, sold them to the supermarket, and the supermarket put them up for sale again. This place was just a second-hand wholesale marker. Assault rifle, white, two-handed weapon, attack 21 to 25, equipment requirement, level 1, durability, 8 out of 30 inches charge shield, white, one-handed shield, defense 25 to 30, equipment requirement, level 1, durability, 6 out of 50 inches. The equipment here almost all have durability under 10. Only some tools haven't used up much durability. Songjian shook his head, thinking to himself. Aside from weapons and equipment, there were many other items with special effects. However, they were similar to the attribute fruit. Either the effects were incomplete, or there was a certain chance of triggering them. Skill, Vajra Leg, incomplete, can learn the first move of Vajra Leg after use. Hiss, who would buy such a thing? Songjian picked up a page of a book on a shelf, read it and gasped. To Songjian, practicing martial arts secret scrolls was a very serious matter. Learning a skill from such an incomplete page not only could not unleash its full power but might also bring other hidden dangers. The fully complete Vajra Leg is right next door in the product area. It only costs 600 Doomsday coins, and this incomplete page. 3,000 points. Songjian shook his head and put the page back. After wandering around for a while, most of the products here were like this, seemingly mediocre and disappointing. In the end, Songjian could only buy a pickaxe and a stone axe. Both were white quality items and had not used up much durability. These two items would allow Songjian to gather stone and wood materials, which he could use to upgrade and reinforce his villa, malting it even stronger. However, where he could gather these materials, Songjian did not know yet and would have to figure it out as he went. Leaving the points area, Songjian glanced back. This place was like a deserted junkyard, but as long as one was willing to spend time, effort, and had some luck, it was possible to find some good items. Of course, this was assuming that one had enough consumption points. Where does the supermarket acquire these second-hand items? Could it be purchased from other players? An idea suddenly emerged in Songjian's mind. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He strode to the front hall of the supermarket, walked towards the service terminal, and saw a recycling cabin. The 10 zombie nuclei required for the task were placed there before being recycled by the supermarket. Standing next to the recycling cabin, Songjian tentatively placed a zombie fang in a recycling cabin. The service terminal quickly made a crisp beep sound, and several large characters appeared on the screen. Discovered zombie fang, white quality, potion material, can be recycled. Recycling price, 1 Doomsday coin. Confirm recycling? It really works. Song Jian muttered with a smile on his face. However, he frowned soon, but the recycling price is a bit too low. Song Jian's inventory contained many similar materials, ale dropped from monsters. For those with relevant skills, these items would be very useful. But for Song Jian now, exchanging them for doomsday coins was probably their only value. Soon, Song Jian emptied his inventory of materials, eventually exchanging them for over 70 doomsday coins. Then, he tentatively placed a gold bracelet into the recycling cabin. Unexpectedly, the service terminal emitted a piercing noise this time, accompanied by a burst of dazzling red light. No value item, not recyclable. A large line of text appeared on the screen. It really doesn't work. It seems I can only take it to the real world to exchange for money. Song Jian sighed and took out the gold bracelet. A gold bracelet like this, weighing at least over 30 grams, would be worth more than 10,000 if sold as gold in the real world. Adding the craftsmanship, it would be worth at least 20,000 in a regular gold store. But here, it was considered a worthless item. Next, Song Jian put a prepared piece of fried meat into the recycling cabin, and the service terminal screen displayed the recycling price. It's worth this much? Song Jian looked at the 32 doomsday coins shown on the screen and was surprised. The value of a piece of zombie meat is only 1 doomsday coin when recycled, but after being prepared as fried meat, its value increases 32 times. It's too unbelievable. Song Jian muttered to himself. After thinking for a while, he finally had some guesses. Unprocessed materials are worth much less, but the value of finished products will skyrocket. Having this thought, Song Jian couldn't help but feel the pain. If he had known the corresponding skills and made all the recycled materials into finished products, how much could he have sold them for? For a moment, Song Jian felt as if he had missed out on a fortune, and his heart ached. The already recycled items had disappeared and could not be taken back. If he could, Song Jian would have rushed into a recycling cabin and snatched back all the materials he had placed inside. He lost big this time. I lost really big. Song Jian muttered to himself, his face filled with emotions as he stood by the recycling cabin. After a while, he gritted his teeth and went straight toward the supermarket shelves. Before long, Song Jian held a book and swiped his membership card at the front desk. Great job. Congratulations to member A9527 for your first purchase at Apocalypse Supermarket. This purchase cost you 100 doomsday coins, granting you 100 points. We look forward to your next visit, love you. The cutest, most tender voice of a young girl came from her service desk. The supermarket's attitude before and after a purchase is completely different. It's so realistic. The service quality has improved so much after spending money here. Song Jian looked at her empty service desk speechlessly. At this moment, the book he held had its seer status removed after paying, and was now available for learning. Chapter 23, Returning to Reality. Song Jian held a skill book in his hand, a life skill book called Alchemy, which allowed him to make various potions after learning. Among the materials Song Jian sold, at least 2/3 were potion materials, which is why he chose the life skill Alchemy first. Another reason was that the Alchemy skill book was relatively cheap. His gaze locked on the skill book, and after selecting use, the book turned into a stream of white light, entering Song Jian's forehead. The word Alchemy appeared in his skill bar. Alchemy, active, level 1, creates corresponding potions using alchemy materials, increases potion making success rate by 5%. Skill description. The corresponding potion formula must be learned to use this skill. Song Jian looked at the skill description of alchemy in his skill bar, and couldn't believe his eyes. Damn it, no wonder this alchemy skill is so cheap, only 100 doomsday coins, but it's useless after learning since you still need to collect potion formulas. Song Jian cursed in his heart, they could have at least given me a beginner's formula. There were, of course, potion formulas in the supermarket, but Song Jian saw that the cheapest one cost 1,000 doomsday coins. At the time, it didn't seem like much, but now, it seemed like a huge pitfall. With only a dozen or so doomsday coins left, Song Jian simply spent them all, buying 50 rounds of double-barreled shotgun bullets and 300 rounds of handgun bullets. The price of these consumables was quite reasonable, relatively speaking. However, ammo consumption was a long-term drain on resources. Although it didn't seem like much, Song Jian's purchase would probably only last him until he leveled up. It seems I must learn some cold weapon combat techniques, otherwise, my future limitations will be quite significant, Song Jian thought to himself. Song Jian had spent all his doomsday coins, and only a few gold bracelets were left in his inventory. He took one last longing look at the supermarket shelves filled with temptation before shaking his head, dispelling any bad thoughts and heading out of the supermarket. By now, Song Jian's time in the game was nearly up, with less than half an hour left before he could leave the game. He planned to return to the safe house and wait for the timer to end. Lying on a bed in one of the villa's bedrooms, Songjian looked at the timer on the interface. His expression grew somewhat complicated. The game was too realistic and immersive, and the fact that items from the game could also be taken out was simply incredible. He had initially planned not to return to the game after leaving, but now he felt some hesitation. Well, I'll decide then, Songjian muttered to himself, staring at the timer, his mind filled with thoughts. As the timer hit 0, a system voice sounded in his ear, "Your game time is up. Do you want to leave the game? Please make a choice within 30 seconds, or you will continue by default. Your next opportunity to leave the game will be in another 24 hours. Leave." Songjian made his choice quickly. A white light appeared before his eyes, growing increasingly dense. Songjian couldn't resist closing his eyes, feeling a bout of weightlessness as his body seemed to be suspended and flying rapidly. Before long, the weightless feeling subsided, and Songjian slowly opened his eyes. He found himself lying on the bed in his rented room. At that moment, his electronic alarm clock on the bedside table started ringing. He glanced at it, and it was 7:30 in the morning the following day. How is this possible? One spent a full 24 hours in the game, why? Could it be that the time in the game doesn't sync with reality? Songjian was shocked. But that was fine since it didn't interfere with his daytime activities in reality. Inventory, Songjian thought silently. After a moment, nothing happened. Well, that's awkward. Songjian scratched his head and tried the character attribute interface, quest bar, equipment bar. Only to find that the game system had completely disappeared in reality, leaving nothing behind. If it weren't for the fact that his current body retained the same attributes as it had in the game, and he could use all his skills at any time, Songjian would have thought the entire experience was just a dream. What's going on? Some of the equipment in the game can be brought back to the real world, but now there's no system or inventory. How am I supposed to take out the equipment? Songjian frowned, thinking about the few gold bracelets. Standing up from the bed, he noticed that his pockets felt heavier, as if there was something inside. Reaching in, he pulled out a pair of gold bracelets from his jacket pocket, each weighing about 30 grams. These are the gold bracelets one got in the game. Songjian was surprised and, for a moment, didn't know what to do. Staring blankly at the gold bracelets, Songjian was puzzled. He knew that he had at least 7 or 8 pairs of gold bracelets in his inventory, but now only one pair appeared. Songjian quickly searched all his pockets, even considering stripping naked to check, but he only found the one pair of gold bracelets. Suddenly, a thought crossed Songjian's mind. He remembered that the inventory had 16 slots, 15 with gray borders and 1 with a golden border. Inside the golden bordered slot was a pair of gold bracelets, which seemed to be identical to the pair he held. Could it be that only items in the golden bordered slot can be taken out of the game with the take out of game property? Songjian speculated. If so, he could only take out one item each time he entered the game. This made him somewhat disappointed. What disappointed Songjian even more was that, in the real world, he couldn't summon the game system, and therefore couldn't bring items from reality into the game. If he could bring real-world items into the game, the difficulty of the game would undoubtedly be significantly reduced. Jumping off the bed, Songjian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Lifting his shirt, he saw 3 red marks more than half a foot long on his left shoulder, as if he had been scratched by something. This is where I got hurt in the game. Songjian was shocked. It turned out that injuries sustained in the game really did affect the real world. Songjian knew that dying in the game meant being erased in reality. He did not expect, however, that even injuries sustained in the game would carry over into the real world. Songjian's heart sank, and he felt a sense of panic. Looking at the Doomsday City game icon on his phone, which had turned gray, Songjian hesitated and struggled with whether he should continue playing. Chapter 24 Landlord. After hesitant deliberation, Songjian finally sighed, reluctantly putting away his phone. For a person who suffers from decision-making difficulties, he would often procrastinate until the very last moment when a decision was absolutely unavoidable. Today was Sunday, and he did not have to go to work. After getting out of bed and freshening up, he planned to leave, clutching a gold bracelet. The only left in his wallet were a few tens of yuan, while his bank card account only had triple digits. His first task after stepping out was to find a pawn shop where he could sell the bracelet to procure some cash. Just as he locked his rental room's door, Songjian heard the click-clack-1 noise of high heels tapping on a staircase. Turning around, he saw his landlady, Xiaojia. She was a woman in her early 30s and extraordinarily pretty. Sometimes, the word pretty didn't quite suffice. She was, in fact, breathtakingly delicate. Perhaps she had just taken a bath, for a faint but pleasant fragrance emanated from her. Her hair was still damp, and her complexion was as white as jade, without any visible pores. Her figure was particularly exemplary, and her skin throughout her body exuded a palpable elasticity. Under the sunlight, it gleamed like ivory, captivating all who looked. Despite being such a beautiful and affluent woman, she was still single. When Song Jian had first moved in, he found himself infatuated with her. But after spending more time with her and witnessing her harsh and acid-tongued side, he had no interest in her anymore. There was even some hidden fear. Seeing that Song Jian was about to lock the door, Xiaojia cooed sarcastically, "Oh, Jian, it's Sunday, and you're leaving early in the morning. You wouldn't be avoiding me, would you?" Song Jian responded awkwardly, "Landlady, why are you here? Do you need something?" "Oh, playing dumb, aren't you? What else could one need? I'm here to collect the rent." She produced a calculator from somewhere and started clicking away proficiently. "This month's rent, plus utility charges. I've already calculated, comes to 2,376 yuan. I'll round it down to 2,300 for you. Look, Jian, one think I've been quite reasonable given that you're a fresh graduate. Others would ask for 3 months' rent as a deposit, but I let you pay by a month without a deposit. Just how accommodating am I? Please don't put me in a tough spot." She somewhat assertively poked Song Jian in the face with the calculator as she spoke. Song Jian replied wryly, "Landlady, isn't the rent due tomorrow?" "Tomorrow?" Xiaojia paused, her eyes shifted, and she quickly retorted, "Don't you have to work tomorrow? I thought it may inconvenience you. What's the difference if it's a day early or late? You wouldn't happen to be out of money, would you?" As she said that, her suspicious gaze shifted to the gold bracelet in Song Jian's right hand, her eyes lighting up with interest. She exclaimed, "Hey, this bracelet has a nice design. Where did you get it? Let me take a look." Xiaojia extended her hand imperatively. "Landlady, this is my..." Before Song Jian could finish speaking, Xiaojia's expression changed, as if she had thought of something. She spoke to Song Jian earnestly, "Look, Jian, not having money is one thing, but please don't resort to stealing. Tell me, is this bracelet stolen?" Song Jian was startled, but on his face, he had an aggrieved look and said, "Landlady, who beside you here could afford such an expensive gold bracelet? Look at the craftsmanship of this bracelet, its weight." After that, Song Jian quietly handed the gold bracelet over to Xiaojia. "This is a family heirloom. My mother said she planned to keep it for my wife. However, I'm really strapped for cash right now and was thinking to pawn it to raise some money. Does that not conveniently cover your rent?" Song Jian spoke. "Pawn it?" Xiaojia furrowed her brows slightly, closely examining the bracelet in hand and gauging its weight. Her fingers traced over the surface of the bracelet. Explore the labyrinthine roots of this substance at Novell Sharp has inverted exclamation mark, and with her discerning eye, she recognized the bracelet to be brand new without a hint of wear and tear. The unusual design also indicated that it had not yet been released in the market. Xiaojia instantly loved it. "Alright, don't bother pawning it elsewhere, just pawn it to me. This bracelet should weigh around 60 grams, 1'11 give you 20,000 yuan for it. I might as well wear it when I'm free. When you've saved up enough money, you can redeem it from me. How does that sound?" Xiaojia suggested. 20,000? Song Jian was inwardly shocked but asked aloud. "Yes, 20,000. Why, is it too little?" Xiaojia stared pointedly at Song Jian. No, landlady, then I'll leave it here with you." Song Jian hastily agreed. In fact, Song Jian had planned to take the gold bracelet to the pawnshop and pawn it off. However, it was clear that pawnshops tend to undervalue things significantly. If he had chosen to pawn this bracelet there, even if they gave him 8,000 yuan, Song Jian could consider the pawnshop manager to be generous. Xiaojia drafted up a pawn agreement, handed Song Jian 20,000 yuan in cash, and gleefully wore the gold bracelet on her wrist. "Come redeem it when you have money. Oh, and pay this month's rent," Xiaojia called out, her beautiful face glowing with a dazzling smile. She counted out more than 20 notes from her cash pile and left the thick bundle of remaining money with Song Jian before turning to leave. As Song Jian looked at the thick stack of fresh banknotes, he felt a sense of surrealism. He had just played a video game the entire night, and it had earned him 20,000 yuan. He thought about the 5 or 6 similar gold bracelets in his game inventory and the jewelry store within Regame. The items there did not have any use in the games, but most had the attribute of being able to take them outside Regame. "I'm rich." An expression of excitement formed on Song Jian's face. Just then, Song Jian's phone started ringing. "Hello, Jian, are you awake? Come to the east entrance of Dongting Supermarket. I'm taking you to a nice place today." Zhao Yu's excited voice came through the phone. Dongting Supermarket, located in the heart of Coastal City's busiest commercial district, was in the most bustling area of the city. The prestigious Starlight Primary School that Li Care had mentioned was also located near this commercial circle. However, since Starlight was a chain school for the affluent, Song Jian was unsure if Li Ke lived in the same city as him. With his wallet bulging, he now walked with a newfound confidence in his stride. After hailing a taxi, he quickly arrived at the east entrance of Dongting Supermarket. Zhao Yu was waiting at the supermarket's entrance, continually lifting up his wrist to check the time on his Jaeger-LeCoulter watch. While it appeared he was checking the time, he only did so when a pretty girl passed by him. Song Jian smiled a little. Zhao Yu came from a wealthy family and was merely working for amusement. His attitude was very casual, and he often looked disdainfully at his work colleagues. Yet, for some unknown reason, he and Song Jian became friends. "Zhao Yu, over here." Song Jian raised his hand slightly and called out loudly. Chapter 25, The Free Combat Gym. "Hey, Song Jian, you sure took your rhyme." Zhao Yu, while intently looking at a passing girl's hips, greeted Song Jian. "Is there a reason for the early call? What fun place have you discovered this time?" Song Jian asked. Zhao Yu discovered that ever since he had become friends with Song Jian, whenever he found something exciting in Coastal City, he would immediately invite Song Jian to it. "This time I've found a hub of beautiful girls, all sorts of them in one place. I promise you'll feast your eyes. Come on, follow me." Saying this, Zhao Yu directly led Song Jian towards a tall building next to the Dongting Supermarket. "A hub of beauties? What sort of place is that?" Song Jian curiously asked. "You'll see when we get there!" Zhao Yu answered, with a mysterious smile. Zhao Yu hailed a taxi around the tall building next to Dongting Supermarket and gave an address. The taxi drove off toward the eastern part of Coastal City. The place Zhao Yu mentioned was a landmark building on Huang High Street, where the rich people of Coastal City spent their money. Song Jian seldom came over. "Black Leopard Freestyle Boxing Gym?" Song Jian looked up at the sign on a three-story building, reading the name out loud, puzzled. "This is the hub of beauties you mentioned?" "Yes, exactly. Just follow me and keep quiet. I've got 2 trial vouchers. We can get in and get a taste for 2 hours." Zhao Yu waved 2 print vouchers, handed Song Jian one. On looking, half of the voucher had a picture of a woman dressed in tight camouflage clothing, the picture in places nor meant for kids to see, and the propaganda language was ambiguous and enticing. "You're sold by this sort of advertisement?" Song Jian asked, somewhat speechless. "Let's go up and see for ourselves. It's free anyway," Zhao Yu urged, pushing Song Jian towards the fitness center. The fitness club was well furnished. The whole first floor was like a 5-star hotel lobby, with a relaxation area on the left with several groups of sofas and coffee tables. On the right side, there was the promotion area that displayed several trophies and photos. A large service desk stood directly opposite the main entrance, behind which 2 pretty girls, in their late teens, one with a ponytail, the other with a bob haircut, greeted Zhao Yu and Song Jian on their entrance. "Welcome to Black Leopard Gym." Sweet voice. Zhao Yu leaned over and gently nudged Song Jian with his elbow and wore a mischievous grin. "We are here for a trial. What all does your gym offer?" Zhao Yu waved the trial voucher in his hand and asked. "Please head upstairs along the staircase on the right, someone will greet you there." The ponytailed girl replied with a sweet smile, pointing towards a staircase. Apparently, Zhao Yu didn't want to leave so soon and appeared ready to chat with the 2 girls a bit longer, but Song Jian directly dragged him towards the stairs. "Wait, I haven't gotten their WeChat yet," Zhao Yu complained quietly. "With your greasy look, they wouldn't give you their contact information." Song Jian shot a glance and replied sarcastically. "You just don't understand. As the old saying goes, a persistent lover scares an independent woman. You should communicate more with beauties." Zhao Yu chattered on. "You're so awesome, how come you still don't have a girlfriend?" Song Jian questioned curiously. Zhao Yu suddenly fell silent, stared at Song Jian's face, and after a few moments, uttered, "Man, that hurt." The 2 followed the stairs to the 2nd floor, walked down the corridor for around 5 or 6 meters, and stopped at a glass door. Inside the glass door was a hall that looked like a large square. Along the walls stood various training equipment. In the center of the hall was a standard fighting ring where a man and a woman were sparring. "Hey, I told you this is a hub of beautiful girls, look at all the girls," Zhao Yu whispered excitedly. Song Jian looked around and found more than a dozen people working out in the gym, the majority of them being women, all in good shape and quite attractive. The 2nd floor was nicely decorated and had good soundproofing. Only muted sounds could be heard from the outside of the door. If you stepped back a couple of feet, you wouldn't hear anything. A young woman closest to the glass door noticed Song Jian and Zhao Yu. She pressed a button on the controller next to her door. The glass door opened up, and the woman stepped out, politely asking, "Hello, how may I first assist you?" "We are here to try out the facilities at the Black Leopard Gym," Zhao Yu said, handing over a trial voucher after checking her out from top to bottom. Song Jian also handed over his voucher for trial sessions. The woman looked at the vouchers and said, "Sure, you can enjoy any facilities in our gym for 2 hours. If you are satisfied with our services, you can become a member." Having said that, the woman pressed the controller next to the glass door, opened it up, and ushered the two men into the gym. They were there for the first time and didn't bring any workout clothing, so they couldn't use many of the facilities. They decided to walk around and observe things. Inside the gym, Zhao Yu gave Song Jian a look and went straight to the treadmill where 3 or 4 girls were running slowly. Song Jian looked left and right before being attracted to the 2 people fighting in the wrestling ring at the center. He walked over to get a closer look. The man on the left of the ring was over L.S meters tall with a robust build. Wearing sports shorts and boxing gloves, he emanated power with every punch thrown. His opponent was much shorter and petite, without any significant muscle showing on her body. After watching for a while, Song Jian was surprised to find that the woman in the ring was dominating the male opponent. "She's one of our free boxing trainers. She's ranked in national competitions." The woman who had greeted them earlier walked over to Song Jian and whispered, "A freestyle boxing trainer? Are you referring to the woman in the ring?" Following her gaze, Song Jian found that she was indeed referring to the woman in the ring. "Yes, she's quite powerful." At this moment, the thought of the attribute fruit he had eaten in the game crossed Song Jian's mind. He realized that his agility attribute had improved by 1 point. Although he was back in the real world and there wasn't an interface to indicate his attributes, he could still feel the improvement. If attributes and skills from the game are reflected in the real world, I wonder if training in the real world can enhance my game attributes. Thinking this, Song Jian suddenly had a light bulb moment. Chapter 26 Dagger Fighting Technique. Do you have any instructors here who can teach how to use cold weapons? Song Jian suddenly asked. Cold weapons? The girl was taken aback. A strange look appeared on her face. Do you mean weapons like knives, swords, daggers? Song Jian explained. Yes, we do, but there aren't many people these days who are interested in using cold weapons. What kind of weapon are you interested in? The girl asked. Song Jian remembered the Tiger Fang dagger that has always been in his game inventory. Ever since he acquired the passive skill Cold Weapon, Dagger, Basic, he had not used it again. Can a dagger be used? Asked Song Jian. After considering for a moment, the girl nodded and said, yes, but practicing with cold weapons requires a designated instructor, and the price is slightly higher. Besides, you can't experience the teaching of a particular instructor with this trial pass. You will have to get a membership to experience a specific instructor's teaching, and then decide whether to take their course. How much does membership cost? Song Jian asked. 12,000 for a year. Song Jian was taken aback. That's quite expensive. Can it be cheaper? Song Jian hesitated. Sorry, it's a fixed price. The girl politely refused with a reserved smile on her face. Ordinary gyms charged only about 1 to 2,000 for a yearly membership. The price here was 10 times more than other gyms. Song Jian hesitated for a moment, then nodded his head. Though it was quite a pinch, money wasn't much of an issue for him now. He asked directly, where do I sign up for membership? Please follow me. The girl looked somewhat surprised. From her judgment, Song Jian did not seem like someone who would be willing to sign up for a membership here. But her professionalism didn't show anything on her face. She smiled and led Song Jian to the service desk next to the glass door on the second floor. After completing the membership process, Sun Qian handed him a course schedule and said, this contains information about all the instructors at our gym and the prices of their courses. You can choose any combination you like. Bodybuilding course, 30 classes, 2 classes per week, 400 yuan per class, 2 hours per class. Foundation course in free sparring, 10 classes, 1 class per week, 800 yuan per class, 2 hours per class. Intermediate course in free sparring, 15 classes, 1 class per week, 1,000 yuan per class. Instructor information. Then there were rows of introductions about the instructors. Song Jian was surprised to find that although the gym looked like it only had 10 or so people, there was information of over 20 instructors, indicating that many of them did not always stay in the gym. If you want to learn how to use a dagger, one would suggest you choose Coach Xuandan. She's a former Special Forces soldier, who excels in real combat. Sun Qian softly said. Can members try a class first? Song Jian nodded and asked. Sun Qian smiled and said, of course, we have 7 or 8 instructors who specialize in cold weapons here and even a master of traditional martial arts. He's very proficient in swordsmanship. In the game, Song Jian only had a dagger. Now he had to prioritize learning how to use it. Firearms have great power and can attack from a distance, but they drain too much. Song Jian found it too hard to handle and preferred to use cold weapons instead. After completing the membership, Sun Qian led Song Jian around the stage and towards a separate room at the back. There were 5 or 6 individual classrooms behind the stage, each of which was open only to members. Relaxing music could be faintly heard from some of the rooms, while shouts and cries emanated from others. Sun Qian led Song Jian to a vacant classroom and said, "Wait here for a while, I will inform the instructor. It will take about 10 minutes." Song Jian nodded slightly. As soon as Sun Qian left, she closed the classroom door. Although Song Jian had never been to this kind of gym before, he knew that the demand to learn the use of cold weapons was very rare. Nowadays, boxing, free sparring, karate, etc., were popular, but most people's main goal was still fitness and weight loss. After a while, the classroom door was pushed open, and a girl with a short ponytail walked in. "You want to learn dagger fighting technique?" She looked Song Jian up and down, asked. Song Jian looked back to see that the girl had a pretty, oval-shaped face. Despite her skin being slightly dark, her eyes emitted a fierce aura which made her appear formidable, as though she was targeting her prey. This caused Song Jian to feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Yes, that's me. Are you Wang Dan, Coach Wang?" Song Jian nodded and asked. There were photos and names of all the coaches in the brochure, so Song Jian already knew who she was in advance. Wang Dan nodded, and asked, "Is this your first time learning?" "Yes, I have never learned or had any experience with this before." Song Jian nodded. "Why did you suddenly want to learn the dagger fighting technique?" Wang Dan took out 2 daggers from her waist, and with the blade facing outward, handed one to Song Jian. Song Jian took the dagger and felt its weight. Since he had left the game, he no longer had the added strength from the power ring. His strength was reduced to 4 points, which was lower than an average adult, but he still had no problem holding a dagger in one hand. This dagger was real, but it was not sharpened in order to prevent Song Jian from hurting himself since it was his first time handling it. Song Jian weighed the dagger in his hand, and casually replied, "I'm personally quite interested in it." Hee hee. The corner of Wang Dan's mouth raised slightly. She clearly did not believe Song Jian's answer, but she didn't say anything either. "Alright, since you have absolutely no foundation, I'll start from the basics." Wang Dan held the dagger with one hand, raising it to her chest, with the blade slanting downwards. "First, I'll tell you about the 4 ways to grip a dagger: ice pick grip where you hold the hilt in a reverse grip and the blade is facing down, hammer grip where you hold the hilt regularly and the blade is facing up, saber grip which is similar to the hammer grip, but used with the thumb and index finger resting lightly on the blade, and hidden grip where the palm is facing backward and the blade is concealed behind the wrist. Each grip corresponds to a specific body stance, remember this." "Alright, I got it." Song Jian stared without blinking at Wang Dan's dagger. "Now, I'll teach you a few basic moves according to these grips. Learn as much as you can. Watch carefully, this is the first move." Wang Dan thrust her dagger forward with such speed that Song Jian only saw a white line flash before his eyes. By the time he reacted, Wang Dan had already resumed her previous posture. "You can try it yourself." Wang Dan took 2 steps back, indicating for Song Jian to mirror her move. Song Jian tried it himself but found it awkward all over. "Your feet are too wide apart, bring them in a bit. Also, remember not to rely solely on the strength of your arm, learn to use the strength of your waist and legs." Wang Dan demonstrated at the side. The trial class only lasted for 30 minutes and was over before long. Song Jian managed to barely learn a basic thrusting move. "You picked up quickly, you seem to have some talent for using a dagger. If you want to continue learning, you can get the package for my class. For the whole basic course, it will only cost you 3,600 yuan." Wang Dan nodded at Song Jian. After finishing speaking, she immediately retrieved her dagger, put it back at her waist and left the room. Chapter 27 Main Mission in the game. Song Jian had already mastered the basic blade dagger skill. Even though it was just at level 1, his basic understanding of dagger handling was solid, allowing him to pick up what Wang Dan taught quickly. This made Wang Dan mistakenly believe that Song Jian was extraordinarily talented in dagger fighting techniques. Before leaving the classroom, seeing that Song Jian had no intention of leaving, Wang Dan handed Song Jian a practice dagger, instructing him to place it back on the weapon rack beside the classroom after using it. Song Jian took the dagger and nodded, not starting practice right away, but closing his eyes and absorbing all the knowledge he was just taught. A moment later, he opened his eyes, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. "This gym, it's quite interesting." For the rest of the time, Song Jian was alone in the classroom, continuously practicing the basic moves he just learned. Soon, an hour passed and someone else needed to use the classroom, forcing Song Jian to leave. Having signed up for Wang Dan's dagger fighting class on the 2nd floor and fixed the next class's time, Song Jian bid farewell to Zhao Yu and left the club alone to go home. Zhao Yu didn't mind Song Jian's departure. He was slowly walking on the treadmill, joking with two beautiful women. Their crisp and pleasant laughter echoed from time to time. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before Zhao Yu could get their contact information. On his way home, Song Jian randomly picked a hardware store and bought a kitchen knife as a temporary practice tool, planning to go home and order a real dagger online. Regardless of weight or shape, the kitchen knife was far from a real dagger, but it would do for temporary use. This lesson just covered the basics about how to hold a dagger and the right stance to have, and taught only a simple basic move. But this simple basic move could evolve into several methods of attack. All of these required a lot of practice to nail down and develop into instinctual responses on the field of battle. Song Jian practiced the whole day in his rented room, ordering takeout for lunch and dinner. When he was engrossed in practicing dagger moves, time flew. Soon, the sky started to darken, and it was 7 or 8 in the evening. Song Jian exhaled heavily, suddenly feeling a sharp, stabbing pain in his right arm, along with waves of muscle spasms in his waist and thighs. I might have overdone the practice. Song Jian collapsed on the bed, his right hand falling limp, the sound of the kitchen knife hitting the floor echoing through the room. After a little rest, he pulled out his phone to check. The icon for Doomsday City was no longer gray. I can enter the game now, but... Song Jian was a bit torn, unsure about whether to re-enter the game. I'll wait a bit longer. The game is too dangerous, and there's life-threatening danger at any moment. If you die in the game, you'll also die in the real world. Death was still too horrifying for Song Jian. Lying on the bed, he tossed his phone on the table, resting his head on his arms, staring at the ceiling, undecided on what to do. Soon, a wave of drowsiness overcame him, and Song Jian closed his eyes, unknowingly drifting off to sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Song Jian suddenly felt an icy chill, as if he had been doused with a bucket of ice water, waking him from his slumber. Opening his eyes, he saw a giant skeletal hand reaching for his collar. What's going on? Before Song Jian could react, the skeletal hand reaching out of his phone dragged him into the screen. A moment of dizziness later, Song Jian abruptly sat up, only to find himself back in the game, on the bed in the mansion. The power ring and protective gear, which disappeared when he left the game, were back on Song Jian. The place Song Jian was in was the same one he left from. The room was shabby and run down. The supposedly white bed sheet under him was already yellowed with some unidentifiable stains, looking like dried blood. The furniture was old and shabby, the room pervaded with a rotten, musty smell. I'm back in the game. Song Jian's heart sank, although he hadn't clicked on the game icon on his phone. When the time came, he still ended up in the game, as if the game was rooted in his body. Drip, drip. Suddenly, a dripping sound echoed throughout the room. Following the sound, the low ceiling was slowly seeping a blood-red substance that ran down the walls, coalescing into blood-red text. Game player, Song Jian, welcome to Doomsday City. You've successfully completed the trial period of the game. Starting today, you will officially enter the game. Each time you enter the game, a main mission will appear. You can only leave the game after completing the main mission. Main mission, Survival. Mission brief, the world has fallen into decay. This is an abandoned city in the apocalypse. You just arrived in Doomsday City. How will you survive in this city? This depends on whether you have a safe and secure base. Gather resources around, construct and fortify the base you choose, make it into your safe house every time you enter and exit the game. Mission target, construct a safe house that the system recognizes, clear all the monsters within 1 kilometer radius of the safe house. This mission must be completed independently. Mission hint, choosing an existing place can save you a lot of time. Gather as many resources as possible, fortify the base you choose, meet the system requirements, and become a system-recognized safe house. The monsters nearby might damage the base you choose. After constructing the safe house, exterminate the monsters within a 1 kilometer radius. Hint, gathering resources might attract the attention of the nearby monsters. Hint, during the construction of the safe house, you will temporarily unable to hide in the safe house. Only after the construction is completed, can you enter the safe house. Hint, in the process of exterminating monsters, you might encounter elite-level monsters. Warning, if you die in the game, your identity in the real world will also be erased. You can check this mission in the mission bar at any time. The blood-red words filling an entire wall glowed faintly for several minutes before slowly disappearing, as if they had seeped back into the walls. A main mission. If I can't complete it, I won't be able to leave the game? Song Jian frowned slightly, a sense of urgency welled up in his heart. He had originally thought that even if he entered the game again, if he didn't want to face those monsters, he could hide somewhere for 12 hours. But it seemed like he couldn't afford such a passive approach any longer, unless Song Jian was willing to stay in this game forever. Chapter 28, Iron Hammer Zombie. Song Jian left the bedroom and came to the villa's living room, where he immediately saw Wang Shi lying on the sofa. As Song Jian came downstairs, Wang Chi looked at him with a face of despair. Little cheap brother, I'm finished. Is your fracture not yet healed? Song Jian glanced at Wang Chi lying on the living room sofa and asked. Wang Chi now looked like a patient in a hospital, wearing a patient's gown, with both legs in plaster, his eyes gazing at the ceiling, sighing heavily. Who knows, leaving the game didn't heal my injuries and I had to call for emergency medical help. I was busy at the hospital all day but was dragged back into the game at night. Wang Chi said with a tearless and pitiful expression, I can't move my legs at all now. Before, I could leave the game by lying down for 12 hours, but now there's a main quest and It's a pity that you have to complete the quest alone, otherwise, you could treat this place as your safe house. Song Jian said. Little cheap brother, can you build this place later? I feel that I heal much faster in the game. Wait until I'm healed, and then you can build the base, okay? Wang Chi asked. How long will it take for complete healing? In the game, it should take more than 10 hours. Wang Chi said. He could feel his injuries healing at several times the speed in the game. This made Wang Chi somewhat regretful for leaving the game too early. Otherwise, Song Jian would have already helped him reset his bones, and he just needed to spend some more time in the game for his rib and leg bones to fully heal. Alright, I'll go out and take a look first to see where I can gather materials to build a safe house. You just rest here. Song Jian said. Oh, have you seen Leaker? She entered the game earlier than me. I only saw this. As Wang Chi spoke, he pulled out a note and handed it to Song Jian. Song Jian took a look, and it was a message left by Leaker. Little cheap brother, I'll go and find a good place for a base first. After I finish building the base, I'll come back to see you. Leaker. Hiss, this girl's Chinese isn't good, making a typo. My Jian is for health, not the Jian for being cheap. Song Jian said, rubbing his chin. Is it health Jian? Wang Chi hesitated, then asked. He immediately felt a cold killing intent rush toward him. She must have learned her Chinese from the PE teacher. Even this can be mistaken, right, little healthy brother? Wang Chi immediately tried to please Song Jian. Don't call me little healthy brother from now on. It sounds weird. Call me brother Song. Song Jian said. Alright, little cheap brother Song. After leaving the villa through the skylight, it was daytime, and there were no mutant zombies to be seen on the surrounding streets. However, Song Jian knew that these monsters were now hiding in dark corners and rooms in the area. With a double-barreled shotgun slung across his back and a fully loaded handgun tucked into his waist, Song Jian held the Tiger Fang dagger in his hand and began to patrol the streets. On one hand, he needed to find materials to build the safe house, while on the other hand, he needed to hunt down the surrounding monsters to increase his level. As Song Jian rounded a street corner, he suddenly heard a strange noise. Clang, clang. Following the sound, Song Jian entered a dark and narrow alley filled with garbage, with stains on the walls and a foul smell in the air. In the alley, there was a limping mutant zombie, pacing back and forth. This limping mutant zombie was tall and burly, wearing only a piece of animal skin on his upper body and leather packs on his lower body. His exposed bluish-gray skin showed no signs of decay. He dragged a huge hammer in his right hand, striking the ground constantly as he limped along, making the strange noises earlier. LV3 Hammer Zombie, weakened during daytime, vitality, 190 out of 380, extremely strong. This was a newly encountered monster. Even in its weakened daytime state, it had nearly 200 vitality points. Moreover, it had an extremely strong attribute, making it much more formidable than ordinary level 3 monsters. Looking at the dagger in his hand, Song Jian still lacked the courage to engage in close combat with such a creature. After much thought, he finally used the skill Earth Teeth Assault against the monster at the entrance of the alley. Whoosh! A fang-shaped milky white air mass shot towards the hammer zombie's back with a sharp breaking sound. Thump! With a muffled bang, the milky white air mass collided with the hammer zombie's body, making it take a step back. A deep wound appeared on its right thigh, and a 38-point damage number floated above its head. Song Jian was shocked to find that the zombie's defense was much higher than the mutated canine beasts. With a cooldown of 10 seconds, Earth Teeth Assault couldn't be used continuously, so Song Jian pulled out his handgun and aimed at the hammer zombie's head, starting to shoot. Bang bang bang. After firing more than 10 bullets, only 2 hit the hammer zombie's head, and the rest went into its body. Although hitting the head didn't cause a critical and extra damage, it seemed like the head wasn't the hammer zombie's weak point. The entire barrage caused about 20 points of damage, which was lower than a single Earth Teeth Assault. The hammer zombie moved sluggishly, limping as it walked. After taking all the attacks, it was still about 5 or 6 meters away from Song Jian. Song Jian put the pistol back into his inventory and grabbed the double-barreled shotgun. He pulled the trigger twice, aiming at the hammer zombie's chest. Boom boom. The shotgun bullets ripped a large hole in the zombie's animal skin, burrowing into its chest. The immense force of the shotgun made the hammer zombie take 2 steps back. The attack inflicted more damage than a handgun, reducing the hammer zombie's vital energy to below 100. Roar! The hammer zombie steadied itself and roared at Songjian, its originally blood-red eyes suddenly turning purple. Songjian immediately felt a sense of unease, as if a huge threat was rushing towards him. Without thinking too much, he lunged forward. Whoosh! A fierce wind blew overhead, as something seemed to pass over his head. Looking up, he saw that the hammer in the hammer zombie's hand had disappeared. Then, there came a rumble behind Songjian. Looking back, he saw a nearly 2 meters wide hole smashed into the wall of a store across the street from the alley, with bricks and debris still falling. This power is simply terrifying. Songjian's heart skipped a beat, and fear crept onto his face. He hadn't expected the hammer zombie to have such a horrifying long-range attack. If Songjian had been hit directly by this attack, there would be a high chance of being instantly killed or severely injured. In the end, he would still die in the game. Chapter 29 Corrupt Sword Without Bullets. Guns were no different from fire sticks. That was one of the main reasons why Songjian had started thinking about learning to use melee weapons. During a battle, enemies won't wait patiently for you to reload your empty gun. Pulling out the tiger fang dagger fastened at his waist, Songjian took a deep breath and hastened towards the zombie that had lost its iron hammer. Taking a few strides to the front, as he came near to the iron hammer zombie, Songjian gripped the dagger in his right hand. When he was 2 steps away from the zombie, he gritted his teeth and lunged forward. Kill. Suddenly, he fiercely stabbed forward with a dagger. This was a basic move he had practiced the entire day. The movement was flawless, and he couldn't find the slightest mistake. Thud! With a faint sound, the dagger hit the chest of the iron hammer zombie. However, it only entered halfway before losing all momentum. Songjian felt a shock in his right hand followed by a slight pain, as if the dagger had struck a piece of tough leather. The counterforce almost made him lose grip on the dagger, almost dropping it. With gritted teeth, Songjian took hold of the dagger with both hands. His right leg forcefully kicked against the wall at the side, exerting his entire body's strength onto it. Thud! A strong, foul pool of blood spurted out from the chest of the iron hammer zombie. Songjian used all his strength to swipe downward harshly. With a powerful pull, he withdrew the dagger, and he tumbled from under the ribs of the iron hammer zombie to get behind it. The iron hammer zombie moved sluggishly, reaching out with both hands to grab Songjian but found thin air. Before it could react, Songjian, already behind it, sprang up like a spring possessing his body. His hands firmly gripping the dagger, he brutally stabbed it into the back of the zombie's neck with great vengeance. This time, the dagger easily slid into the back of the neck, going in until only the hilt was visible. The purplish-black, tainted blood spurted out like ink, spreading in all directions like an open faucet. Within a moment, the narrow alley was splashed with a large trace of dark stain. In all this, the iron hammer zombie staggered forward clumsily a few steps. Its body tilted, and from the back of its neck like a fountain, purplish-black blood spilled all around. The zombie weakened at the knees, collapsing face first to the ground, convulsing non-stop. In no time, a transparent flame burnt on its body, and soon the iron hammer zombie turned into a pile of black ash. During the battle, Songjian's mind was blank, only relying on instinct to attack. Once the fight was over, he collapsed, sweating profusely as if he had been drenched in water. Aside from using 10 vitality points to perform the Earth Teeth Assault skill, Songjian had not been injured. However, this was the closest he had ever came to death. If he hadn't followed his instincts when the iron hammer zombie had thrown its hammer, even the smallest hesitation would have resulted in being killed on spot. Now, thinking back, he was still feeling a residual sense of fear. Songjian's right hand shook involuntarily. The dagger that he held tightly felt like an extension of his body. It took him some time to regroup from the adrenaline from the fight, turning his gaze to where the iron hammer zombie had fallen. Next to a pile of black ash, 2 items shimmering with a green light lay quietly. 2 items of excellent quality. Not bad. Indeed, encountering a new variety of monster always results in a good drop rate. It's just that the danger level also increases exponentially. Songjian thought to himself. Of the 2 items of excellent quality, one was a fiery red fruit, and the other was a long sword. The fiery red fruit was a type of attribute fruit, namely the strength fruit. After ingestion, it could increase one's strength attribute by 1 point. To Songjian, this was like a treasure that could directly improve his physical condition, so he immediately ate it without a second thought. A warm current spread from his stomach to his entire body. The dagger in his hand felt much lighter. Songjian's base state was poor, even a slight increase in attribute could create a noticeable difference. After consuming the strength fruit, even without relying on equipment, Songjian's strength attribute had already reached 5, equivalent to a robust adult man's strength. The long sword was an arm's length long, 3 fingers wide, and the blade emitted a silver metallic light. The red blood grooves on both sides looked threateningly chilly. At the grip end was a black crossguard, and near the blade part of the sword, there was an emblem resembling a vertical pupil. Corrupt sword, green, one-handed weapon, attack, 11 to 19, strength +1, special effect, armor break level 1. Equipment requirements, level 3. It's strange, the zombie had an iron hammer, so why did a long sword drop? Song Jian picked up the long sword, took a glance at it, and placed the tiger fang dagger back at his waist, holding the long sword in his right hand. In reality, he could hold a sword in one hand and a dagger in the other. Still, he wasn't accustomed to this kind of fighting style. It would decrease his efficiency in battle, even possibly placing his life at risk. I guess it's time to start training with a long sword. Song Jian let out a silent sigh. Having obtained a new weapon, Song Jian wanted to find an average mutated zombie to master the basic skills related to the long sword first. Leaving the alley, Song Jian heard a low growl of mutated zombies coming from a residential building. Judging by the sound, there should be 3 or 4 of them. Song Jian held his sword in one hand and carefully approached the building. The building's front door was open. In the dark area at the bottom of the stairs on the first floor, 3 mutated zombies were hunched over a corpse, tearing at it. Song Jian felt a sinking feeling in his heart. The only thing that could attract a mutated zombie to tear at would be a fresh corpse. It seemed another player had appeared in this game but was attacked and killed by zombies. With a swift stride, Song Jian swung his long sword towards the nearest mutated zombie, and the blade hit the zombie's head harshly, causing a critical hit damage of more than 30 to float up from its head. After a few continuous swings of the long sword, even before the other 2 zombies reacted, a series of critical hit damages floated up from the head of the zombie nearest to Song Jian. In no time, this zombie had turned into a pile of ash before it could even get up. Comparing to Song Jian's first time in the game, his progress was now evident. Common mutated zombies were no longer a threat to him if they were in small numbers. After killing this zombie, as expected, a system alert appeared. System, you've used the corrupt sword to inflict effective damage on a mutated zombie 3 times, mastering the skill, cold weapon, sword, base. Cold weapon, sword, base, passive, level 1, increases the power of sword weapons by 5%. Having mastered, cold weapon, sword, base, Song Jian put away the long sword and took out the dagger to attack the remaining 2 zombies. Although he only mastered one basic move with the dagger, it was much more fluent than the long sword, if not several levels better. Soon, those 2 zombies were also turned into 2 piles of black ash under continuous dagger stabs. Level 1 mutated zombies could provide very little experience, and their drop rate was much lower. From the 3 zombies, only 2 zombie incisors were dropped. After picking up the zombie incisors, Song Jian unexpectedly received a system message. System, after a long period of training, your skill, cold weapon, dagger, base, has leveled up. Chapter 30 Chopping Skill. Upon seeing the system prompt, Song Jian was perplexed. He only used his dagger to kill 2 first-level mutated zombies, and his skill level rose a level, saving him 1 skill point in the process. After some thought, Song Jian realized that he had practiced his dagger fighting technique in the real world for several hours. Could it be, Song Jian wondered, that exercising in the real world can also improve my skill proficiency in the game? And if I strengthen my body in the real world, will it enhance my physique in the game? This possibility was substantial, and Song Jian couldn't wait. He wanted to leave the game right away to verify this in the real world. I should complete the main task first, Song Jian decided after surveying a housing complex area. Realizing that ridding the whole residential block of monsters would take at least a day and night, he felt this approach too slow and inefficient. His task was to exterminate all monsters within a kilometer radius of the base. Tackling them one by one could take up to a week or even half a month. I should find a place where wood and stone materials can be gathered. Once I have these 2 materials, I'll be able to upgrade the villa, Song Jian thought to himself. Shifting direction, he headed for the highway marked on the map. Near the highway, there was a small forest where he could likely gather wood. The highway was actually at the edge of Doomsday City, beyond lay an ominous black fog. Leaving the villa complex, Song Jian spotted a few poplar trees just a few steps away. The trees emitted a milky white glow, similar to the glow of common quality items. This should be a decent source of wood, Song Jian thought, drawing his stone axe to start chopping down the poplar trees. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Whether it was the toughness of the poplar trees or the lack of sharpness of his axe, Song Jian found cutting down the trees physically demanding. After chopping for more than 10 minutes, a chunk of wood finally broke away from the tree, turned into a ray of light, and automatically entered Song Jian's inventory. System, you have gained 2 units of wood. System, you have comprehended the passive skill chopping skill. Chopping skill. When chopping trees, efficiency is increased by 5%. Chopping skill. A skill specific to wood collection? This game sure allows you to master a wider range of skills than I thought. Songjian took a break. Continually chopping for over 10 minutes had left him sore all over. His arms felt sore, his muscles swollen from exertion. In his inventory, a pile of 3 logs was neatly stacked, and a small number 2 was displayed at the bottom right of the icon. Viewing this icon, Songjian realized that the material would materialize as soon as he wanted to take the wood units out. Resting for a moment, Songjian resumed chopping. Whether it was a buy-and-up feeling or the effect of the chopping skill, every 5 or 6 minutes, a chunk of wood flew off. The tree chopping became easier with time, and chunks of wood frequently flew off, automatically turning into standard units of wood and entering Songjian's inventory. After amassing 27 such units, the tall poplar tree before him finally disappeared with a crack, leaving behind a stump protruding about 3 inches from the ground. Phew, I'm exhausted. Even chopping a poplar tree in the real world wouldn't be this tiring, murmured Songjian, wiping sweat off his forehead. He had spent more than 40 minutes to completely gather the poplar tree, a tree barely thicker than a bowl, which cost him 3 durability points off his stone axe. This axe loses durability too quickly. Songjian was taken aback. The axe was second-hand to begin with and already had low durability. Worrisome even was the high rate at which its durability was plummeting. If it continued to decrease at this rate, it would break after chopping only a few more trees. Furrowing his brows, Songjian recalled a new, high-durability stone axe cost 100 Doomsday coins in the Doomsday supermarket. If he wanted to collect a large amount of wood, the cost of buying axes alone would take up a large number of Doomsday coins. Procuring stone would probably be as cumbersome and expensive as gathering wood. The pickaxe's durability usage would yet be another large expenditure. At this rate, I'll be bankrupt before long, Songjian muttered to himself. It seems constructing a safe house might be more difficult than I thought. After a while, Songjian still couldn't come up with a good solution, so resolved to chop down the remaining 2 trees first. It took him over an hour to gather all the wood from the remaining 2 trees. In total, he harvested 50 units of wood from the 3 trees, and unsurprisingly, the axe's durability had decreased to 11 points. It would likely retire after gathering from 2 or 3 more trees. Having gathered the wood from the 3 trees, Songjian continued towards the outer city highway. The highway was already at the edge of the city, and a short distance away was a thick black fog. The journey was mostly empty, save for 10 or so abandoned cars quietly laying along the highway. Some had collided with each other and were burnt out, while others were covered in rust and moss, looking almost fuzzy. The forest beyond the highway was small, just 5 or 6 acres, and contained trees no older than 10 years. For Songjian, this was refreshing news. To his delight, within this small forest, there were a few boulders that were taller than a man and glowed with a milky white hue. It seemed this location could provide not only wood but also stone material. After replenishing his food and water, Songjian began to gather resources. It was already noon. He needed to return to the safe house before nightfall. The knights in the game were too dangerous. Even a level 1 mutated zombie was lethal to the now level 4 Songjian, let alone higher level monsters. Huh, what's that? As soon as he got close to the forest, Songjian noticed a golden glow deep within the trees. What's that, a treasure chest? Songjian speculated in curiosity, foregoing his intentions to gather wood and instead cautiously approached the source of the golden glow. Chapter 31, Gathering Timber. Even though he rarely played games, Songjian knew that in a game world, the appearance of a golden light meant something significant. Treasure. High-quality equipment. Something that could bring about a drastic change in one's abilities. As he walked deeper into the woods, Songjian found a golden pine tree, about 10 meters tall and the thickness of a bowl at the base, only a dozen meters away from him, its surface glowing with a faint golden light. Most of the trees in the forest were easily living willows, but the sudden appearance of this golden pine tree made it seem a bit eerie. Songjian took 2 steps forward and suddenly felt a chilling fear creeping up on him. From the corner of his eye, he saw a pale green snake coiled around the golden pine tree. It was 3 feet long and made a strange hissing sound. LV5 mutant snake creature, elite, vitality, 500 out of 500, features, highly poisonous, an elite creature at level 5 with 5 times the vitality of Songjian. More importantly, it didn't have the daytime weakness. In Doomsday City, every monster Songjian encountered would be weakened during the daytime, with their stats reduced by half. Perhaps it's because of the golden pine tree? Songjian speculated. The mutant snake creature also noticed Songjian. Coiling around a tree branch, it raised the front half of its body, exposing its sharp fangs to Songjian, while hissing loudly. Its name, initially a pale yellow color, started changing as Songjian approached the golden pine tree, By the time Song Jian was only 7 or 8 meters away from the tree, the snake creature's name had turned pink, indicating it was ready to attack. Song Jian held a double-barreled shotgun and had a tiger fang dagger and a P-18C pistol at his waist. As he measured his own strength against the mutant snake creature, he had a feeling that he might not be a match for it since it was an elite creature with 500 vitality points. Thinking this, Song Jian started to slowly retreat. When he was 15 meters away, the snake creature's name turned pale yellow again, and it lazily coiled itself around the pine tree, occasionally glancing at the only pine cone at the top of the tree. Inside the cone, there were more than a dozen golden pine nuts, each about the size of a fingernail. The creature's eyes were filled with greed as its body slithered and it shot its forked tongue towards the pine cone. Its tongue was as dexterous as a finger, and it plucked a single pine nut and put it in its mouth. After swallowing the pine nut, the snake creature showed a satisfied expression, slowly retreating and coiling around the branch, remaining motionless. Those pine nuts must be treasures as well. Maybe the snake creature became an elite monster by constantly eating them, Song Jian thought to himself. In this game, you only have one life, and dying in the game means you die in real life. Safety comes first, so Song Jian didn't dare to recklessly approach the snake. Slowly backing away, he began to chop down trees in the vicinity to gather wood. After chopping down only 3 willow trees, his stone axe's durability reached 0, and it shattered. Looking at the tree trunk he had only managed to cut down to a small section, Song Jian punched it angrily. This game is too hard. You only get one life, and there are so many strong monsters that don't drop any coins. The things in the game are expensive, leveling up doesn't even give you attribute points, how can anyone play? This is like starting a game on Hellish Nightmare difficulty. Crack the willow tree, which only had a small section left, shattered and turned into a beam of white light, entering Song Jian's inventory. Huh, it works with just a punch. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly went to the next willow tree, throwing a heavy punch at the trunk. Ouch, that hurts. With a fierce punch on the tree trunk, the pain from his fist almost brought tears to Song Jian's eyes. Clutching his wrist and rubbing it for a long time, the pain finally started to fade. The knuckles on his fist were already broken and red. Gritting his teeth, Song Jian fiercely threw another punch at the tree trunk. System, you've used your fists to effectively attack the willow tree 3 times, and comprehended the skill, barehanded strike, fist pump category, basic. Barehanded strike, fist pump category, basic, passive, level 1, increases the power of fist and palm attacks by 5% as expected. He comprehended another passive skill. However, this basic skill did little to improve Song Jian's strength. Gritting his teeth and throwing punch after punch at the tree trunk, Song Jian's vitality also began to decrease slowly. It took him more than 2 hours to completely gather all the wood from the willow tree using only his fists. By then, Song Jian's hands were covered in blood and his vitality points had dropped by 13. His face was pale from the pain. As an ordinary person, using all his strength to hit the hard trees with every punch was like a form of self-torture. Sitting next to the tree stump, Song Jian took out a piece of roasted meat and held it in both hands, tearing into it with his teeth. What's a little pain like this? If you want to stand out, you have to risk your life. I have no chance in the real world, so this game is my only chance. How can I become someone special without enduring pain and hardship? Although Song Jian's hands ached terribly, and the joints of his fingers were even worn down to the bone-wide appearance, this was a game where recovery was extremely fast. As long as he could bear the pain, he could still gather wood using his fists. Over the course of one afternoon, Song Jian chopped down 4 willow trees with his fists and gathered 67 units of wood. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and the sun was setting. He only had less than an hour before the sun set, and he regretfully glanced at the golden pine tree in the distance before heading back towards his villa. Song Jian returned to the residential area, entered the villa through the first-floor skylight, and saw that Wang Qi was able to stand up and walk slowly. Seeing Song Jian's return, Wang Qi hurriedly greeted him with a smile. "Brother Jian. Brother Song, you're back." "Yeah, I'm back. Your injuries are healing pretty fast," Song Jian said with some surprise. With 2 broken legs and 3 broken ribs, it would take at least a few months to recover fully in the real world. But in the game, Wang Qi was already able to walk slowly after just 7 or 8 hours. "I don't know why, but I feel like my recovery speed is particularly fast in the game. I think I'll be able to remove the cast in an hour or 2. Wang Qi said with a laugh. "Brother Song, have you gathered enough materials to build a shelter?" Wang Qi asked nervously. "Not yet. Gathering in this game is more difficult than I thought." Song Jian's face was a bit ugly. He had originally thought that it would take at most 2 or 3 hours to gather all the wood and stone. "But I've gathered more than 100 units of wood now, so I can strengthen the doors and windows of this villa a bit," said Song Jian. Really? Being able to gather more than 100 units of wood is impressive. Brother Song, can you tell me where to gather? Wang Chi asked somewhat embarrassedly. He had spent the whole day in the shelter nursing his injuries without going anywhere or helping Song Jian. Now he was not only staying in the villa that Song Jian had found, but also wanting Song Jian to share the gathering location. This made Wang Chi feel a bit embarrassed. In the game map, there is a small forest near the highway where you can gather wood and stone. Song Jian casually said. The game map that came with the novice gift pack is a must-have item for every newcomer. Wang Chi quickly took out the map, unfolded it, and carefully looked at it. After finding the small forest that Song Jian mentioned, he also marked the location on the map. Thanks, Brother Song. Wang Chi said with a smile. Song Jian nodded and headed towards the kitchen. Chapter 32, Return to the supermarket. On his way back, Song Jian hunted a few more mutated zombies and dog beasts, earning himself several pieces of zombie meat and dog meat perfect for grilling. In a few tens of minutes, it would be dark, and the apocalypse supermarket would appear. Song Jian planned to sell all these grilled pieces of meat to exchange for some doomsday coins. The light golden pine tree constantly swirled in Song Jian's mind, its golden pine nuts that shimmered with golden light, in Song Jian's view, must be wonderful items that could rival the attribute fruit. If he defeated the snake beast earlier, he could obtain the treasure sooner, otherwise, the pine nuts would be all eaten by the beast sooner or later. As the night fell, the apocalyptic supermarket appeared as usual in the center of Camel Square. But this time, around Camel Square, there wasn't only Song Jian. In the moonlight, Song Jian could vaguely see about a dozen fuzzy figures around the apocalyptic supermarket. These people were just watching from a distance, no one approached. Song Jian hesitated for a moment, then took the lead to walk towards the doomsday supermarket. Seeing him move, the others began to slowly close in. Little brother, do you know where this is? A middle-aged man of large build saw that Song Jian was approaching the supermarket, and hastily jogged a couple of steps to catch up, panting as he asked. A supermarket? Song Jian pointed at the glowing words on the top of the doomsday supermarket building, 4 characters each 3 or 4 meters in diameter, and with the eyes of someone indulging a mentally challenged child, stared at the middle-aged man. At Song Jian's gaze, Goyu almost choked on his own spit. Of course, I know that this is the doomsday supermarket, but is the supermarket here the same as the supermarkets in reality? Goyu cursed inwardly. So, what all do they sell inside? With a strained smile on his face, Goyu asked, his thick facial fat quivering as if he was trying hard to suppress something. Why don't you go in and take a look for yourself? Song Jian, walking towards the supermarket entrance, said this. The presence of so many players in the game made Song Jian feel an unease, for in the small grove that morning there were precious goods. No one else must discover them. After entering the supermarket, he left only 2 slices of meat for himself. The rest he sold for a sum of 180 doomsday coins. Song Jian headed straight for the skill area, intending to select a suitable skill book. Using his bare fists to smash trees was simply too painful. Only after seeing Song Jian enter the supermarket did others follow in. Looking around with the air of curious kids, comments and observations flew around. It really is a supermarket, it's got everything. An unmanned supermarket with completely automated management, incredible. Just what's this doomsday coin? Anyone got it from a monster kill? Nope, I killed 5 or 6 mutated zombies today, none of them dropped coins, just gave materials. Me too. No, I haven't had any coins drop. Damn, if you want to shop here, you have to be a member, and you have to do tasks. A crowd of people wandered messily around the supermarket lobby. Even at the glass doors looking into the supermarket, the crowd was stunned by the space within. It's too big. Within the supermarket, as far as the eye could see. At the glass doors, they could only see a distance of a few hundred meters. Further than that, it was shrouded in a white fog. I'll get a membership card first. It only needs 10 zombie cores. Simple. A boy looking to be only 16 or 17, wearing a school uniform, was the first to accept the challenge and headed out of the supermarket. Others also gradually accepted their tasks. In order to consume goods from the supermarket, you must have a membership card. Most had seen the merchandise inside, they had everything. Quite a few watched as Song Jian picked a secret manual in the skill area, with eyes so envious it was almost painful. They wished they could immediately kill 10 mutated zombies, get the cores, acquire a membership card and carefully explore inside. Goyu didn't take any tasks like the others, but waited at the supermarket glass door. He nervously took a packet of cigarettes from his pocket, lit a stick and inhaled deeply. After more than a decade in a state-owned enterprise, Goyu might not have learned any special skills, but he knew how to read people. This young man is a veteran. At least, his familiarity with this game is far greater than that of the others. As soon as Goyu saw Song Jian, he knew. That's why Goyu was the first to strike up a conversation with him. Subsequently, it was indeed as he guessed, this young man had already obtained membership to the Doomsday Supermarket. Song Jian did not know that a middle-aged uncle was waiting for him at the entrance to the Doomsday Supermarket. In the skill area, Song Jian was momentarily blinded by choices, but the skills he felt interested in were far beyond his current fiscal capacity. Seems like this is the only choice. Song Jian picked up a scroll emitting a white glow, thinking to himself. Young man, you finally came out. Goyu saw Song Jian coming out of the supermarket, and hurriedly approached him with a smiling face. Who are you? Where are the others? Song Jian glanced to the left and right as he asked. I'm Goyu, I work at Xinjiang Thermal in Coastal City. Goyu hastily pulled out a pack of Yuxi cigarettes, offered Song Jian a stick. Xinjiang Thermal was a heating supply company in Coastal City, a company that Song Jian had heard of. He waved off the offered cigarette and asked Goyu, are you here just to wait for me? Yes, I am playing this game for the first time. I didn't expect it to be so real. If you die in the game, will you really die in reality? Goyu asked fearfully. Song Jian remained silent for a while, then nodded. This is your first time playing this game? Do you have a main quest? Yes, I just started this game. Considering how you're playing, have you been playing this game for a long time? Goyu asked tentatively. What's a main quest? I just finished a newbie quest when I entered the game, but I haven't received any other quests since then. It seemed that other players, like Song Jian, did not receive a main quest upon their first entry into the game. This was probably intended to give players an adjustment period. Song Jian pointed to the supermarket service desk and said, like everyone else, you should accept the task for the membership card. Also, try every kind of weapon. After you successfully land 3 attacks, you can master the corresponding basic skill. Although it's not very useful, it's better than nothing and can still help to enhance your strength to some extent. As for other stuff, I also haven't been in the game long, and can't really offer you much more help. The moment Song Jian finished speaking, he headed towards the villa area without looking back. Watching Song Jian's departing figure, Goyu opened his mouth, as if wanting to say something. But in the end, he simply shook his head, a complicated expression in his eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he walked towards the service desk in the supermarket. Chapter 33, Disappearance of the Supermarket. The night in the game ramped up several-fold. New players who had just entered the game, many of them did not know that the ordinary human body didn't achieve any advantages in combat against mutant zombies. Even in the villa, Song Jian would occasionally hear a few mournful screams and calls for help. Song, brother Song, can I build a safe house next to your villa? Wang Qi, shuddering from the screams outside, asked in a low voice, looking at Song Jian's calm face. Sure, we could also take care of each other then. Song Jian came back to his senses, nodding and saying. Mentioning the construction of the safe house, Song Jian suddenly felt a headache. Originally, he thought it wouldn't cost too much to modify the doors and windows, but now Song Jian found that if he wanted to transform the entire villa into a system-approved safe house and upgrade it to defensive standards of the safe house, the amount of wood and stone required far exceeded Song Jian's expectations. It required as much as 3,000 units of wood and 3,500 units of stone, without even considering the area outside the villa. Let's see, if it doesn't work out, we'll just have to find another place for the safe house. Song Jian looked at the moonlight outside the window, feeling a little dejected. Early the next morning, Song Jian rose early and headed for a small grove outside the ring road. Thump, thump, thump. Song Jian's fist brutally smashed against a willow tree trunk. The tree slightly trembled as fragments of wood occasionally popped off from the tree and flew into the air, transforming into a white light and entering Song Jian's inventory. The skin, originally scarred on Song Jian's fists, once again erupted in a smear of blood. If this were the real world, Song Jian's hands would long since have been ruined from the brutality. But in the game, a player's recuperation speed was several times faster than in reality, which was why Song Jian ventured to do this. If his vitality points did not drop to a certain level, the rate of healing one's injuries was extremely fast. But damn, it really hurts. Having chopped down several willow trees with his fists, Song Jian then sat on a tree stump and took a break. His hands, shaking and covered in blood, reached for a roasted meat and a bottle of mineral water, which he started eating greedily. Today's efficiency was apparently much higher than the previous day. In just half a day, Song Jian had already collected nearly 100 units of wood. However, he had yet to gather any stones. After resting, Song Jian got up again, glanced at the sight of minimal golden color in the depths of the forest, quelling his impulsiveness, and continued to head towards the next willow tree. In this way, the day quickly passed. Song Jian's back ached and his hands were shaking involuntarily. The back of his hands were still smeared with dried blood. After a long day of hard work, The total number of wood units already exceeded 300. Although it was still a long way from transforming the villa, what heartened Song Jian was that within a day, both his skills, bare hands, fists and palms, basic, and chopping skill had both leveled up. After reaching level 2, the skill had similar effects as other basic skills, enhancing power by 10% for fist and palm attacks and improving 10% of chopping efficiency. It didn't feel like much, but it certainly had accelerated the speed of wood collection. As night fell, Song Jian looked out the window. He decided not to go to the Doomsday Supermarket today. Although there were many good things in it, Song Jian couldn't afford to buy anything. Back at the villa, Song Jian saw a busy Wang Qi. "Brother Song, try some of my roast meat." Wang Qi brought out 2 plates of roasted meat from the kitchen. Wang Qi's injuries had fully healed. Injuries that would have taken months to heal in the real world required only a little over 10 hours in the game. While Song Jian was out collecting materials, Wang Qi took advantage of the daylight to hunt a few mutant zombies and leveled up to 2. Meanwhile, the zombies also dropped some zombie meat, which Wang Qi collected, and attempted to comprehend the cooking skill. In the real world, even people who can only cook instant noodles can comprehend the cooking technique skill in the game. The cooking skill is easy to acquire, but recipes are not that simple to comprehend. The roast meat recipe, which is easiest to comprehend, had slight differences from Song Jian's roast meat. His roast meat attribute increased vitality recovery speed by 10% for 1 hour, while Wang Qi's roast meat attribute increased vitality points by 10 upon consumption. "Your roast meat is quite good, it's like a mini vitality potion," Song Jian praised. "It's alright, brother Song, I'll give you a few if you need them." Saying that, Wang Qi took out 3 more pieces of roasted meat from his inventory and handed them to Song Jian. Song Jian did not stand on ceremony, and simply accepted them. In the early stage, the roasted meat that directly restores 10 vitality points is much better than increasing the vitality recovery speed by 10%. "Brother Song, are you going to the Doomsday Supermarket today?" Wang Qi asked. Song Jian shook his head and said, "There's no point in going without the Doomsday coins." Wang Qi hesitated and said, "Brother Song, I want to get a membership card." Song Jian knew Wang Qi's main reason for wanting a membership card was for the 1,000 reward points that came with it. He didn't object and just nodded. "Then be careful. There are more and more players now. Don't get into conflict with others." This was a game that could influence the real world. There were no laws in the game. It was all about survival of the fittest. Fortunately, everyone had just entered the game and their strength was not strong. Song Jian believed that it wouldn't be long before the ugliness of human nature would be fully manifested in the game. "Got it." Wang Qi stood nervously next to Song Jian, looking towards Camel Square. In the surrounding darkness, there were many players waiting for the appearance of the Doomsday Supermarket. Some were new players while others had already completed the membership card task, waiting to hand it over. But after a long while, there were no multicolored lights on the Camel Square. What's going on? Why hasn't the Doomsday Supermarket appeared yet? Wang Qi was a little nervous. Yesterday at this time, the multicolored lights had already appeared. Could it be? Song Jian had a bad feeling. Even by 2 or 3 in the morning, the Doomsday Supermarket still hadn't appeared. The Camel Square was filled with disgruntled voices, especially from those who had completed the task but were yet to hand it over. "Brother Song, do you think the Doomsday Square will never appear again?" Wang Qi asked in a somewhat disappointed tone. "I don't know." Song Jian shook his head. If he had known that the Doomsday Square was going to disappear, he would have definitely exchanged all the unnecessary things he had for the Doomsday coins, and then bought a martial arts secret scroll from within. "What a pity," Song Jian murmured. The night passed without a word, and soon it was dawn. Early next morning, Song Jian was prepared to go collect wood. "Brother Song, I'll come with you to collect wood," Wang Qi suddenly proposed. Wang Qi's mainline quest, like Song Jian's, required building a system-acknowledged safe house, also requiring a large amount of wood and stone. Song Jian thought for a moment, a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, gave a slight nod, and the two of them headed towards the forest. Chapter 34, Mutated Serpent Beast. Song Jian brought Wang Qi to a place outside the residential area where several poplar trees grew side by side, pointing to them and said, "This is where we collect wood." After that, Song Jian stepped forward and brutally punched one of the poplar trees. These poplar trees were just ordinary ones, and even after being completely harvested, they would reappear in just 5 or 6 hours. Only precious trees would permanently disappear after being harvested. Boom, boom, boom. Watching Song Jian's fists smashing into the sturdy tree trunk, Wang Qi was stunned and couldn't help but gawk as the tree shook continuously. "Brother Song, is this how you gather wood?" Wang Qi's lips trembled as he asked. "I am not very educated, so don't deceive me." "Yeah, it's perfect for collecting resources while practicing your skills at the same time." Song Jian continued to punch the tree while speaking. After 2 days of adaptation, the pain of hitting the tree with his fists was much less than before, and his fists seemed to have grown harder too. Can't we use tools together? Wang Qi asked. Of course, we can. Song Jian explained, but using tools would be too expensive. A stone axe can only collect wood from 17 or 18 trees before the durability runs out. It's not as satisfying as using your fists. At first, when Song Jian used his fists to gather wood, he could only harvest 7 or 8 trees in a day. But now, he could collect wood from a poplar tree in just about 20 minutes, significantly increasing his efficiency. Wood is collected like this, then what about stone? Wang Qi's heart sank, suddenly remembering that building a safe house required stone as well. Probably the same. The reason Song Jian didn't collect stone material was precisely that, after all, rocks were much harder than tree trunks. I'd rather choose a smaller house as my safe house, Wang Qi muttered, shaking his head. Watching Song Jian gathering wood, Wang Qi wanted to try it himself. He took a deep breath and threw a punch at a poplar tree. Ouch! Wang Qi screamed in agony as he clutched his broken, bloodied fist. A tear welled up in Wang Qi's eye from the pain. Hold on. Song Jian encouraged. By the time Song Jian finished harvesting the wood from one tree, Wang Qi finally managed to collect 2 units of wood. Brother Song, I'd rather fight monsters to make some money and buy tools to gather resources, Wang Qi said with a defeated expression, looking at his bloody hands. Alright, just be careful. Song Jian's nonchalant response revealed he didn't mind. At this point, his fists were also red and throbbing in pain, but it was much more tolerable compared to the excruciating pain he experienced 2 days ago. Wang Qi turned back and glanced at Song Jian, who was still pounding trees. He felt a bit unwilling to give up, but gathering wood with bare fists was indeed challenging for an ordinary person. It's just a game, is it necessary to be so desperate? Wang Qi wondered. Song Jian glanced at Wang Qi's departing figure with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, but disappointment in his eyes. The reason Song Jian didn't directly bring Wang Qi to the small forest was to see if he could endure such hardship. If he could, Song Jian would regard Wang Qi as his true companion and share the secret of the mutated snake beasts in the small forest. Unfortunately, as far as this game was concerned, Song Jian had already realized that if he wanted to stand out, he had to work hard, even harder than he would in the real world. Sadly, many people who entered this game didn't realize this and treated it as just a game. For several days, Song Jian gathered wood during the day and returned to the villa at night. Soon, he had collected more than 1,000 units of wood. After Wang Qi left that day, he never returned to help, but Song Jian saw that Wang Qi had chosen a single-story storefront as his safe house just a street away from his villa. The snake beast needs to eat a pine nut every day, and now there are less than 10 nuts left. I can't let it continue eating like this. Song Jian looked out the window at the city shrouded in darkness, thinking to himself. After a few days of use, both chopping skill and fist mastery advanced by 1 level. Skills such as these could advance from level 1 to level 2 with just 1 or 2 days of training. To advance from level 2 to level 3, it only took Song Jian about 4 in-game days. This caused Song Jian to regret a bit, for if he had known, he could have saved 3 skill points. He had been somewhat reckless with the skill points he had gained from leveling up earlier. Early the next morning, Song Jian left the villa and headed towards the small grove outside the highway. The tree stumps left from gathering wood yesterday had all disappeared, replaced by tall trees. Song Jian found that not only could these trees recover quickly after being cut down in the game, but they also grew back at an extremely fast rate. In just a few days, these trees, which were originally only as thick as a bowl, had grown even thicker. Song Jian walked straight towards the depths of the grove, stopping 10 meters away from the light golden pine tree. The warning range of the mutated snake beast was 10 meters. Once you entered this range, it would stare at the approaching person. If you got within 3 meters, it would initiate an attack. This was the information Song Jian obtained after several attempts. Now, more and more people were gathering wood, and the longer the time passed, the greater the chances of people coming to the grove, and the higher the probability of the light golden pine tree being exposed. Song Jian didn't want to wait any longer. Since the mutated snake beast remained in the tree, Song Jian's earth teeth assault couldn't hit it. He could only start by using a pistol. Bang, bang, bang. Aiming at the mutated snake beast, Song Jian rapidly pulled the trigger. Bullets pierced its body, waking up the snake beast that was wrapped around the tree branches. Its body inflated like a balloon. Whoosh! The snake beast, which had coiled around the tree several times, sprang towards Song Jian like a spring. More than a dozen bullets were fired, each one hitting the snake beast and knocking off hundreds of its vitality points. Level 4, Basic Gunpowder Weapon, Pistol, significantly increased its accuracy and power. In the 2 to 3 seconds it took to fire over a dozen shots, the snake beast had already approached within 3 to 4 meters of Song Jian. He withdrew his pistol, grabbed the double-barreled shotgun, and pulled the trigger just as the snake beast bounced off the ground. Boom, boom. With its powerful force and strong impact, the double-barreled shotgun hit the snake beast head-on, knocking it back several meters and crashing into a willow tree. Unexpectedly, this strike caused a dizzying effect, and a dizzy symbol appeared above the mutated snake beast's head. Great opportunity. Song Jian pulled out his dagger and lunged toward the mutated snake beast, stabbing at its throat area. The tiger fang dagger easily tore through the scales at the neck of the mutated snake beast, burying itself to the hilt. The snake beast let out a heart-wrenching cry, waking up from its dazed state, and its body, as thick as an adult's arm, whipped Song Jian like a leather whip. With a thump, Song Jian felt a severe pain in his back where the snake beast had hit him, an itchy sensation in his throat, and a sweet, fishy taste in his mouth. Quickly pulling out the dagger, Song Jian lunged forward, rolled on the ground, and fiercely grabbed at the Earth Teeth Assault. Earth Teeth Assault. A tusk-like blast of energy, as fast as a bullet, shot towards the snake beast. The blast knocked the snake beast, which had just awakened from its dazed state, into the air and violently crashed into a willow tree behind it. The snake beast's attack had taken more than 30 vitality points from Song Jian, and after using the Earth Teeth Assault, his vitality was now at half. Looking at the struggling snake beast, with almost 300 vitality points left, Song Jian frowned. Continuing to fight like this, he clearly couldn't beat the snake beast. After hesitating for a moment, he finally gritted his teeth and pulled out a scroll from his bag. It looks like I'll have to use this trump card. Squinting his eyes, Song Jian fiercely tore open the scroll and threw it at the level 5 mutated snake beast. Chapter 35, Mutated Pine Nut. Song Jian threw a one-time use spell scroll at the snake creature. Originally, Song Jian wanted to buy a skill book at the Doomsday Supermarket to enhance his strength, but in the end, he found out that he could not afford even the most basic one with the Doomsday coins in his pocket. Helplessly, he spent all his Doomsday coins on this one-time use spell scroll. Thunderweb Scroll, one-time use, effect. After using it on a single target, it restrains the target's movements for 5 seconds. It performs a lightning resistance check on the target every second. If it fails the check, it inflicts lightning damage on the target, starting at 120 points, with each subsequent damage decreasing by 20%. Usage conditions, can only be used on creatures below level 10, and not on players. The torn scroll flew towards the snake creature. The elite snake creature seemed to be able to sense that the scroll would cause massive damage to it, hissing and constantly writhing its body, swiftly slithering through the grass and doing its best to evade the scroll's target lock. The scroll disappeared in midair, and in its place was a giant net that emitted lightning, covering the snake creature. The snake creature let out a terrified cry, and no matter how it tried to escape, the lightning could accurately find its shadow. It twisted around a few times in the air, as if there was an invisible hand controlling the net. Eventually, the snake creature could not escape, and the thunder web covered its mutated body completely. Zap! An even more intense electric light flashed across every intersection of the thunder web, and the snake creature let out a painful cry. A light blue damage number of 120 appeared above its head. Song Jian leaped forward, dagger in hand, and viciously stabbed the mutated snake creature, not caring about hitting its weak points. He simply stabbed it repeatedly. Thunderweb's lightning damage seemed to be able to differentiate between friend and foe. The imprisoned snake creature let out painful hisses, its body continually writhing in agony, with burnt marks appearing on the surface of its scales. But when Song Jian touched the thunderweb, he didn't feel any damage. The 5-second movement restraint was enough for Song Jian to stab 5 or 6 times. Even without the thunderweb's damage, the snake creature did not have enough vitality points to withstand so much damage. Unable to endure for a full 5 seconds, the snake creature struggled for only 3 seconds before its vitality points hit 0, and it collapsed limply. The thunderweb began to slowly dissipate, revealing the charred remains of the mutated snake creature. With its mouth wide open, revealing sharp tusks, the snake creature looked ferocious and appeared to be in a state of constant pain. Looking at the snake creature's corpse, Song Jian felt surprised as he thought, the power of this thunderweb is beyond my imagination. He originally thought that the one-time use consumable that he had spent nearly 200 doomsday coins on would at most cause some trouble for the snake creature. He didn't expect it to be so effective that it could so easily take down an elite-level mutated snake creature. Soon, the surface of the mutated snake creature's body began to burn with transparent flames. In no time, its body turned into a pile of black ash, blowing away without a trace in the wind. At its original spot, the mutated snake creature left behind 4 items emitting blue-green light. System: you killed a level 5 mutated snake creature, elite, and gained 580 experience points. System, your experience points have reached the upgrade requirement. Your level has been raised to ordinary level 5. You have gained a skill point. A golden light shone brightly, and a surge of warmth flooded his body. His vitality points, which had been reduced to half, were fully restored. This was the benefit of leveling up, regaining his peak condition. Song Jian did not care about leveling up because he had already raised his experience to level 4, 87%. Leveling up was just a matter of course. Song Jian set his sights on the 4 items dropped by the mutated snake creature. A level 5 elite boss. I wonder what kind of items it will drop for me. Song Jian thought as he picked up the items on the ground one by one. Mutated snake creature's leather, blue, material, can be used to make leather armor. Leather armor crafting success rate increases by 30%, with a certain chance of adding an extra attribute. Usage requirements, leather armor crafting level 2. Mutated snake creature's snake meat, green, material, can be used for cooking. Chance of understanding a new recipe increases by 30%. Usage requirements, cooking level 1. Mutated snake creature's core, green, material, can be used for alchemy. Chance of understanding a new formula increases by 30%. Usage requirements, alchemy level 1. Tusk Fang Stinger, blue, dagger, main hand weapon, attack, 18 to 25, strength, +1, attack speed, +10%, special effect 1, after damaging a target, the target's poison resistance is reduced by 50%, special effect 2, when damaging a target, every inflicted damage adds a poison mark, each poison mark can deal 5 points per second of toxin damage, and can be stacked up to 5 times. After stacking 5 poison marks, Poison Nova can be triggered voluntarily, detonating all 5 poison marks and causing 100 plus self-basic agility attribute 2, damage to the target. Usage requirements, level 5. Can it be taken out of the game? Yes. 3 materials and a top-quality blue-grade dagger. Level 5 elite creature, the mutated snake creature, brought significant gains to Song Jian. Moreover, the most important thing was that this dagger called Tusk Fang Stinger was an item that could be taken out of the game. Apart from these items, there was an even greater harvest waiting for Song Jian, all the remaining pine nuts on the pale golden pine tree. With the guardian gone, Song Jian easily picked the only pinecone left. The human head-sized pinecone had many empty spots, leaving only 9 golden glowing pine nuts. Mutated pine nut, pale gold, food, effect, after consumption, it increases the upper limit of vitality points by 50. The effect will weaken with repeated consumption. One person can eat up to 3 of this item. It really was a treasure similar to the attribute fruit. It's worth mentioning that even leveling up would not increase vitality points, only raising the constitution attribute could do that, and all of Song Jian's active skills required consuming vitality points to cast, so the more vitality points he had, the better. Without hesitation, he threw a pine nut into his mouth. The originally hard shell instantly softened as it entered his mouth, and the pine nut turned into a surge of heat that entered Song Jian's stomach. A warm current spread out from his stomach to his entire body, making him feel as comfortable as if he was immersed in warm water. His vitality points did indeed increase by 50 points. After eating the second and third pine nuts, the second one increased his vitality points by 30 points, and the third one by 20 points. This was the limit, and eating more would have no effect. Song Jian knew that such a magical treasure was extremely valuable. However, since the player's purchasing power was currently weak and selling it in the store would be a loss, Song Jian simply put it into his inventory. Finally, Song Jian's gaze fell on the pale golden pine tree that was emitting a pale golden glow. I wonder if my current strength is enough to gather this pine tree? Song Jian looked at his fist and thought to himself. Chapter 36, Radio Station. Thump. With a hard smash, Song Jian's fist slammed into the pale gold trunk of the pine tree. Its tough exterior was as unyielding as steel, creating a numbing sour pain that spread up his wrist and throughout his arm. Unfazed, Song Jian continued to batter the tree with his fists. After about 10 minutes, the trunk of an ordinary tree would have been gathered completely, but this pine tree didn't budge an inch. Right when Song Jian believed this pine tree was impenetrable, a piece of bark the size of a palm flew away from the tree, transforming into a beam of white light that flew elegantly into his inventory. System, you've gathered 10 units of wood. Is it that efficient? Song Jian was pleasantly surprised. Usually, gathering willow trees would yield no more than 2 or 3 units at a time, but this pine tree had produced 10 units of wood in one go, several times more than any regular tree. Spurred on by his excitement, Song Jian started punching the tree with increasing speed. The pale golden pine tree was extraordinarily tough, making it several times harder to gather than regular trees. But the yield of wood was correspondingly bountiful. System, you've gathered N units of wood. System, you've gathered 9 units of wood. System: you've gathered 2 units of dense pine wood, LV3 wood material. System: you've gathered 12 units of wood. Every successful gathering added about 10 units of wood to Songjian's inventory. Ignoring the multitude of system prompts, Songjian focused all his attention on punching the pine tree. Unexpectedly, it was only when he inadvertently checked his inventory that he realized he had indeed obtained 6 units of dense pine wood. Dense pine wood, LV3 wood material, material for crafting furniture and utensils, cannot be taken out of the game. Furniture? Aren't all the furniture ready-made in a safe house? Do I need to make them myself? Songjian wondered inwardly. While he was unsure about how to craft and what the uses of furniture would be, the title LV3 wood material was a clear indication that the dense pine possessed much better quality than commonplace wood materials. As Songjian continued to gather, the originally 5 to 6 meters high pine tree, now shone with a faint golden glow and had shrunk to less than 2 meters tall, and half of the day had already passed, being around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. After replenishing himself with some food and water, Songjian stood up and proceeded to gather wood from the pine tree. Opportunities like these were rare, as there was only this one peculiar pine tree within the entire forest. An hour later, Songjian received a notification from the system. System: after rigorous training, your skill brawling, fist strike, basic, has been upgraded to level 4. System: after rigorous training, your skill chopping skill has been upgraded to level 4. Has it been upgraded to level 4 so quickly? Songjian was taken aback. Clearly, gathering high quality would significantly increase his skill proficiency. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for his already level 3 basic skills to level up within such a short span of time. It's important to note that all skills require more proficiency to level up the higher they are. This makes it increasingly difficult to level up, unless one is willing to spend skill points. Crack! With a crisp breaking sound, the remaining 1 meter of the pine tree shattered spectacularly, turning it into a white light that flew into Songjian's inventory. This singular pine tree contributed nearly 300 units of wood and 10 units of dense pine wood to Songjian's inventory, simultaneously raising the levels of his 2 passive skills by 1. In a short while, I should be able to gather stone materials as well. Songjian rubbed his palms, feeling the resilience and strength spreading from his knuckles, and whispered inwardly. The faint golden light of the pine tree had dimmed, reducing it to a mere tree stump. However, another object had appeared on top of the stump. It appeared to be a small box. This small box was military green in color, with several obvious buttons and knobs on its surface along with a forearm-length antenna. Civilian radio, special item, effect, able to receive and send channel information, use condition, can only be used when placed within a safe house. What's this? Songjian touched the metal surface of the radio, examining it closely. No matter how Songjian fiddled with it, the radio didn't show any signs of life. It looks like it can only be used once the safe house has been set up. Having glanced at the usage conditions, Songjian stopped fiddling with it, and placed it into his inventory. Time passed swiftly, and before nightfall, Songjian returned to the villa. After gathering from the pine tree, Songjian had managed to stock up over 100 units of other wood materials. By now, Songjian had already collected nearly 2/3 of the wood needed for the villa's renovation. At most, 2 more days would be required to gather enough of the 3,000 units of needed wood. At night, Songjian played with his newly acquired Tusk Fang Stinger, as howls from the mutating zombies outside echoed around the villa, causing him to appear lost in thought. Being at level 5, along with his newly acquired dagger, Songjian could already face off against mutated zombies easily even when they attack in groups. It's such a waste to do nothing at night. It would be better to go out to hunt mutated zombies, obtain some materials, and level up my skills, Songjian thought. All active skills needed frequent use to gain proficiency until skill points would allow them to level up. Passive skills, on the other hand, had no such limitation. Provided that one remained patient, they could level up without the need for skill points. Despite the decreased spawn rate of the mutated zombies, Songjian could still use them to train his skills. As this thought struck him, Songjian immediately got up and walked towards the street outside. The street was filled with the shadowy figures of mutated zombies. During the day, these horrifying monsters wouldn't rise unless disturbed by a loud noise, which gave one the impression that they weren't many around. However, when night fell, Songjian realized there were, in fact, a bewildering number of monsters lurking around him. The main quest requires exterminating all the monsters within a 1-kilometer radius of the safe house. Looking at it now, this task is harder than building the safe house itself, Songjian thought to himself. As soon as he left the villa, 3 mutated zombies detected his presence. Their mouths let out low growls as they staggered towards him. The speed of the mutated zombies was about the same as an ordinary human jogging. They weren't particularly fast, but they were extremely resolute and possessed excellent endurance. They could chase a person for miles without stopping. Instead of using the Earth Teeth Assault skill, Song Jian brandished his dagger and charged towards the nearest zombie. He thrust his weapon straight into its skull, then swiftly yanked it out, cutting a slash across its neck. Before the zombie could react, Song Jian stabbed its back with his dagger. The smooth sequence of movements felt like a rehearsed pattern and carried out flawlessly in quick succession. The 3 consecutive attacks immediately turned the zombie, with only a little over 100 hit points, into a pile of ashes. Without bothering to glance at the item it had dropped, Song Jian charged towards the next zombie. Chapter 37, The Zombie Core. In only a matter of seconds, Song Jian managed to take down 3 normal attribute mutated zombies. The 3 mutated zombies didn't even touch Song Jian. In Song Jian's equipment slot, he held the Tusk Fang Stinger in his right hand and the Corrupt Sword in his left. His strength attribute had reached 8 points, 3 points higher than a normal adult male, even greater than the strength of a real-world weightlifting champion. Compared to when he first entered the game, his strength attribute had doubled, naturally allowing him to easily break through the defenses of the mutated zombies. The 3 zombies altogether dropped 2 items, a small crystal ball emitting a white glow and a cooking ingredient, zombie meat. Zombie meat had become Song Jian's main source of food in the game. The food and water he had initially found upon entering the game were almost depleted. Water was still not an issue, with 3 bottles of mineral water remaining, but all the compressed dry food had been eaten. Now, in his inventory, only 2 pieces of fried meat were left. Song Jian looked at the white crystal ball, feeling a sense of familiarity. He picked it up to look at it and discovered it was a zombie core. Isn't this an item for the task of applying for a membership card at the Apocalypse supermarket? It can drop even without a task? Song Jian was slightly curious. Previously, when he killed zombies and obtained the zombie core, besides the words task item, he couldn't see any other attributes. But now, the zombie core in his hand was an item of white quality. Zombie core, white, material, can be used in any production process, as a catalyst to speed up the production process. Product mutation +1, item description, crystallized energy formed after a mutated zombie's body is infected by the virus, of high value, usage requirement, none, can be brought out of the game, no. Valued high? Song Jian played with the crystal ball and thought to himself, the Apocalypse supermarket probably chose it as a task item because of its high value, right? After stashing the zombie core into his inventory, Song Jian continued forward. The vigilance range of zombies seemed to have greatly increased at night. Any slight movement would attract zombies. Song Jian didn't even need to look for them intentionally. As he was strolling slowly on the streets, mutated zombies would find him on their own. He became more proficient in using the dagger, and Song Jian also started to control his vitality points, using the skills Earth Teeth Assault and Kick, slowly enhancing the proficiency of these 2 active skills. 3 hours later, Song Jian had killed at least 100 mutated zombies. The number of zombie cores in his inventory increased to 6, along with some zombie tusk fangs and zombie meat, but there wasn't a single real equipment drop. Just then, Song Jian heard a shout from afar, "What are you trying to do? Why are you attacking me?" The voice sounds familiar, could it be Leaker? Song Jian's eyebrows furrowed as he looked towards the direction of the sound. The noise had alerted the surrounding mutated zombies, and many zombies began to slowly move towards the source of the sound. Taking advantage of the darkness, Song Jian carefully hid his figure and followed the crowd of zombies. Leaker was holding a silver crossbow, looking vigilantly at the men blocking the alleyway entrance. At her feet, there were 5 or 6 piles of black hash, and a few white glowing items nearby. Hee, boss, I didn't lie to you, this girl's weapon is silver grade. You didn't see her killing zombies, her speed was incredibly fast, zombies didn't even have time to react, they were shot dead instantly. A skinny man stood next to a muscular man, whispering with a smirk on his face. Wang Kaiang gave a glance at the thin man beside him, a hint of scorn flashed in his eyes. He nodded slightly. Not bad, you did well this time. It seems you're of some use. As long as I get that weapon, you'll be a member of the Green Wolf Gang. In reality, Wang Kaiang was the leader of the Green Wolf Gang, controlling a dozen or so street thugs and living off protection fees. No one dared to mess with him in Yanhui Street area. After entering the game, he gathered a few people and continued the operations of the Green Wolf Gang in the game, living a comfortable life. When one of his men reported that a young girl had a silver-grade weapon, Wang Kaiang's heart stirred. He knew that the best weapon he possessed was a white-grade long sword that he had obtained when he first entered the game. Girl, don't be afraid. As long as you hand over the weapon in your hand, I'll let you go. Wang Kaiang and 3 or 4 others blocked the alleyway entrance, greedily eyed the silver crossbow in Li Ke's hand. Get out of the way quickly, or I'll shoot you. Li Ke held up her crossbow, making a threatening expression, but on her small face, The expression didn't hold persuasive power. Skinny, you go, take her weapon. Wang Kaiang raised his chin and motioned to the skinny man beside him. Boss, my name is Wang Bin, not Skinny. Wang Bin said somewhat aggrievedly. From now on, you're Skinny. Wang Kaiang gave Wang Bin a glare. Seeing that he wanted to argue, Wang Kaiang immediately countered menacingly. You still want to join the Green Wolf Gang or not? Yes, boss, I'll go right now. Wang Bin looked at the silver weapon in Ker's hand, and swallowed nervously. Taking one more glance at Wang Kaiang, he gritted his teeth, gripped the short sword in his hand and slowly moved towards Ker. Little girl, don't be afraid, Wang Bin squeezed out an ugly smile on his face, saying softly. Whoosh, a semi-transparent bolt flew by Wang Bin's head. A chilling sensation rushed from his spine to the back of his head. Wang Bin became paralyzed with fear on the spot. He felt a burning pain at the top of his head. When he looked at his vitality points, he was shocked to find out that his original 80 points of vitality had dropped more than 20 points, and his face immediately turned into an expression of horror. This was just a graze and not a direct hit. If he was directly hit, wouldn't he be killed instantly? Is the attack power of a silver-grade weapon this terrifying? The courage he had barely gathered quickly collapsed, and Wang Bin screamed and rolled back towards the mouth of the alley. Boss, she shot me, the attack was so high, I'm almost dead. Wang Bin said with a grievous expression on his face. Get out of the way, you good for nothing. Wang Kaiang disdainfully kicked Wang Bin and took out a half-human high iron shield from his inventory, placing it in front of himself. You all follow me. I don't believe we, a group of men, can't deal with an 8 or 9-year-old girl. Spit. Wang Kaiang spat onto the ground maliciously and lifted his shield, slowly walking towards Li Ker. Wang Kaiang saw Li Ker's attack just now. The distance between them was more than 10 meters, far beyond the effective range of a normal crossbow. Just a graze from the side caused Wang Bin to lose more than 20 vitality points. This kind of attack, even Wang Kaiang himself, was surprised. However, his determination to obtain this weapon became even stronger. He led the charge, shield in hand, and rushed towards Li Ker. Chapter 38. To kill or not to kill? Seeing Wang Kaiang rushing towards her with a shield in hand, Li Ker was suddenly taken aback and quickly fired her crossbow. Arrows flew out like a line towards Wang Kaiang. Clang, the arrows hit the shield, sparking sparks and humming lightly. The arrows were deflected and scattered away. Seeing his shield blocking the arrows, Wang Kaiang instantly felt full of confidence. He burst into laughter. Brothers, charge. Her arrows won't break my shield. Once we get close, just grab her, break her legs, ha. Don't come closer. Li Ker became frantic and kept backing away, her small face turning scared. Seeing Wang Kaiang getting closer and closer, Li Ker gritted her teeth, seemingly focusing all her strength onto her crossbow. Burst arrow. With a battle cry, a faint white light emerged from Li Ker's body, rushing toward her arm, which was holding the crossbow, then swiftly converged into the crossbow, forming an energy mass. Whoosh, a giant arrow-like energy mass fired out from the crossbow at high speed, leaving a white mark in the air, forcefully colliding with the shield. Wang Kaiang felt as if he was struck by a siege hammer. His arms, which were holding the shield, felt a great force, causing his bones to friction with a crack sound. Intense pain set in, causing his hands to shake. He almost dropped the shield. The impact pushed him backwards for several meters before he stabilized. In a panic, Wang Kaiang felt as if he was barely alive. The pain in his arms was slowly subsiding. He began to steady himself and then realized his shield seemed lighter. A glance at the shield showed a dent the size of a human head at the center. Cracks spread out from the dent. Some cracks even reached the edge of the shield. The durability of the shield plummeted to single-digit, flickering red light, on the verge of becoming a total wreck. My shield. Wang Kaiang was heartbroken. This shield was his ultimate card. It was because of this shield that he could gather so many people and re-establish the Green Wolf Gang in the game. Who knew this young maiden's hit nearly caused his shield to become scrap? Wang Kaiang stared at Li Ker, his gaze filled with terror. He started hesitating, uncertain whether to continue the attack or flee. Just as Wang Kaiang was about to flee due to his cowardice, Li Ker sat down on the ground, looking completely depleted. Seeing this, Wang Kaiang's eyes lit up, and he smirked. Shield in hand, he slowly walked towards Li Ker. Little girl, I bet that skill of yours consumed a lot, didn't it? I dare say you don't have much vitality points left now. Seeing Li Ker's weakened state, Wang Kaiang got excited. You, don't come any closer. Li Ker's small face was gripped with further panic. Tears welled up in her eyes, ready to burst. Bang, a gunshot resounded, and blood spurted from Wang Kaiang's leg. He stumbled and fell. Who was that? Wang Kaiang roared, turning towards the direction from where the bullet came, placing the shield firmly in front of him. Boss, someone's on the wall. A man behind him pointed at the wall of the alley and shouted. Wang Kaiang looked up and saw a man in leather armor standing on the wall of the alley. The man was holding a gun, pointing directly at him. You think you're so tough? Wang Kaiang held his shield up in defense, slowly stood up. His underlings rushed to his side, forming a protective circle around him. Song Jian just smiled and said, a group of grown men bullying a little girl. Are you proud? Mind your own business, or it'll cost you your life. You only have one life in this game. Wang Kaiang sneered. Cheap uncle, no, little cheap brother. Li Ke recognized Song Jian and shouted loudly. Song Jian cringed at her words, his face turned dark. He thought, what kind of nicknames are cheap uncle and little cheap brother? Oh, so you two know each other? Wang Kaiang was startled and quickly scanned his surroundings. He saw Song Jian was alone and regained his bravado. Do you see? We have 5 people. Are you sure you want to meddle in this matter? We just want her weapon. You can take her. Get lost, if not, don't blame me for not being nice. Song Jian waved his hand, speaking impatiently. Humphrey. Guys, get him. Wang Kaiang had a ruthless look in his eyes. He pulled out a flying knife from his inventory and threw it towards Song Jian. The men behind him, too, gathered around, handguns, magic wands, longbows, every one of them had a way to launch distance attacks. They all took aim at Song Jian and swarmed him like wasps. Wipe him out. This is just a game, it's not illegal to kill him. The leather armor he's wearing is good, I want it. Let's all go. An onslaught of attacks ensued. Song Jian jumped down from the wall, pressing his right hand on the ground and muttered in a low voice, Earth Teeth Assault. A fang-shaped energy orb made a sharp breaking wind noise and zoomed toward Wang Kaiang, who was standing up front. Boom! The energy orb struck Wang Kaiang's iron shield fiercely. As the roar rang out, the shield shattered into pieces. Wang Kaiang felt a strong force hitting his chest, propelling him backward and crashing into several people behind him. Wang Kaiang lay on the ground, coughing violently and gasping for air. As a wave of intense pain emanated from his chest, Song Jian held a dagger and charged toward the others. He thrust forward, puncturing a man's palm directly. Then, he made a quick twist and struck forward, his elbow hitting straight on the adversary's cheek. Get him. A man wielded his magic wand, fiercely smashed it towards Song Jian's shoulder. Song Jian stepped aside, turned, and drew a double-barreled shotgun, aiming at the man's chest and pulling the trigger. Boom! A critical hit of over 60 damage points rose from above the opponent's head, instantly causing severe injury and leaving him without capacity to retaliate. This hit scared the remaining few. They instinctively stepped back. Song Jian stood among them, stepping on Wang Kaiang's head, holding his shotgun as he surveyed his surroundings. Those who don't want to die had better run. Song Jian said calmly. Even though it was a game, Song Jian never treated it like one. He didn't want to kill anyone in the game either, because in his mind, killing in the game was virtually the same as killing in real life. This was something he couldn't bear. After a moment of hesitation, Song Jian decided to let these people go. You release our boss first. Then Monkey Huang Bin suppressed his fear, shouting loudly. Song Jian smiled slightly, released his foot from Wang Kaiang, stepped back 2 steps, and waved his gun at Wang Kaiang. Wang Bin immediately stepped forward, helped Wang Kaiang up, and slowly back toward the alley exit. The green hills will not change, the green waters will run forever. If you've got the guts, leave your name. Behind Wang Kaiang, a man with a scar on his face scowled at Song Jian and yelled. Wang Kaiang frowned, twitched his eyebrows, turned around again, and pressed his right hand to the ground. Earth Teeth Assault. Again, a fang-shaped energy orb whistled toward that man. Boom! The man with a scar on his face was hit by the Earth Teeth Assault. His body was thrown high in the air. A jet of blood spurted out from his body, flying backward and hitting hard against an electricity pole. He rebounded and rolled into the street, falling unconscious. The other few people kept silent, didn't dare to raise their heads, and fled, carrying the wounded. Song Jian turned around and walked toward Li Ke. Chapter 39, Bar Little Cheap Brother, thank you for driving away the big bad guy. Li Ke joyfully ran towards Song Jian. Ke, what are you doing here? Song Jian asked with a smile as he held on to Li Ke's shoulder. Have you completed your main storyline quest? The main quest is too difficult, and gathering tools are too expensive. I can only fight monsters to earn some money and then buy tools for gathering, Li Ke said, wrinkling her little nose. Buying tools? An idea struck Song Jian, and he hastily asked, do you know where to buy tools around here? Of course, don't you know, little cheap brother? I'll take you there. Li Ke exclaimed with wide eyes. It had been several days since the end of the world supermarket had disappeared. Little did Song Jian know that there were still shops in the game where items could be bought. Come on, little cheap brother, follow me. Li Ke glanced left and right before leading Song Jian down the street. The pair walked past 2 streets, turned a corner, and arrived in the middle of a cross street. Along the way, They encountered countless level 1 mutated zombies and even level 3 mutated beasts. But with their cooperation, they quickly eliminated all the monsters. Only then did Song Jian realize that Lee Care had already reached level 5 and was close to hitting level 6, leveling up even faster than him. It was clear that she had spent the entire time grinding monsters for experience these past few days. They stopped in front of a commercial building. The building was dilapidated, and the main entrance had a half-remaining sign with a circle of tattered neon lights covered in dust. Mysterious bar could vaguely be discerned on the sign. The building was near a pedestrian street. There were no monsters on the street, and the surrounding shops were in disarray. Some doors were tightly closed, while others had been violently smashed open. The two swinging doors of the bar looked like they hadn't been maintained for a long time, creaking as they opened. "Little cheap brother, this is the place I've prepared as a safe house," Lee Care said as she pushed open the door. Upon entering, Song Jian found that the bar was surprisingly clean, as if someone had tidied it up completely. There was a gentle orange light glowing on the bar, giving a warm feeling. "There's still electricity?" Song Jian said, surprised. "Yes, many parts of the bar have electricity, but it's only on for 3 hours every day. The rest of the time, it's dark," Lee Care explained. "Here, little cheap brother, you can buy tools at the bar, but they're so expensive. I've been saving for a long time and still can't afford one," Lee Care said, leading Song Jian to the bar counter. She took a bunch of materials out of her inventory and piled them on the counter. Soon, a semi-transparent screen appeared in the air above the counter, like a 3D projection screen. It listed all the items on the counter and calculated their selling prices. Song Jian glanced at the prices, which were very low, even lower than the prices at the end of the world's supermarket. There were at least 30 different items on the counter, but their total trade-in value was only 19 doomsday coins. "Sell." Lee Care sighed like a little adult, looking very serious. The items on the counter were shrouded in white light and disappeared instantly, replaced by 19 doomsday coins. Lee Care used both of her hands to gather the 19 doomsday coins, carefully recounted them, and put them back into her inventory. "Show me the items you have for sale," Lee Care shouted. Instantly, rows of goods appeared on the screen, and Song Jian perked up, realizing that items could indeed be traded here. Upon looking at the screen, Song Jian was dumbstruck. A single ordinary stone axe cost a whopping 500 doomsday coins. Although it was a brand new axe, the price was still too high. "This is like a ripoff. These things are too expensive." Song Jian couldn't help but mutter. "Well, we have no choice. This is a bar, after all," Lee Care sighed, looking helpless. Seeing Lee Care's serious expression, Song Jian couldn't help but be amused. He ruffled her hair and took out a piece of fried meat from his inventory, placing it on the counter. Soon, the price of the fried meat appeared on the screen: 21 doomsday coins. "That's a third less than the end of the world's supermarket," Song Jian thought to himself. "Oh, little cheap brother, what is that? How can it be sold for so much? Tell me, which monster did you get it from?" Lee Care asked in amazement, grabbing Song Jian's clothes and shaking him. "I made it myself. If you process the materials you sold earlier into products, each one could be sold at this price," Song Jian said with a smile. Lee Care was stunned for a moment and seemed to realize something. Her face showed a pained struggle as she clutched her chest, swaying a little. "My heart aches, I sold it too cheaply." "What?" Lee Care was so distressed that she nearly burst into tears. All right. It's not that easy to produce finished products. See how long it took me, and I can only cook food to sell. Just be more careful next time," Song Jian consoled, remembering how regretful he had been when selling items at the end of the world supermarket. His mood quickly improved. "What, but Care doesn't know how to cook?" Lee Care stared at Song Jian with teary eyes. "It's okay, big brother will teach you. It's very simple," Song Jian reassured her with a smile. "Great, little cheap brother is the best. I love little cheap brother the most," Lee Care said happily, jumping up and down. She grabbed Song Jian by the hand and led him further into the bar. They passed through the bar's front hall and came across several private rooms. Lee Care led Song Jian into one of them, had him sit down, and walked over to a safe, turning the dial a few times. "Care, what is this?" Song Jian noticed the safe and froze. The safe's surface shimmered with a hidden transparent glow, which was hard to see unless one looked closely. "This is a storage space where I can keep my items. I store all the good things that I've gotten from monsters here," Lee Care casually replied. "Storage space?" Song Jian suddenly thought of the radio he had obtained and quickly asked, "Care, is this storage space also a special item?" "Yeah, little cheap brother, I found this as loot in the nest of the elite boss I defeated," Lee Care replied nonchalantly. She quickly took out a pile of things from the safe and spread them on the floor. Song Jian saw more than a dozen green and blue glowing items on the ground, most of which were materials. These are my treasures, and I couldn't bear to sell them. As a token of my gratitude for saving me and teaching me how to cook, you can choose anyone from here, Lika said seriously. Oh, how could I accept that? Song Jian blushed, feeling as if he were cheating a little girl out of her lollipop. His gaze soon fell on a green glowing scroll. Chapter 40, Gambling. Song Jian looked enviously at the items all over the floor, his gaze falling on a scroll emanating a green glow. Potion recipe, weakness potion. After using it, you can make weakness potion. Requirements: mastery of alchemy, weakness potion, throw and attack any target within a 6-meter range, causing 10 true damage to target while weakening target's defense by 30% for 60 seconds. Where did you get this potion recipe? Song Jian asked, pointing at the recipe. Dropped by a monster? Recipe? Are you talking about this? Lika picked up the weakness potion recipe, took a careless glance, and handed it to Song Jian. I won this in a bet. Won in a bet? Although Song Jian felt a little embarrassed, he still took it. If it were something else, Song Jian might have declined, but the potion recipe was exactly what he had always dreamed of, so he blushed and studied it directly. After meeting the usage requirements, Song Jian tore the scroll directly, turning it into a white light. Under the alchemy skill, the words "make weakness potion" appeared, and the required materials were listed as well. To make a weakness potion, one must obtain a medicinal solution, 2 zombie fangs, and a glass bottle. The medicinal solution and glass bottles can both be bought at the bar's counter. Only zombie fangs need to be obtained by killing monsters. 1 doomsday coin can buy 5 units of the medicinal solution, and 5 glass bottles also require 1 doomsday coin. In other words, if there are enough zombie fangs, making 5 bottles of weakness potion only requires 2 doomsday coins. However, what surprised Song Jian was that there was one more item needed to create potions, which was the potion crafting table, a special building item. For a moment, Song Jian did not know where to find that thing, so it looked like making the weakness potion would be postponed. After thinking about it for a long time, Song Jian shook his head and put aside the potion making, becoming very interested in the gambling Lika mentioned. You have to know that such a potion recipe is worth at least 500 doomsday coins in the doomsday supermarket. Stores like the bar counter don't even sell them. So one can imagine that the gambling Lika mentioned should be able to yield quite a few good things. Song Jian believed that the 10 or so blue and green items in front of him could not possibly all be obtained by Lika after fighting elite-level bosses. Maybe some of them were earned through gambling. Little cheap brother, there is an underground casino at the back of this bar. Lika said mysteriously in a low voice. Many things are broken inside, but there is a working slot machine that can be used. I got this potion recipe from that slot machine. Oh, really? Can you take me to have a look? Song Jian asked curiously. Of course, but it costs 100 doomsday coins or 1 zombie nucleus to play once. I've used up all the zombie nuclei I got from killing zombies. Do you have any zombie nuclei on you, little cheap brother? Lika asked. Hearing Lika words, Song Jian was shocked. 100 doomsday coins or 1 zombie nucleus? Does that mean a zombie nucleus is worth 100 doomsday coins by default? What is the value of this zombie nucleus? Why is it so valuable? Is that doomsday supermarket membership card worth 1000 doomsday coins? I have 6 zombie nuclei on me now. Song Jian looked at the inventory column and said. That's good. You can play 6 times, and you should get 1 item. Lika nodded and said, I've studied this slot machine for a few days. There is no pattern at all. It's all about luck. Sometimes you only need 1 or 2 zombie nuclei to get an item, and sometimes, even 10 zombie nuclei don't guarantee a drop. Song Jian frowned slightly and said, so are my 6 zombie nuclei a bit too few? It depends on your luck. Even if you don't get any items this time, at least you've seen the slot machine. You can come and play often, little cheap brother. Lika laughed. Song Jian suddenly imagined a scene where Lika was dressed up and holding a handkerchief, with a full smile on her face, standing at the door of the bar and waving to him, come on, bro. Song Jian shivered and banished the scene from his mind, then followed Lika towards the underground casino. After going through a corridor and turning a corner, the two arrived at a staircase and went up to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was not as glamorous as the hall, with cracks everywhere on the lime-covered walls. The walls were full of dark brown stains and various graffiti warnings, looking messy and repulsive. There were several gambling tables in the 2nd floor hall, one of which was split in half by something, the rest were covered with a thick layer of dust. Various gaming machines were placed around the walls, most of which were destroyed, but only one strange slot machine was still blinking with neon lights. This slot machine looked no different from ordinary ones, with a liquid crystal display stand and a lever on the side. The only difference was that ordinary slot machines had 3 icons on the screen, while this one had 4. Little cheap brother, this is the coin slot. You can put doomsday coins in here, or zombie nuclei. Lee Ke said excitedly, pulling Songjian and pointing to the coin slot next to the slot machine. After saying that, Lee Ke looked at Songjian expectantly, waiting for him to insert a coin, or rather, a zombie nucleus. Songjian smiled slightly, took out a zombie nucleus, and stuffed it into the coin slot. The 4 icons on the slot machine screen began to spin rapidly. These icons included gold equipment, scrolls, doomsday coins, materials, and all kinds of other things. Pull this, pull this. Lee Ke pointed at the lever next to the slot machine and urged. Songjian laughed and saw that Lee Ke seemed to be even more anxious than himself. He grasped the lever and pulled it down with force, clang with a clear sound. The rotation speed of the 4 icons on the slot machine screen began to slow down, and finally came to a halt. Thank you for participating. Damn it. Why is there a thank you for participating? Was the 4th icon added just for these words? Songjian's smile froze as he pointed at the screen, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. Are you mocking me for not having played a slot machine before? Songjian suddenly felt an urge to smash the slot machine screen. Keep going, little cheap brother, keep going. It seemed that Lee Ke had seen this too many times and didn't care. She excitedly shook Songjian's sleeve and shouted. Songjian took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and took out another zombie nucleus from his inventory and stuffed it into the coin slot. Swish. The icons on the slot machine immediately started spinning again. Chapter 41, Simple Snake Soup. Clang. Songjian viciously pulled the lever again, and the icons on the screen began to rotate. Thanks for participating. Thanks for participating. Songjian looked exasperated. Damn it, I've played 5 times, and each game ends with thanks for participating. I'm losing my patience with this. Am I really that unlucky? What the hell is the precise odds of this lousy game? I'd consider it fair even if it just coughed up a single piece of material. This slot machine is just one big dang hole. Songjian hesitated, holding the last zombie core in his hand. He glanced at Lee Ke, who was looking at him expectantly. To hell with it, gritted Songjian as he shoved the last zombie core into the coin slot. Now that we haven't found any use for the zombie cores, throwing them away isn't so bad, Songjian thought. For the last time, the 4 icons on the slot machine began to spin rapidly. Without hesitation, Songjian pulled the lever again, and the icons gradually slowed down. Thanks for participating. A fruit radiating a golden glow appeared on the last icon of the slot machine. You hit the jackpot, little cheap brother, you hit the jackpot. Screamed Lee Ke excitedly. Congratulations, you've won an attribute fruit, gold, which will automatically be stored in your inventory. The neon lights around the slot machine flashed wildly, followed by jubilant music, while a few lines of large characters appeared on the screen. An attribute fruit? Of gold quality? Joy spread across Songjian's face. Upon opening the inventory, he saw a fruit glowing with a faint golden light, lying securely inside. Not even bothering to check its properties, Songjian burst out in laughter, grabbed the fruit, and threw it into his mouth. The moment it entered his mouth, the fruit turned into a warm current that seeped into his body. The warmth lasted for a while. Songjian felt hot, as if he was sweating all over. His whole body overflowed with a sense of comfort, as though it had become somewhat more translucent. It was miraculous. System, you've consumed an attribute fruit, gold, all attributes increased by a point. All attributes increased by 1? Really? Surprised and delighted, Songjian opened the attribute interface. Just as expected, each of his 6 attributes had indeed increased by 1 point. Little cheap brother, you seem handsomer, said Lee Ke, her face flushing as she stared at Songjian's face. Really? Haha. Songjian, filled with an infectious excitement, exclaimed, that was quite a stroke of luck. With all the zombie cores exhausted, the 2 of them reluctantly left the underground casino. Ke, the bar you chose is really nice. But if we want to establish a safe zone here, the amount of stones and lumber required would probably be astronomical, pondered Songjian aloud. He had assessed the situation earlier. To convert this whole bar into a system-recognized safe house would require several times more resources than his 3-story villa. It would entail a significant time and energy investment. Indeed, I am kind of worried about that. Sigh. With a sigh, Ke displayed a gloomy countenance. You could actually opt to establish a safe house in a portion of the area first. After completing the task, you could then gradually extend it until the entire bar becomes part of your safe house, suggested an idea Songjian, after giving it some thought. Is that really feasible? Lee Ke lifted her head, her brows slightly knitted as if lost in deep thought. Caught in a bout of laughter by Ke's demeanor, Songjian ruffled her hair and suggested, well, try it out. For example, you can start by turning the room where you store the safe into a safe house. In that case, the process would be much simpler. We would only need more than 200 units of lumber and stone material, Leaker estimated. Yes, for lumber, you don't need to collect them yourself. You just need to focus on collecting the stones. I'll help you with the lumber. It will be quick, Songjian assured. Also, don't bother buying an ordinary pickaxe. Just get a fine iron pickaxe. Its durability will last longer. Among the items sold in the bar counter includes a normal pickaxe and a fine iron pickaxe. The price difference between them is merely 300 doomsday coins. Moreover, the durability of a fine iron pickaxe is just as good as a normal one, but the former's durability decreases at a far slower rate. This means the number of stones that can be mined with a fine iron pickaxe will definitely surpass that mined with a normal one. Really? Asked Leaker, her eyes sparkling with the brightness of little stars. She had previously been saving money intending to purchase an axe alongside a pickaxe directly from the bar. But now, if she only purchases a fine iron pickaxe, her doomsday coins would be more than enough. You just need to buy a fine iron pickaxe, and then, I will take you to gather the materials. Let's strive to build your safe house as soon as possible, said Songjian with a laugh. Little cheap brother, you are simply the best! Exclaimed Leaker, springing to her feet in delight. But before that, I need to teach you cooking. We need to prepare some food, added Songjian. Soon, they arrived at the restaurant. After picking and choosing from the abandoned store's inventory, Songjian began cooking some fried meat. After cooking a piece of roast meat and handing the pan over to Leaker, Songjian found a big pot, filled it with water, and began cooking. He still had a piece of mutated serpent meat in his belongings. It could increase the chance of comprehending a recipe. Songjian intended to cook some snake soup and see whether he could learn a new recipe. After the water was boiled, Songjian threw the pieces of snake meat right into the pot and waited patiently. In the game, resources seemed scarce. He only had 2 bottles of the mineral water needed to boil the meat. If it weren't for the bar's trading system where mineral waters were sold, Songjian wouldn't want to cook snake soup at all. After boiling for about 10 minutes, a strong fragrance started to waft out from the pot. Once he added a bit of salt, he dished up the snake soup. It's inexplicable how a large pot of water took only 10 minutes to be boiled down into a bowl of soup, something that could never happen in reality. System, you've cooked simple snake soup. Cooking skill experience points increased by 100. System, you've comprehended the recipe for simple snake soup. Simple snake soup, white, food. Effects, upon consuming, hunger status is reduced by 50 points for 30 seconds. Consuming for more than 45 seconds grants attack speed plus 2 status for 30 minutes. Meanwhile, after burning 2 pieces of zombie meat, Leaker managed to comprehend the fried meat recipe and consequently acquired the cooking skill. Leaker was overjoyed at the comprehension of the cooking skill, but when she smelled the enticing aroma of the snake soup, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She eyed the fried meat in her hand, her eyebrows slightly knitted together. She turned and looked at Songjian and suddenly broke into a charming smile. She ran over to Songjian, handed him the pan-fried meat, and eagerly said, "Little cheap brother, this is the first piece of pan-fried meat I've ever made. I want you to have it." Songjian, who was about to taste the snake soup, paused. He glanced at Leaker, who was staring unwaveringly at the snake soup, shook his head, and handed her the bowl of snake soup. He then took the pan-fried meat from her hands. Watching Care, who looked so delighted that her eyes curved into crescents, sipping the soup, Songjian shook his head. Just as he was about to put the pan-fried meat into his inventory, he suddenly gave a start. Looking at the attributes of the fried meat in his hand, Songjian raised an eyebrow. Are the attributes of this fried meat really this high? Chapter 42, Gathering Fried Meat, Blue, Food, Effect, eating it can increase your hunger level by 70 points. If you eat for more than 20 seconds, it can increase your vitality points by 15. This is almost like a diluted blood replenishing elixir. Songjian was surprised. Looking at Leaker, who was holding a large bowl and sipping snake soup, Songjian suddenly felt that she was like a game sister-in-law. Care, this fried meat attribute is really good. You actually understood such a strong recipe, that's awesome. After thinking for a long time, Songjian could not bear to eat it and just stored the fried meat into his inventory. Really? Hee, I must. Care's eyes curved into crescents as she held the bowl and drank with even more joy. After grasping the cooking skills, Leaker bought a fine iron pickaxe and followed Songjian towards the small grove outside the highway. Since Songjian had collected it, the pale gold pine tree never appeared again, unlike other trees that would regrow a few hours after being collected. When Songjian and Leaker arrived at the grove, there were already a few people chopping trees with stone axes, including Wang Kaiyang, the leader of the Green Wolf gang, who they knew. However, Wang Kaiyang looked ragged at the moment, Not only was he without any underlings, he was also blind in one eye and left with only one arm, his body full of blood, as if he had just crawled back from a battlefield. Seeing Song Jian and Li Ke, a trace of fear appeared in Wang Kaiyang's eyes, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Song Jian just coldly glanced at Wang Kaiyang, didn't pay him any heed, and said to Li Ke next to a giant rock, "Ke, you mine this rock, I will go collect wood." It seemed that Wang Kaiyang was in a bad state. All his underlings had fled, he had become a one-armed commander, and was seriously injured. "All right, little cheap brother." Li Ke obediently nodded, took out a small, delicate, fine iron pickaxe from her bag, and struck at the rock with all her might, shouting hey-oh to cheer herself on. Song Jian gave a slight smile, chose a willow tree, and threw a heavy punch towards it. After a few days of growth, these willow trees were now thick enough to be encircled by arms. Everyone else who came here was using stone axes to harvest, only Song Jian was using his fists. Song Jian's peculiar way quickly attracted the attention of others. Wang Kaiyang glanced at Song Jian punching the tree and, as if realizing something, shivered uncontrollably. Although he wanted to leave, he hesitated yet was reluctant to leave. Finally, he ground his teeth, walked alone to the edge of the grove and began to collect from the farthest point away from Song Jian. "Hey, do you think that guy is stupid?" Someone watching Song Jian punching the tree for a long time whispered, "Doesn't it hurt? Can pain levels be adjusted in this game?" Someone asked out of curiosity, even bringing up the system interface to examine it closely. "Is he practicing boxing, or is he gathering wood?" Someone asked with a puzzled expression. However, soon, people saw chunks of wood falling from the trees and turning into white light that entered Song Jian's inventory, and the rate of wood falling was very fast, even faster than their collection with tools. 5 or 6 minutes later, a willow tree was completely harvested by Song Jian. His chopping skill and bare-handed combat, punch palm kind, basic, improved a bit. However, his two skills, which were both at level 4, required an enormous amount of skill proficiency, so the effect wasn't noticeable yet. Damn it, is it true? You can gather with your fists? Doesn't that mean we can save a lot of money? Many people who saw Song Jian's collection from start to finish were dumbfounded. For a moment, many people began to mimic Song Jian, punching trees. Damn it, it's so painful. My hand is injured, bleeding, this tree is harder than rock. Those who punched the tree a couple of times grimaced in pain. After hesitating for a long time, they ultimately chose to collect with stone axes. After all, this was only a game, and many people had yet to realize what this game truly implied. After more than 2 hours of cutting trees with tools, their durability dropped fast, leaving only Song Jian and Li Ke in the small woods. Heave-ho, although it was physically demanding, Li Ke was working with a lot of spirit. She'd already excavated a third of the massive rock. She was just like a diligent little squirrel, constantly nibbling on a huge nut. Each willow tree could provide Song Jian with 30 to 50 units of wood. In just over 2 hours, Song Jian had gathered almost 500 units of wood. The amount of wood in his bag had exceeded 2,000 standard units, only 500 or 600 short of 3,000 units. Even if Li Ke's more than 200 units of wood were added, it would take at most 3 hours for Song Jian to complete the collection of all the wood. After another 2 hours, Li Ke finally finished mining the huge stone. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and began to laugh gleefully. "Little cheap brother, I've collected 50 units of stone, and my mining skill has upgraded to level 2. Li Ke shouted loudly, looking like she was expecting praise. Good job, Ke is awesome." Song Jian gave a thumbs up to Li Ke in praise. Hee. Li Ke wore a smug expression. Seeing Song Jian punch the trees, Li Ke tenderly asked, "Little cheap brother, doesn't your hand hurt?" "Ke, you wouldn't understand." Song Jian said with a slight smile, "When I collect wood materials with my fist, not only can I save a lot of money, but I can also improve my skill level. Now my chopping skill and, hand-to-hand, fist strike, basic, both of these skills have reached level 4. It won't take long before they could be upgraded to level 5. Little cheap brother, you're really amazing," Li Ke said with admiration. Song Jian looked up at the sky and said to Li Ke, "It's getting dark. Why don't we go back now and collect more when it's daylight tomorrow?" Li Ke nodded and looked toward the edge of the woods. About a dozen meters from the edge of the woods was a grassland, beyond which was a black fog, impermeable to vision. "Little cheap brother, what do you think is in that black fog?" Li Ke suddenly asked, pointing to the black fog on the other side of the book. "I don't know. How about we go and take a look?" Song Jian turned his head and suggested. "Sure, maybe we can leave this city and go somewhere else. It's usually like this in games. The place where we're born is just Nava's village. When our level is high enough, we can go to other places." Li Ke's eyes curved in a smile. Song Jian held Li Ke's hand and walked towards the edge of the woods. The closer they got to the black fog, the more uneasy Song Jian felt. It was as if they were walking into the mouth of a primordial beast step by step. Their steps slowed down, and when they were about 5 or 6 meters away from the black fog, both of them stopped in their tracks simultaneously. Little cheap brother. I'm a bit scared. Li Ke's face was full of panic. Song Jian stared hard at the black fog. The originally slowly moving black mist began to churn violently as they approached it. It was as if something was waking up from a deep sleep. Little cheap brother, let's go back. Li Ke tugged hard at Song Jian's hand. All right. Song Jian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Unconsciously, his whole body was soaked in sweat, and his clothes stuck to his body, making him feel very uncomfortable. Just as they turned to leave, a huge eye appeared in the rolling black fog, emitting a soft golden light. It stared unwaveringly at the receding figures of the two, not moving at all. Chapter 43, The Mutation. Song Jian, holding Li Ke's hand, felt safer as they moved further from the black fog behind them. However, unbeknownst to him, in his wake was a golden eye over 10 meters wide, relentlessly staring at his back. Entering the small grove, Song Jian heaved a sigh of relief, feeling significantly calmer as though he had just escaped from a beast's lair. Little cheap brother, shall we continue to gather stones and wood? Asked Li Ke. Song Jian glanced at the sun sinking rapidly in the west. Night was approaching. Although the grove seemed safe and devoid of any creatures, a sense of unease gnawed at him. He had an odd feeling that something bad would happen in the grove at night. We should head back first, there's no rush, Song Jian suggested after some thought. Li Ke obediently nodded and held on to Song Jian's hand as they headed back towards the city together. After consuming an attribute fruit of golden quality, apart from intelligence, Song Jian's attributes were comparable to those of a fully grown athlete. His strength exceeded any assumptions, including equipment modifications. Song Jian's strength attribute was the highest among all his attributes, having achieved 9 points. This essentially meant that even the strongest weightlifter in reality would be no match for him. However, his attributes were still significantly inferior to creatures of similar level. At most, his physique was equivalent to that of a level 3 creature. The challenging aspect of the game lay herein: leveling up did not add attribute points but only gave 1 skill point. Moreover, attacking creatures of lower levels would dramatically reduce experience points gained. Being at level 5 now, Song Jian could only dare to hunt creatures below level 3. Fighting creatures of the same level posed a higher risk of injury. And given that this was a single-life game, Song Jian dared not take unnecessary risks. As for leaving the so-called novice village, that was going to take a while. Having sent Li Ke back to the inn, Song Jian returned to his villa, patiently waiting for the night to fall. Soon, as the sunset faded away, night fell, and the creatures within the city began to awaken. Roars and growls echoed everywhere as all creatures emerged from dark corners, making themselves known on the open streets. Inside his villa, Song Jian instinctively looked out towards Camel Square, but the apocalyptic supermarket still hadn't appeared. He fetched his gear and stepped out of the villa, sighing at the sight of all the mutated zombies on the street. No matter how many of these mutated zombies he killed, they seemed to keep resurfacing. Whether he killed tons today, by the time night fell the next day, an equal number of zombies would appear. He sometimes wondered if these creatures would just respawn in the system. But if they did respawn, how could he exterminate all the creatures within a kilometer radius around the safe house? There were many aspects of the game that needed to be explored. As Song Jian pondered, he charged towards a herd of zombies, his dagger in hand. Upon sensing his approach, the zombie staggered forward to meet him. Song Jian jabbed at the zombie's head, dealing a critical strike of over 70 points. He instantly ducked, slashing his dagger across the zombie's chest to dodge its 2 skinny arms. He sidestepped, leaving a gaping hole in its waist, and emerged behind the zombie. Turning around, he stabbed it in the back. The attack wiped off the creature's remaining vitality points. Before he could collect the white quality material dropped by the zombie, 3 more zombies detected his presence and stumbled towards him. Song Jian faced them head-on, brandishing his dagger. Like a butterfly, he darted between the 3 mutated zombies, leaving a trail of white slashes. Damage numbers floated above their heads. Within a few seconds, all 3 zombies turned to black ash. A random zombie was much tougher than most humans. Newbies could only kill daytime zombies, whose attributes were halved. Nighttime zombies, whose attributes were normal, dominated any freshers. But to Song Jian, these nighttime zombies were just another weakling. On one side, Song Jian had eaten several attribute fruits, his attributes having surpassed those of the zombies. Besides, even though the zombies had restored their vitality, they still appeared stiff, and their slow movements gave them away. So for Song Jian, killing them was as easy as eating or drinking. Within half an hour, he had cleared an entire street of mutated zombies, having killed at least 50 of them. Yet, his experience points had only increased by 3%. All the loot was merely a pile of materials, not a single piece of equipment. Just as Song Jian was planning to clean up the next street, a green beam of light suddenly burst into the sky in the distance. The beam shot straight from the ground to the sky, visible from every corner of the city. What is that? Song Jian wondered, staring at the intriguing phenomenon. Soon, he heard roars of fury. Something seemed to have provoked the creatures around the green beam. They swarmed from different directions, rushing towards the beam's location. Curious, Song Jian quickly headed towards the beam. In the dark, he could vaguely see many people being attracted to the green beam. After crossing 2 streets and climbing over a wire fence, Song Jian saw a man standing agape near a newsstand by the road. A swarm of mutated zombies rushed towards the newsstand. Goddamn it! Why would establishing a safe house attract a monster siege? There was no mention of this in the main task. A man standing by the newsstand exclaimed, his face reflecting utter despair. At that moment, a green beam encompassed everything within a 10-meter radius of the newsstand. All the monsters prowled outside the green beam, daring not to edge closer. The crazed zombies trying to break through the beam melted as though they had touched sulfuric acid, causing parts of their bodies to dissolve rapidly. Screams of intense pain prompted them to retreat. More and more monsters gathered. From afar, at least a few hundred mutated zombies were visible, including dozens of mutated beasts. Additionally, there were a few creatures Song Jian had never seen before, but most of them were level 2 and 3 creatures. As the beam glowed brighter, the newsstand began to transform. Chapter 44, Creating a Safe House. Song Jian stared in amazement at the dilapidated newsstand on a sidewalk in the distance. The small booth, occupying only 5 or 6 square meters, had a worn-out exterior, with even a fist-sized hole on its roof, giving it a shabby appearance. This guy chose this place as his safe house. I suppose it's because he didn't need much stone and wood to transform this decaying newsstand, Song Jian thought to himself. Li Ji stood in the green beam of light, on the verge of tears. As he watched hundreds of monsters flocking around him, he felt like he was about to wet his pants from fear. Being only a level 3 player, he had allocated all his skill points into the passive skill, Hot Weapons, Submachine Gun, Basic. When he first entered the game, his novice weapon was a white-grade submachine gun that could load 35 bullets at a time. This novice weapon allowed Li Ji to level up faster than other players. A submachine gun was highly convenient for new players. With a little practice, it could effectively deal with several sunlight-weakened mutant zombies. Li Ji's starting experience was much better than Song Jian's. Nevertheless, once he entered the game for the second time, the main storyline mission to create a safe house gave him a headache. Before long, he found a system trading shop in an abandoned convenience store. Though the tools for sale were expensive and he couldn't afford them, even after selling all of his belongings, for the past few days, Li Ji had been grinding the game, selling all the loot he had acquired to the shops at a cheap price. 2 days ago, he finally gathered enough doomsday coins to buy a stone axe and a pickaxe. Only when he began collecting materials did he realize just how much of a rip-off these 2 tools were. Their durability depleted at an alarming rate, comparable to the speed at which the Chinese A-share index plummeted during a stock market crash. After a full day of gathering materials, both tools were worn out and he didn't get much wood or stone. A single-story shop in the city required hundreds of materials for renovation, far beyond Li Ji's capability. If he were to choose one for his safe house, he'd have to spend a long time in the game, something he couldn't bear. When Li Ji was about to give up, he saw a dilapidated newsstand by the side of the street. This discovery raised his spirits. After a quick check, he found that the wood and stone he had gathered were enough to transform the newsstand into a safe house, even with some materials left over. Joy washed over him as he hastily chose to renovate the newsstand into a safe house. Although he knew full well that his safe house would be of the lowest grade, Li Ji had no other choice if he wanted to complete the main quest quickly. Its proximity to the streets will make it easier to farm monsters and level up, Li Ji consoled himself. However, he soon regretted his foolish decision when the display of an abnormal phenomenon began during the renovation process. A beam of light piercing the sky seemed to be beckoning the surrounding monsters. Come here. There's something to eat. As expected, monsters within a 1-kilometer radius swarmed towards his location before the beam had even started to dissipate. Since he was unable to leave the beam, he had no choice but to watch helplessly as hundreds of monsters surrounded him, leaving no room for escape, not even for a mosquito to fly out. I'm dead for sure this time. Despair spread across Li Ji's face. Under the influence of the green light beam, the newsstand gradually disintegrated, its particles turning into sparkling, translucent crystals. This disintegration spread from the roof downward, completely breaking down the newsstand into tiny, sandy particles that floated in midair within a short time. These particles then evenly fell to the ground, forming a circle with a diameter of 6 or 7 meters on the ground. Planks of wood and stones flew out of Li Ji's inventory, instantly changing their shapes in midair. A wooden house over 2 meters tall soon materialized before Li Ji's eyes. This small wooden house was barely larger than a sand circle, with less than a 1 meter distance between them. It looked quite crude. This is my safe house. Li Ji stared dumbfounded at the wooden house, feeling like it was even less sturdy than the original newsstand. System, safe house construction completed. Total defense level, 300. System, you can continue building defensive structures in your safe house. Currently available are, wooden spike trap, wooden wall, automatic defense arrow tower. At the present safe house level 1, you can only build wooden spike traps. 3. System, you can continue upgrading your safe house with the required materials. As the safe house level increases, the safe area will expand, granting access to more defensive structures. You currently lack the necessary materials to upgrade the safe house further. Li Ji heard the system notification in his ear. Seeing that the safe house was almost finished and the green beam of light was fading away, he nervously shouted, I need to build wooden spike traps. With Li Ji's remaining materials, he could only create 3 wooden spike traps. Soon, 3 red circles with a diameter of half a meter appeared before Li Ji, and he could place them anywhere he desired. Song Jian was fixedly watching the safe house construction process in the distance. Many details that did not appear in missions would be revealed during this phase, giving Song Jian more confidence in building his safe house. So, while creating a safe house, all the monsters within a kilometer are automatically attracted to the safe house. All I have to do is hide inside and kill them. It's actually a lot more convenient.